Welcome to round 5 of the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike Championship here at the beautiful Rowrah Circuit in Cumbria. We are in this beautiful quarry here. We can see bikes already going out on track. So let's have a look at the paddock and see what's going on.
Hello there, young man. How are we?
Good.
And what's your name for the people at home?
Finley Styles.
And Finley, it is great to have you here with us once again. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
Good.
Just good? No better, no worse?
Well, like, I feel really good, so, like, I feel like both.
That's okay, that's perfectly fine. Feeling really good on the one side, though. That is the main thing, and that's really good to hear. So, how well do you think you're going to go this weekend?
Good.
Awesome stuff. And any words for anyone watching? Your mum, your dad, maybe your friends? Anything to say?
No.
No, that's fair enough. Still, thanks very much for talking to us, Finley, and I'm sure you're going to smash it out on track this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Finley. We are now going to run over here. We'll be back. There's a couple of people still over there that we'll run back into, but we'll run over here first. As you can see, Randy is... It's not quite assault, I don't think. Come on. No, he's walking off. Does want it. Mum or Dad want an interview, maybe? I've already given one to Randy, so he's not getting another one. No, he's already got another one. We'll carry on walking then. We might swing back later and see if we want to chat then. Again, it's part of the joy of Fab Racing. Some of our junior riders, a little bit more shy, not the most talkative in the world, but still, it's great to see. As always, we've got a very, very busy grid and a very busy paddock here this weekend at Rowrah. As I can see a couple of other riders just down here. Hello, how are we? Any chance of a quick chat?
Sure.
And how's things feeling? Is it all okay?
Yeah.
And do you want to just introduce yourself to the people at home who maybe don't know who you are?
My mum, my stepmom Mitzi, my mum Becky, and my sister Emily.
Yeah, great to hear. And what's your name?
Oliver Cheeseman.
And Oliver, great to have you here with us. You've had a very strong season so far, it must be said. Lots of good results. How are you feeling coming into Rowrah?
Very good. I really like the track, and I feel like I'm going to be fast on it.
I like the confidence already. That's a man who knows what he wants this weekend. You'll have had a few practice sessions already. I'm assuming you were feeling pretty quick in those?
Yeah, I feel pretty quick, but I think I might not be going that quick, but we'll see.
Still, normally, if it feels fast, it is quite fast. So we'll wait and see how you do out there in the races. 3 rounds left in the season, though. As I said, you had a very strong year so far. Is there anything you'd like to do in those last 3 rounds? You know, win some races, something like that?
I really want to win my second ever race in FAB, and I've always wanted to come second, because I've never come second before. And yeah, that's about it.
So you want to win and to come second. I like your thinking there, Oliver. Maybe you can get some of that this weekend, potentially.
Maybe. We'll see.
We will indeed. Oliver Cheeseman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Oliver Cheeseman. As there we can see, that's Tommy Williams there, the number 51. Hello, Tommy, how are we?
Good, you?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. How's things here at Rowrah?
It's going well.
Obviously, racing in the LC40 Elite this weekend. It's a bit of a 2-horse race between yourself and Jensen Cedras. How's things in that?
Well, I'm in the pros.
You are in the pros, excuse me, but still, you're doing very well in the pros. How's the things in that?
It's going well. I'm currently winning the championship. It's around like 70, 80 points now. Like, I did well at Clay. Like, in the first race, we had bike problems, so I came 4th. Then in the second race, I won, only won by 0.0016, I'm pretty sure, against Joey, because I just did him on the line. And in the last race, I won by 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's been a very, very strong season for you. And like you said, that photo finish you had as well, that was pretty special to watch. Coming into Rowrah then, as you said, strong season so far, looking to maybe just kind of put down more of your mark on the year, you know, win some more races?
Yeah.
And do you think it's safe to say, potentially, that come season end, you'll be stood alone as champion?
Yeah, hoping so. Hope so.
We'll have to wait and see. Tommy, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Great to hear from Tommy Williams there. We're going to head down this way because I can see a man who I know will definitely want to talk to us because he just loves talking. It's all that he does. Hello, Pit Bike Sonic. He's going in to grab something. Jamie King, how are we?
Not too bad. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit burnt out. This is my 3rd race weekend in a row now, so yeah, it's been heavy, but it's always good coming to Rowrah, and for once we've got no rain, so it's very good, even though I wouldn't mind a bit of rain, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it's nice, beautiful skies at the moment, which is great. So, yeah, 3rd race weekend in a row, though. What have you been doing up and down the country?
So we had Clay 2 weeks back, didn't we? And then last weekend I was a free tech for a 10-hour race round Red Lodge, which Red Lodge isn't the easiest track to ride on a pit bike. And when you go round on 17-inch wheel, basically a Moto Team bike, it's really hard work. But we did all right. I think we came 8th out of 21 and 3rd in class, and we're a brand new team. So, yeah, it went pretty well. Now we're here at Rowrah for round 5 now. So, yeah, looking forward to a good weekend.
Yeah, should be fantastic. Championship-wise, of course, coming into it, yeah, very close. Harrison Quincy, of course, has upset the apple cart a little bit coming into it, but, you know, yourself, you're up there. Chris Wells is obviously up there, but I don't think he's here this weekend.
No Chris or Richard this weekend, so it's just going to be purely me and Harrison battling out. He's had a little bit on me in qualifying so far, qualifying practice today so far, so got a little bit more time for him. We just made some setting changes, so hopefully we'll close a few temps on him. But yeah, championship's been really close. He's come in a bit like Marquez in his first year, really, rookie into the year, and he's straight at the top. So fair play to him. He's riding unbelievably well. So yeah, we've got to try and keep up with him tomorrow. But it's going to be fun. It's not going to be so close tomorrow. As you've seen, the pit bike racing this year has probably been the best of all classes this year, but it's going to be a bit quieter this round. But I'm sure me and Harrison try and put on a show.
Yeah, knowing you guys, you normally do. It's either that or you end up on a floor anyway. So very tight in the championship. You're feeling a little bit knackered, but you're still feeling confident. Anything you want to say to your millions of fans, your YouTube viewers at home?
I don't know, really. Just that we're going to try as hard to win this championship, but there's a lot more different stuff we're doing before the end of the season. So I've actually got a weekend off next weekend, which is going to be nice. And then we're at Snetterton on a Ninja 300 for kind of like my big bike comeback after, I think, 16 years. And then we're going to be doing some flat tracking, and then we're going to be going over to Spain in the winter. So the content, even if the championship don't go our way, the content's going to keep coming. It's going to be amazing.
Jamie King, you're a busy man, but we'll see you out on chat this weekend. Best of luck.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for doing a great job.
Great to speak to Jamie King, as always. Just going to head in. I can see someone getting ready to go out onto the track. Any chance of a quick chat?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Good.
And you've got a helmet on, so the people at home can't see who you are. So what's your name?
Claudia Dudman.
Claudia, great to have you here with us this weekend. Saw you had a little bit of an off earlier today. You feeling okay after that?
Yeah.
That's good to hear. I did see you got straight back on the bike. But Claudia, you're racing in the LC40 Elites this weekend. How's things on that?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you just about to head out onto the track?
Yeah.
That's good to hear. And yeah, pretty good weekend last time out. Obviously you got a couple of class podiums. Are you looking to get some more of those this weekend?
Hopefully, yeah.
Rowrah, is it a circuit you're confident at?
No, I don't like this one.
Wow, you're the first person who said that. Everyone else loves it here. Why don't you like it?
I crashed 7 times in one race.
I can understand why that might upset you a little bit about this place, but come on, that's one race.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we won't see much more of that this weekend, Claudia. I'm sure you'll be fine. We'll let you get back out onto track. Thanks for talking to us.
All right.
Great to speak to Claudia Dunman there. Yeah, any chance of a quick one with you as well?
Yeah, of course.
And what's your name for the people at home?
Danny Longhurst.
Danny, great to have you with us once again here at FAB-Racing. I don't think we've spoken to you actually this season so far. So great to have you here with us. How are you feeling out on the bike?
Quite good. It's a really nice track to ride on. It's a really fast track as well.
Yeah, and it's certainly quick. What's your goal for this weekend coming into it?
Get a podium.
You feeling confident that you can do that?
Yeah. Quite confident. It's a really tight race on the grid today.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what you're going to be able to do. But yeah, how's the bike feeling? Feeling fast? Feeling okay?
Yeah, the bike's feeling really good. It's really nice for this track as well.
I'll have to wait and see. Danny, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to speak to some of our young female riders there. We'll continue to make our way round. I can see a few more riders over here. We've got a little wave over there. That's a great start. As we'll just make our way over. Wow, you guys are at the right bottom end of the paddock, aren't you? Keeping well out of the way of everyone else. You just not like anyone. Fair enough. Well, hello, how are we?
Good.
Good to speak to you. And for the people at home that maybe don't know who you are, what's your name?
Morgan.
And great to hear from you. How's things this weekend going so far? Bike feeling fast?
Yeah, good.
So here we can see your bike over there, Logan. Talk us through it. What's it like riding one of these things?
Fast.
Yeah, fast. That's one way to describe it. Are you feeling fast, though? How are you feeling pace-wise?
Yeah, we're like catching up to everyone and just getting by them.
Yeah, that's great to hear. So you're just looking for some strong, consistent results across the weekend?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. Logan Orr, best of luck this weekend. Thanks very much.
Okay, bye.
Great to hear from you, Logan. Thank you very much, guys. Great to see some not quite international riders down here at Rowrah, but Scottish riders. You normally get more of an English crowd here, but again, given we are so far north, it's good to see. Just going to see if I can poke my head in. Anybody in the awning? No, not quite in there at the moment. She hiding. That's absolutely fair enough. Well, it looks like some people might be trying to hide from us, but we'll continue to walk around. Evening, gents. How are we? Any chance of a chat?
I'm not racing.
I know, but you can still have a chat if you want as a fan. No? Okay, that's fair enough. We'll walk it anyway, but good to see we've got some fans watching along here in the paddock. And we'll make our round. I think we've got some of our senior Mini Motos and our Moto Team guys down here this weekend. This track really, really tough, especially for the senior Mini Motos. The cameras really don't do it justice. There is so much undulation here at Rowrah. There's so many little bits and nooks and crannies that you don't see at the naked eye. And then you're riding the bike over it, and there's just compression, the bike bouncing all over the place, as there may be a couple of riders hiding over here. Let's head over. I can certainly see one of the Burkins anyway, as I'm just going to try and poke my head. He looks like he's deep in his phone, and I'm going to walk up to him. Am I getting the side eye to go away? No? Well, we'll come on over then.
Let's start me beer, isn't it?
Yeah, probably a good idea. Hello, how are we?
Oh, not bad. All right.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Is your brother here as well, or just you again this weekend?
No, they're coming. They're not setting off till tonight because Carl's still at work, but he's not riding. Carl's riding, Josh in.
No, well, fair enough, but still, back at Rowrah, feeling good?
I feel a bit fat, to be honest with you. No, it's good. I'm not a fan of the track, but it is what it is, I suppose.
I mean, I think you won all 3 races here last year, didn't you? It was something very close to that. So
no,
you're
David won 5. I only won 1. But
was that it?
I only won 1. Yeah.
I take it back then. You're clearly terrible round here.
David smashed me up.
So maybe a bit of a bogey track for you, but how's the pace looking in the practice sessions?
All right, I think. I've not really looked. Cal and Josh have sent me my times, told me I'm slow. But other than that, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, let's talk championship-wise then.
Right.
Still leading the way, looking to make it 2 in a row. How are you feeling with this round and then 2 rounds at Three Sisters left?
Once this round's done, it'd be all right, because I like Three Sisters. But I don't think David's doing them, so it'll be me and Reese, I suppose. He just needs to go a bit faster, doesn't he? But his mum's here cheering him on this weekend, so I'm sure he'll go faster. Yeah,
he's got the family support, and again, if you're maybe not quite up to your normal standard around here, that could be something to watch out for.
Yeah, he'll go all right. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
And, well, any final thoughts and comments before we leave you be?
Let's have a good drink tonight. Yeah. That's what we'll be doing.
Wise words.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matt Burkin. We'll see you out there on track this weekend. As we'll shimmy our way out of the chaos of the Burkin camp. Shame to say that Josh isn't racing this weekend. Of course, we did see him last time out at Clay Pigeon, but still good that he's coming. And of course, Callum White, the other Burkin boy, their cousin, also joining us this weekend as well, as he often does. So great to hear that as we're just making our way through some of the senior Mini Moto guys. Looks like some of the Moto Team guys as well. Let's maybe poke our head in. Good afternoon, gents. Any chance for a quick word with someone? If you want. I can say no if you really want, but we're here now. Okay, go on and speak to you then. No? Well, any words for the camera at least? Anyone to say hello to at home?
No one's at home. They're all up here. No. Yeah, hello.
That'll do. Thanks very much. We'll leave you be then. Yeah, as you can tell, some less talkative members of the paddock there, but I can see 3 blokes who are very much talkative members of the paddock. That is perfect timing for the O'Keeffes. Hello, gents. Hang on, we'll let you take helmets off. Who try not to fall off the bike as well. That would be a bit of a poor start. But yeah, we'll let you sort yourselves out quickly. But all three of you here once again. That's great to see. Go on, we'll start at the end and work our way down. How are we?
Hot and bothered. Yeah, but all right.
Yeah, warm. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
What's the pace looking like?
2 quick ones and 1 mediocre.
Should we take a guess at who the mediocre one is, or is that left in the air as a surprise?
Leave it in the air for a surprise. Yeah.
Well, we'll leave that one hanging in the air then. But, yeah, great to see you boys
tomorrow. So don't. Big surprise for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to actually show you've got a second in your back pocket you've been hiding. But yeah, great to see you boys here back with us at Rowrah though. How's things going?
Good, very good. Yeah. 1 crash as per.
Already.
You know who it is.
Well, we'll head over and ask about the crash then. What happened? Are you hurt? Are you okay? Is the ambulance called?
Gary sorted the bike out for me. The crash was purely Harry's fault. Overtook me inappropriately. Shouted a rude word at me, which I won't repeat and made me fall off. So I'm a little bit perturbed. Won't be cooking him dinner tonight.
Yeah, that's I think that's a fair punishment, to be fair.
Hey, have you seen my dinners? Not really.
Still though, even with a little off, you feeling confident on the bike this weekend?
Yes, very confident. Probably incorrectly so. Confident I can beat Harry. Confident.
That's a man of commitment there. Harry though, no dinner for you tonight. How are you ever going to recover from this situation?
Hey, well, I don't know. I think I'll drink lots of water, keep hydrated, stay calm, and see how we get on.
Obviously going to have to retaliate tomorrow and Sunday with a bit of elbows out racing on track, I presume.
Oh, we've already had elbows out. We'll do our best to keep it clean. There's never any really inappropriate overtaking, but hey, we do what we do.
Well, business is business.
As well, this is father and son, because sometimes on the commentary people think we're brothers. I know we look alike, we look like the same age, but we're not. This is
always like racing with my dad. It's pleasure to race against him.
He's just had it hard.
Yeah. I am.
Tough paper round.
I've had a tough life. Well, him as my dad, what you expect?
Yeah.
Still, boys, any where are we aiming to finish this weekend? Wins, podiums, maybe, or just out there having some fun as normal?
Potential podiums, I think. Definitely having some fun, and go home safely, I think. That's what I hope.
Yeah, I would say the same. Hope for a podium. Try and get back in one piece. No insurance claims.
I do believe I'm going to win this weekend. I'm looking for 2 firsts and a second. I do believe I've got it in me. So if you... just watch and see. Watch and see, that's all I can say.
Well, there's 2 boys in the camp being like, oh yeah, let's just not smash anything up so we don't have to pay for it. And there's one man who believes he's going to go out there and win. And, I think the reaction from the other 2 was harsh. But, we'll wait to see if it's fair tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, come back and speak to us on Sunday. Let's see what happens.
When I've got 1 win in the bag already, yeah.
Oh, you could always come down to the commentary box to prove us wrong or something if you want. But, okay, lads, thank you very much for speaking to us. Pleasure. It's always a pleasure as well, guys. We'll see you out on track.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks, Bud. Thank you.
Always great to speak to those guys. Always a fantastic laugh. Yeah, Keith boys. Oh, what a fantastic bunch. Only a couple of years ago, they turned up here at FAB and started racing. And every time they talk to you, you put a smile on your face. It is always great to hear from them. So, have a little poke down here. Can see some more Moto Team guys waiting along. Let's see if we can maybe poke our head around, potentially.
For you.
Any chance of a quick chat?
Yeah, why not?
Come on then, get up. We'll slide in around here.
Cool.
How are we feeling coming into the weekend?
Very good. First time at Rowrah. Surprisingly easy to join the dots here today. I found, at least, anyway. Won't know on practice day. They will have to wait until the lights go out and see what happens on track. Yeah.
Have to wait and see, of course. Just for anyone at home who maybe doesn't know who you are, do you want to just introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yeah, cool. My name's Linton Demiola. I race in the FAB Moto Team class, which comprises of 2 different categories. We have the Moto Team Standard for the pretty standard 125cc 4-stroke motorcycles. Then we have an open class, which allow more boundaries and more parameters and more horsepower, really. Arguably the cheapest form of motorsport in the UK. And again, if any of you have any 125 4-strokes or similar and you want to come and see it for yourself, you're welcome. It's good fun.
Getting the promotion in as well, getting people involved, I like it. Why don't you talk us through your bike over here, the number 41 machine, the Suzuki?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. I'll go on the other side there if you like. So
yeah, absolutely.
This is a GSXR 125. You get two different types of models. You get the R model, which is the full faired version, and you get the S model, which is basically a naked version. So this race bike is derived from the S model, hence no fairings. It comes up with motocross type handlebars, which are stayed on there. Still got the indicators, still got the horn. Basically, rip some slicks on there, race prep it, and make sure that it's compliant with scrutineering and come out and have some fun.
Yeah, easy as that. As you said, cheap and cheerful, but it's lots of fun racing out there. You said, you're feeling good out there. Are you looking for some strong results this weekend?
Mate, honestly, I'm not perturbed by the results. It's more about the camaraderie and the socialism. We've got a good crowd of people in the Moto Team class, and I think I look forward more to seeing the boys and having a beer after the races than what happens during the race. There's no doubt going to be a bit of banter, a bit of laughing, maybe some accusations, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, after I see you, Linton, best of luck this weekend. Thanks for talking to us.
Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Great to hear from Linton Demiola, one of our Moto Team riders there. We're just going to see if we can make our way around and speak to potentially anybody else. I can see Seth James's camp set up there, but I'm not quite seeing him around. We've got a couple more Moto Team guys over here, then maybe we'll try and poke our head in an awning. This, of course, the number 8 of Team Acme Racing, it looks like. And maybe there'll be someone from Team Acme that we're able to speak to, potentially. Hello, how are we?
Not so bad, thank you.
How was Sicily last round? Was it all right?
Warm, really warm and nice, thank you.
Still there?
Been watching Moto Team from Seaside. It was nice.
Well, great to have you back with us, Marco. This weekend, obviously, could be a big weekend for the team. You could wrap up the championship here if things go your way. It's tight, but if you have a really good weekend and everyone else has a really bad weekend, you could do it. Is that something you're thinking about, maybe?
Well, we'll see how it goes. It's a possibility, as you said, but it's really tight. So, yeah, we do our best. We'll try to do our best and see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, great to see that you're back on the number 8 machine after Matt did a great job with your replacement last time out. Have you lost any of your talent while you're in Sicily and away on holiday, or you still got it?
No, I hope it's still there.
I'm sure you'll be fine. How's the pace looking so far, though?
I can't complain. We're just doing the last checks on the bike, and then we'll be ready.
Well, that's fantastic stuff. Well, we'll let you get back into shaking things down, but great to speak to you, Marco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Cheers. Bye.
Great to hear from the Team Acme Racing guys once again. Of course, as I said, could be wrapping up the Moto Team Open Championship. Let's make our way over here, as it looks like we've got people maybe running away from us, unless we could grab for a quick chat. If there's chance of a quick one, how are we?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I've just got here late today. I'm hoping to maybe get in one practice. It's a long way for me to drive, and I was at my father's funeral yesterday, unfortunately. So, hoping to get under a 59 this weekend. I've been looking at the times from this morning, and I can see Linton is already on after never been here before, is already on a 59 flat. So that's my target for this weekend, see if I can tag on to him.
Well, Linton he's quick, to put it mildly, but I know that you can definitely try and keep up with him. Even if there's only one session, of course, got to remember the track will have been rubbering in as well. Yeah. But if you haven't been out there, are you still feeling confident, excited for the weekend?
Yeah. Last time I was here, I had real trouble with tyres. My front tyre had gone off, and there was nobody I could get one from in the paddock, but got good fresh tyres on this time, so no excuses. So I think my best was a 59.3. So if I could get a 59 flat, I'd be happy, but I've got those O'Keeffes as well to think of. Just hoping to enjoy it and actually have a race with someone. As long as there's someone around me, I'm happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how much of a difference does new tyres make around this place, do you reckon?
With good conditions like this, it can make a lot of difference. But I was quite naive with the tyres last year, because people, it's only 12 horsepower bike. The tyres will last forever, they last a season. And I found the limit of how many times you can use a front tyre, and I was losing it all over the place. So that was sort of my naivety. But and we get them really so cheap anyway. So I just managed to collect some from someone, and it fixed it immediately.
So I guess the aim then, get that 59 flat, kind of tag along with Linton and the guys up the front of the pack and see what you can do.
Yeah. So I'm talking it up now, but I haven't even been around the track yet. But the conditions are perfect, really. This is great for Rowrah. It's barely even windy.
Yeah, no, it's not windy and it's not raining, which is an immediate upgrade over the last couple of years we've been here.
It could snow tomorrow, you know.
Well, it's been known to do that sometimes at FAB-Racing, not at Rowrah per se, but it has just started snowing before. So let's hope not, given it's August.
Yeah.
But still, thanks very much for talking to us, and we'll see you out on track this weekend.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. And I can just see I'm going to try and intercept him. I know he's not going to want to, but I'm going to intercept him anyway. Hello, Rob. How are we?
Good, thanks.
For the viewers at home who maybe don't know who you are, what you do, would you want to just give us a quick rundown? Because you're basically the man, the myth, the legend of the paddock who solves everybody's problems.
Mechanical, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's still something. And also, why are you holding a helmet? Are you racing?
Did I go out? I could have gone out.
Rob, are you racing this weekend?
No, only a quick go. After 12 years, someone said, come roll the bike. So I did.
How was it, though? Did you miss it?
Definitely now. It took a while to wake up. But yeah, good.
Still, though, great to hear that you've enjoyed yourself out on the track. Now, back to, your job in the paddock, though. Fixing things, of course, making sure that nothing's broken, and when things do break and no one knows how to fix them, you're normally the man who just comes over and goes, oh, yeah, I know it's fixed, and in 5 minutes it's done. Any major breakages that you've solved yet, or has it all been quite calm?
Usual breakage where they slide off and break something, nothing major.
How's things, though? It's been a strong season for the championship, of course, and going from strength to strength. Of course, keeping you busy as well, I'm sure. Looking forward to the last couple of rounds that we're coming into now. Any predictions? Anything exciting you think's going to happen?
Oh, you put me on the spot there. I can't have any favourite riders, but no, I think it will be exciting all the way through.
I never said that you did have any favourites, of course, but whoever breaks things the least is probably your favourite, so it's probably safe to say.
Yeah, definitely, that rider's the best rider going.
Rob, thanks very much for talking to us. We'll let you get back to sorting yourself out and fixing things.
Right, thank you.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Good morning, welcome to the Sunday coverage here of round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike Championship here, being hosted today at the fantastic circuit in Cumbria. It's called Rowrah. It's in it's in a old quarry, as well as we see our first race of the day. It will be the AC40 Pros, and here we go. We have a roving cam. Here we are on the grid so far. So let's have a look. So we are just going to let these riders get lined up on the grid, and then we're going to take a formation lap, and then we're going to go racing. So there's lots of fun coming up. If you tuned in yesterday, you'll have seen a lot of action yesterday, which was very interesting. So Jensen Cedras will start on pole. Maxwell Keats, we've just seen him there. That is Logan Orr in the 144. There is Tommy Williams, the number 51, alongside him on the second row of the grid. There is the poleman Jensen Cedras just going to the front of the grid. That's Reed Sachs will be on the left, Joey Atherstich on the right, Freddie Taylor there on the left, 26 Danny Longhurst on the right giving away, Claudia Dudman on the left, Oliver Wilson rounds out the top 10, Ethan Bayliss P11, and Cooper Say rounds out our final bike on the grid. All 12 riders getting ready to give us some fantastic action today. Here we go, all of them taking it away, going round the first corner. So it's a beautiful track here. So we've got the first corner here, into the left-hander here, into the right. It's a beautiful section here. Now coming up to McRae's hairpin. We've got 2 180-degree hairpins round the left-hander here. We saw a little bit of controversial action around that corner yesterday. Now coming through to Iredale's here, through the lovely right-hander there. All of these riders getting through nice and safely. Yeah, we had quite a bit of action yesterday, especially quite a controversial one in the Rookies Cup around McRae's. But just as is the case with Fab Racing, anything can happen with bike racing, and so often does. So they're going through the Stuart S's now, a little bit of a straight line, and then we'll get round to the St John's corners here. We can just see them going around the S's now, through St John's. Here we go, through the right-hander, through the left-hander here, around the final corner as well. through Paddock Bend, and they are going to take their positions on the grid to start this race. So we're just waiting there. We've got Lee Clowes there, sister of Sam Clowes, racing in another one of the championships, as we see all of our riders going to the grid.
They absolutely are. And we are getting ready to kickstart Sunday's action here at the 5th round of the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Last little check there for Jensen Cedras from pole position. Of course, 2 separate races. We need to be keeping our eye on this one. There is pole sitter for the pro class. Tommy Williams, the number 51, goes off of P4 on the grid. As we wait to see last few checks there for Cedras. And then it'll be all eyes to the red lights as Lee Clowes will send them on the way. Let's kickstart Sunday's action. Possible little jump start there from Jensen Cedras. Looks like he got away really strong as they head down into turn 1. It will be Cedras that leads from pole position. Maxwell Keats in P2. Believe Logan Orr held that 3rd place as well. Tommy Williams may be challenging. That's not for position. Williams still leads in class. Change behind him though. Looks like Reed Saxelby may have just been overtaken by Joey Akasic for P2 in the pro class. That's very deep from both Cedras and Keats as they head up to Iredale's hairpin for the first time. The Elite bikes already starting to pull away, making their way down to the bottom end of the circuit. That back straight downhill, very long, easy to gather, lots of momentum down there. But as we start coming into the S's session, it'll be the 2 up the front row of the grid. Cedras and Keats, 1 and 2 in the Elite class. Tommy Williams still leads in pro.
Yeah, the first 3 riders that we can see is Jensen Cedras, Maxwell Keats and Logan Orr. They're all in the LC40 Elite, the liquid-cooled variation of these bikes. The AC40s is currently, the race is led in 4th place overall. Tommy Williams, number 51, Reed Saxelby and Freddie Taylor, the top 3, 4, 5, 6 overall respectively. The difference between these AC40s, as I say that, we're looking like we're having a bit of action here between Maxwell Keats and Jensen Cedras for the lead overall of this race. Oh, and that is Cedras going very wide there. Is Maxwell Keats going to be alongside? Yes, he is. It's going to be Cedras to the inside. Wow! And defends his line very, very well there, but Maxwell Keats right on the back of him. He looks like he might chop to the inside, but no such luck on this occasion. Jensen Cedras keeps the lead of this race. Going through St. John's now, the right-hander, the left-hander here, a great overtaking opportunity potentially coming out of the last corner if you can get the line right. These LC40 bikes, liquid-cooled bikes, quite a lot more powerful than the AC40s. Keats looking for a way by into turn 1. It's not happening on this occasion. Let's have a look. Going through turn 2, turn 3 now, coming up to McRae's hairpin, 180-degree left, get your braking right. And it looks like Cedras has done a very good job there. Now he's going to want to keep it quite tight. We're going to want to keep it tight going through Iredale. Both of them again going quite wide on the exit, but it's worked well for both of them. If you can get a good run out of there, you might be able to overtake there. As you see, Logan Orr, I believe, is coming under attack from the AC40 Pro leader, Tommy Williams, number 51. The beautiful blue and white bike there in the middle of your shot. There we go. That is Logan Orr ahead on the 144. He is on the LC40 Elite, so no matter even if these riders manage to overtake him, he'll still be 3rd overall. And that's the 51 of Tommy Williams going on the inside and overtaking Logan Orr, but he's done an amazing switch back, a slow entry and a quick exit. Great defensive riding there for him.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Logan Orr. Again, not for position. These are 2 different classes. Orr is still 3rd in the Elite race, regardless if Williams gets through or not. But Orr, the Scottish rider, seemingly struggling for pace compared to his class compatriots. And those AC40 Pro bikes hot on his tail. They're almost holding him up like a mobile chicane. Tommy Williams, he'll be feeling the pressure from Reed Saxelby behind, and he'll be wanting to try and slide on through. And as I say that, looks like Williams may be under a little bit of pressure there potentially from Saxelby in the white helmet. Looks to the inside briefly, coming down to the Stewart S's. Of course, we don't actually use the S's section here in FAB-Racing. It's just a bit more of a straight line, a bit more of a slight wiggle, but it's still called that anyway. Williams once again again potentially attacking into Sunny Bend. Again, this is not for position with soon to be 5 laps left to run. These guys, 2 different classes, all in the elite class. Williams and Sachs will be in the pros, but all holding up Williams. That is for the lead of the race in the pro class. That could potentially be changing things. 5 to go then as they head through the opening chicane, or a little bit slow at the mid corner, and Williams once again had to get off of the throttle. Still no way through. Sachs will be still putting the pressure on as well. It's not a great position to be in for Tommy Williams, especially considering he's leading a race here.
Yeah, Reid Sachs will be trying everything he can do to get on the back of Tommy Williams. Obviously, as Ross just said, not an ideal position for the 51 bike, but it does look like he's dropped back a little bit now to try and go a little bit defensive against Reid Sachs, will be, remember, second in class for the AC40 Pros. So the difference between the AC40 and the LC40, the AC bikes is air-cooled, and the LC40s are liquid-cooled. The liquid-cooled, obviously, a lot more efficient than air-cooled bikes, and we have 3 classes: the AC40 Pros, the AC40 Inters, and the AC40 Rookies. And the AC40 Pros run a 14mm restrictor on the exhaust. The Inters are a 12mm, and the Rookies, our youngest riders, run a 10mm restrictor. As it looks like, Tommy Williams very, very close to getting by Logan Orr. He's just probably going to get quite frustrated now because Logan Orr's putting his bike exactly where he needs to. He might be going a little bit slow on the entry, but as long as you've got a good exit, there we go, just like that, you can get away and defend for position. But again, they're not fighting for position. It's more just in between classes and different races. This is the closest battles on track, it seems, so far. I think this is Danny Longhurst, I think. So it's in a 26 in the middle there. I think this is Freddie Taylor, Danny Longhurst, and Joey Athasich all together. Yes, it is indeed. I think it might be Joey Athasich, Chloe Dudman, and Cooper Say as well. No, that is Joey Athasich right there, the number 67. So it's Freddie Taylor, Danny Longhurst, and Joey Athasich. This is for the final podium position on the AC40 Pro class. So Danny trying everything that she can do to get by Freddie, but Freddie, as we've seen with the other bikes, just needs to have a good exit out of all the corners to defend the position.
Riders will already be feeling the physicality of this Cumbria kart racing circuit. Already up to 19 degrees here at 10:15 a.m. in the UK. It is a lot warmer than it was at this point yesterday, and it's quite a tough track. We've seen riders coming in from sessions, sweat dripping off their foreheads. They're going to be feeling it, and they've got another race to get through today as well. Fatigue might have to be something we think about going forward. Up the front in the LC40 Elite race, looks like Keats and Cedras having a ding-dong and swapping positions, but we'll continue to watch this battle for the time being as they make their way through St John's and into Sunny Bend. No attempt into there. Overall leaders currently the 24 of Maxwell Keats and the 2 of Jensen Cedras, and yes, they have swapped positions, but it is very, very tight. Gap at the line last time was 36 thousandths of a second with 1.5 laps to go. Keats looks like he has a slight advantage on the straights, but Cedras, a slightly smaller rider, a bit more of a slight frame on him, possibly has that a little bit extra in the corners. Car starting to come to a bit of traffic as well. This could shake things up. Keats needs to clear these guys as quickly as possible to hold on to this race win, but he may not do that. Has to get brave down into Sunny Bend up the inside. Cedras able to follow him. Keats a little bit wide. That's going to cost him momentum into Paddock Bend, the final corner, and then Cedras cut off a little bit there. No blue flags in FAB-Racing. 1 to go as Cedras looks to the inside, but nothing will come of it on that occasion. Too far back. Cedras needs to make something magic happen here.
Crikey, yes, he does indeed, and it looks like he might. Wow! That is Cedras defending for his entire might there, going all the way to the right side of the track, taking the race in line. Jensen Cedras on the black bike to the left, Maxwell Keats on the blue and fluoro yellow bike in the lead of this race. This is the last lap of this race. Which one of these riders is going to come out ahead in this battle? The Jensen Cedras currently not able to get alongside there, but still got quite a few corners to go. Coming through with the S's now. He's right on the back of Maxwell Keats. They go side by side almost, and the 24 holds the lead. Coming through St John's Bend now, only a couple of corners to go. Jensen Cedras needs to get a good exit out of here and potentially a switchback. He's going on the inside in the final corner. Oh, it just hasn't worked out, but can he get the run to the line? He might. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a dead heat. 6 thousandths over the line. Maxwell Keats wins from Jensen Cedras by 6 thousandths. thousandths of a second. Absolutely brilliant. As we're having a look, this is the 144 Logan Orr. He will be third for the LC40 Elite and third overall, but it will be the 51 of Tommy Williams that will finish first in the AC40 Pro and fourth overall. Reed Saxby takes second, and Freddie Taylor holds on to third position there. Wowie, 6 thousandths over the line, Ross.
Blink and you'll miss it. That's as tight as you want to go, and it's one win apiece this weekend as Maxwell Keats takes victory in the LC40 Elite. Cedras will have to settle for the tightest of second places as Logan Orr rounds out the podium. In the AC40 Pros, it's Williams who wins once again. And moving down the grid, we have Reed Saxby taking P2 and Freddie Taylor in P3. Danny Longhurst was fourth with Joey Athasich in fifth. Cooper Say sixth. Ethan Bayliss seventh. And Oliver Wilson in eighth. Claudia Dubman finishing P9 overall. She was P4 in the LC40 Elite class. These guys have got one more race heading your way later this afternoon in the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Rowrah. And boy, oh boy, if it's anything as special as that, we are in for a treat. There we do see our elite race winner, Maxwell Keats, absorbing all the pressure and then some. And you'll wonder maybe if Cedras was able to find that on that final lap, if there was a little bit extra in the race, maybe he would have been able to get back through and make it 2 out of 2. One more race to come your way later this Sunday afternoon. And wherever you're watching around the world, we hope you've enjoyed the show because it's about to get even more exciting from here. FAB-Racing Rookies Cup coming up next, their second race of the weekend. And it is a weekend that has already been filled with plenty of drama in this class. A very tight yet chaotic race yesterday. I saw questions about possible penalties being thrown around the paddock. Lots of controversy, to say the least. So let's hope it's a little bit calmer in that sense coming into race 2 on Sunday morning, Alex. But on the other hand, if they can keep that exciting action, that would be brilliant.
Yeah, this was one of the most intense races yesterday. As we have, well, we're joined by 16 riders for this rookie class. Remember, the rookies has the 10mm restrictor on the exhaust, and these are our youngest riders that we have this weekend and in FAB-Racing. So there was an incident between 2 riders yesterday at the McRae's hairpin there. One rider went down and another managed to continue even. It was deemed a racing incident. I think after many people in the paddock and lots of officials were looking at it, it was deemed a racing incident. Which, I mean, it was very intense for us in the commentary box. Couldn't quite believe what we were watching as we were, well, as I say, we were watching. Anyway, so all the riders go on their formation lap, and it will be the 171 of Jensen Brown on pole position on the left-hand side of the grid. Oh, and that's one of the riders. Oh, that's not pole position. That's 174. That's Oakley Hipwell, 6th place, starting 6th place. Let's hope they can get that bike going.
He went down yesterday as well, having a rotten weekend.
Yes, he went down yesterday as well. So let's hope that he can have a better weekend this weekend. So as I said, 171 Jensen Brown on pole position on the left-hand side when we're looking at the grid. Zach Athasich, the 76, in 2nd place. Van Morris in 3rd place, alongside Logan Paisley in 4th. Casey Reeson starts P5 with obviously Oakley Hipwell, who we're currently looking at on screen. Not sure if he's going to be able to get out on track. Is he? Yes, he is. There we go. So he'll have to, his tyres will be nice and warm when he gets to the grid. Oliver Cheeseman in 7th place, William Skingle in P8, Reggie Watson P9, Caden Bailey rounds out the top 10. Keely Bailey on the 42 starts P11, with Chase Carter starting P12 and number 45. Theo Tyler on the 77 starts 13 alongside Savannah Polden in 14th. Rounding out our 8th and last row of the grid is the number 32 of Izzy Cook, and Oscar Bond starts P16. So obviously we saw Oakley Hipwell not able to get on to this start, but obviously we saw him managing to join the track, getting his tyres nice and hot. So we'll just wait for him to come round as all of our riders look pretty ready to go. And I think, Ross, it's going to be a very interesting race.
It should be indeed. Of course, with that delayed getaway that we saw for Oakley Hipwell, he'll have slightly warmer tyres. Not a massive issue for the rest of the grid. It's not like you see on bigger Grand Prix bikes where if people are sat there on the grid, tyre temperature really starts to become an issue. Obviously, very small tyres on these little Mini Motos. So even if the tyres do cool off, there's not actually that much rubber you have to reheat. So it's not as much of an issue. And again, the track temp won't be massively high because it's still quite early in the morning, but given the air temp around 20 degrees, you'd expect it to be around 25, 26. It was about perfect for Mini Moto conditions. So it's not a complete disaster for those guys out there. But looks like Hipwell comes in and the bike is pulled off the grid.
No.
And the bad luck for Oakley Hipwell continues. We hope to see if we'll be able to start this race. Lee Clowes is going to send them on their way as Hipwell stands at the side of the track. It is red lights on. We go racing with only 15 in the second race of the Rookies Cup. Good getaway for Astasic. But Brown with the inside isn't able to defend. Lovely sweeping move around the outside to take the lead from second on the grid as the rest of the riders make their way through the chicane for the first time. Again, doesn't look like we're going to be getting Oakley Hipwell in this one. So a DNF and a DNS. No, he is going to be able to get going at least. That is great for Oakley Hipwell. Even if it's going to be more of an unscheduled test session than a race for him, you got to think at least it's great he's getting out on the track. Through Iredales for the first time, lots of different lines able to be used through there. Astasic a little bit defensive going down the straight, maybe just trying to break the toe of the pole sitter Jensen Brown, but not under any pressure too much early doors in the race. Brown, he's a very patient rider. I think he's very happy just sitting in the tracks of that 76, just watching his opponent, figuring out what he can do to try and get back through. But Van Morris right behind him, 57. We know how quick he is, exploding into FAB-Racing last time out at Clay Pigeon and taking a race win on his birthday as well. So P3 finished P2 yesterday. Let's keep our eye on him. Lap 1 completed though. It's Astasic that leads.
Absolutely, Zach Astasic leading and setting the fastest lap on that previous lap on Jensen Brown, who obviously had the pole position, is wasn't able to defend it off the line, but as we say, great move. Oh, I say that. Has he got on the inside? Yes, he has, but I think Astasic is going to be able to get the switch back. Yes, he is. Oh, just no, he's not. Zach Astasic stays ahead. Coming into Iredales now. You want to keep quite a tight line here and a quick exit to be able to defend from whoever is behind you. The 171, Jensen Brown. In fact, Van Morris, number 57, the bike with the white helmet at the back of the shot there, is keeping pace with these front two riders. Only a second split these three. So Zach Astasic leads from Jensen Brown. Is Jensen Brown going to be able to take the lead? Actually, he's dropped back a little bit. Van Morris now, the 57, is planning some sort of attack on Jensen Brown into the final corner. Let's have a look. Oh, he's not too close enough on this occasion, but we've seen just in that last race actually that if you get a good exit out of the final corner, you can actually go side by side over the line, and sometimes that's all that you need. So Zach Astasic leads. Van Morris on the last lap, setting the fastest lap as well. Are they going to go side by side again? Yes, they are. But is Zach Astasic going? Oh, and there's contact. Oh, there's contact. That's Van Morris down. Van Morris is down in McRae's hairpin. Let's hope that he can get back on track immediately. I'd say he does like that corner, doesn't he, from yesterday and today, but that'll be Van Morris down and not potentially out of the race, but certainly out of contention for the lead or a podium. I believe that promotes the 25 of Logan Paisley up into the podium position. So already drama. We said in the AC40 Rookies there's always drama, and indeed there is again.
Yep, switch at the front then. Brown back into the lead after that incident. Looked like Astasic just tried to play it super defensive. Basically parked it on the apex coming through McRae's. I don't think Brown expected it. So we saw a bit of contact there as he tried to get out of the way, and then unfortunately for Van Morris, just nowhere for him to go. But great to see he was straight back up and on the bike. Played it smart as well, waiting for the other riders to come through. Already showing racing experience at such a young age. Hopefully the bike is still straight and not all out of whack. It looked okay to the eye as he got going once again. So it is once again Jensen Brown that leads. The 171 lost the lead going into turn 1 from pole, but after a small bit of contact, which I'm sure will get deemed a racing incident, it was to me anyway, he gets back into the lead of the race. But Astasic, we know he's feeling racy. We know he's fast here this weekend as well. Of course, the race 1 winner yesterday. Let's see what he's got in his locker. Let's see if he's able to try and work his way back through with 4.5 to go here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club.
Zach Astasic trying to make an attack now on Brown. Obviously that incident with Van Morris, I think it was actually Brown and Astasic, he just made a little bit of bump, and Van Morris just unfortunately sort of lost his balance just at the back of it, not expecting that incident to occur. But he's okay, he's still in this race, but he is now down quite a few positions now. I think is he in last place? I'm not too sure. Oh no, it's 13th. So the battle at the front, it's still only 0.2 of a second between these two riders. Zach Athasic trying to chase Jensen Brown, the 171 defending from the number 76, coming up to Iredale's now. Who is going to get the best exit here? Let's have a look. Zach Athasic sort of maybe needs to go a little bit wider and get a quicker exit, because if you can go side by side coming up to the S's, then you'll be able to take the lead, fingers crossed. Obviously, as we said earlier, we don't use the S's section, but that is the number 9 there of Caden Bailey and Reggie Watson, I think, having a bit of a get-together there. And Caden Bailey really late breaking there. It's a 98 of Reggie Watson, going to be able to do the switchback. Do you know what? I think that white line might have actually worked for the number... No, it hasn't, no. But it will be Reggie Watson that overtakes Caden Bailey. I think overtook, made the move on the last lap, but the number 9 not taking it, sitting down, as it were. Well, on a bike, I should say. And just behind these two, we can see there the pink bike. That is Savannah Polden, as well, sister of Daisy Polden, the 127 on that small bike there, with Keely Bailey just behind. This is the battle for 7th place. So Reggie Watson leads this battle from the number 9 of Caden Bailey, the pink bike and the pink suit of Savannah Polden, with Keely Bailey with the green and blue helmet and gold bearings and everything like that. So that is a battle for 10th place. Van Morris has actually moved his way up from 2 riders and is now P11.
Yeah, right on their tail as well, and he'll be looking to make his way through Bailey and Polden, and does so in one fair swoop, almost not quite. Looks like Polden was able to cut back across. Great to see Savannah and Keely doing so well, P9 and 10 respectively at the moment. Some of our fantastic young female riders. That is huge. 2 riders down after contact up into Iredale's. Great to see that Polden straight back up. Van Morris is second off of the day. That is a big one, and that could have been a lot worse as the bikes almost at their top speed into that section, but Polden is up and trying to rejoin the race. Looks like Morris trying to do the same as well. That is fantastic to see. A bit of the commentator's curse there, unfortunately, as I was talking about how well Polden and Bailey were doing, and it looks like Morris will be out of the race after a second incident. Yeah, you can see the handlebars are bent massively, it looks like. So that'll be a bit of a repair job for race number 3 later on. Athasic back into the lead at the front, the 76, now ahead of the 171 of Jensen Brown on the previous tour, with 1.5 roughly left to go. That is a real shame, both for Morris and Polden. Down and out of race number 2.
Absolutely, second incident at the race weekend as well. So whether that'll be a little bit of a controversial incident, we will see. But this is the 95 here. That's Casey Reeson having a battle with Oliver Cheeseman, I believe, just behind. And it's going to be very interesting. I think I might actually be with Logan Paisley, actually the 25 and the 95 together, both having a great battle. And now this is Zach Athasic and Jensen Brown. I think Zach Athasic got ahead of Jensen Brown a couple of laps ago. He has indeed. Crikey, we were so busy looking down the order, we missed the leaders swapping positions once again. Both of these riders back and forth, but it is the last lap. Another race filled with drama for the AC Rookies, but this is one last bit of drama to go. We have one more race this weekend for these, but who is going to win race 2? Zach Athasic, number 76, leads from the 171 of Jensen Brown. Is Brown got an answer for Athasic's amazing ride so far? Remember, he started P2 and managed to have an amazing sweeping move around the outside of turn 1 on that opening lap. Jensen Brown not able, I think he's dropping off actually, and it's a fantastic performance. Best lap time so far this race from Zach Athasic as well. Round the final corner, it's a brilliant drive from this young rider. Zach Athasic wins race 2 of the AC40 Rookies Cup. Second place from Jensen Brown and Logan Paisley. It looks like, I mean, there were only 2 tenths. Logan Paisley and Casey Reeson, who is going to come out on third in this race at 25. Oh, and there's a big crash in the final corner as well. I think the rider is straight back up as well. So Logan Paisley will take P3 in this race. And what an end to this race. This championship is filled with so much drama as well. Crikey Moses, as we see the final couple of riders come over the line. Wowee, what a race filled with drama again. Zach Athersit wins just by over a second from Jensen Brown in second place. Logan Paisley rounds out the podium with Casey Reeson in fourth place. Oliver Cheeseman on the 35 finishes P5 and William Skingle in P6. Reggie Watson in P7, Caden Bailey P8, P9 Keely Bailey, a top 10 finish for her, and Theo Tyler rounds out the top 10. P11 was the number 45 of Chase Carter. Savannah Polden, obviously with that incident with Van Morris as well, she continued after it but finished P12. Izzy Cook P13, Oscar Bond P14, and Van Morris and Oakley Hipwell both didn't finish that race. Wowee, 2 races for the AC Rookies and 2 quite controversial incidents, Ross. My word, what on earth is going to be in race 3?
Coming up now, it's the one that many people watching along are waiting for. It is race number 2 of the AC40 Inters. But of course, the big story of yesterday, Nelly Knuth. It feels cruel saying disastrous, but it's the only way I can describe it. Mechanical issues are miles off the pace for the 44. Coming into this round, joint in the championship lead with pole sitter Finlay Styles, who did take the victory. So now there is a bit of a gap brewing there, and Styles, for the first time in 2025, into the championship lead in this all-new class for this season. The Inters with the 12mm restrictor on the exhaust. So whatever issues are befalling Nelly Knuth, we'll have to wait and see if they've been solved. It was potentially mechanical issues that caused her to struggle in the last 2 races at Clay Pigeon a couple of weeks ago. And it seemed that more bad luck struck her yesterday. Sometimes the racing gods they giveth, and sometimes the racing gods they taketh away. She will start from P7, but we'll wait for the rest of the riders. Only a 7-rider grid here in the AC40 Inters, but a grid that is stacked full of top talent that may be making their way up to the Metra Kits, up to Avali's, and up maybe to the RNG British Talent Cup and beyond in a couple of years' time. Of course, this class brought to you by Britson Electrical Services, as there we see Nelly Knuth getting a last little chat there from her dad, just making sure everything's okay, reassuring, checking the bike's all straight, which it does appear to be, and a little bit of lean training as well, getting that knee out. Interesting that she's just warming up the legs before going into the race. And of course, we've been seeing lots of comments online. Again, Nelly Knuth, a bit of an international superstar. I know she gets a lot of love from the States. Talk about how well she's able to get her knee down at such a young age, and clearly she's got a bit of a training regime. Back to get going on our sighting lap then, and Alex, this one is all about what is going to happen to Nelly Knuth. Is she able to get over those issues coming through, or is it going to be Finlay Styles taking a victory once again?
Yes, that's what we are hearing as well, that the 119 Daisy Grayson may be missing from this grid, so we might only have a 6-bike grid. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I believe we only have 6 bikes on this grid so far. So yesterday, obviously Nelly Knuth not having the best of races, but if anything we know about Nelly Knuth, she's a fantastically talented rider, and if everything goes her way, hopefully race 2 is another race. Oh, as we see, quite a late send there just on this warm-up lap, trying to practice some race moves already. So Finlay Styles, number 19, he took the race 1 win yesterday. He starts on pole position. Austin Dilks alongside him on the 85 bike starts P2. Noah Barfoot starts P3 with Randy Carter alongside him. Daisy Grayson, we're hearing, may be missing from the grid, so P5 will be empty. Seth James lines up P6, and rounding out our bikes will be the number 44 of Nelly Knuth. Who are you supporting in this race? If it's Nelly Knuth, send us lots of comments, send her lots of love, and wish her good luck for this race, because if hopefully they have sorted the mechanical issues, she will be on a comeback ride like we've seen so many times before. So Finlay Styles on pole position behind the massive pole that we have on screen. Austin Dilks, as we can see on the right hand side, just getting a couple of words of advice, just getting comfy on that bike. Then just behind him, Randy Carter in P4. On the left hand side, just behind pole position, that's Noah Barfoot as well. P5, Daisy Grayson missing. Seth James in 6, and Nelly Knuth there at the back of the grid. The good thing is she doesn't have any bike in front of her, so as long as she gets a good start, she could be on a flyer. So let's have a look. The lights are on and the lights are out. Everyone seems to get a very good start. That is the number 19 Finlay Styles that keeps the lead of this race. Nelly Luke already making a position up to 5th place, obviously, with that gap from Daisy Grayson there. The number 19 defended from Austin Dilks in 2nd, going on the inside. But is the number 19 going to be able to get a run? No, he's not. Austin Dilks takes the lead on the first lap of this AC40 Inter Race 2. Coming into the hairpin of Iredale's now. Nelly Luke, is that one more position that she's taken? No, she's still in P5 and gaining on Randy Carter ahead. But the battle that we are focusing on right now is these two. Finley Styles in 2nd place, trying to chase Austin Dilks for the lead of this race. There she is, Nelly Luke, trying all that she can do. Look, she's already pulled quite a big gap already on Seth James ahead of her. So let's see what she can do in this race, Ross.
Yeah, up to P5 from the start. Good going there, but still a long way to go. It'll be 8 laps when they get to the line. Finley Styles, though, dropping down into P2. Austin Dilks, of course, the younger brother of reigning Mini GP 70s champion and reigning Extreme 200 champion Wilson Dilks. Clearly success and speed running in that family, and he'll hold the lead as well down into McRae, slightly wider on the exit. Bit of an earlier apex there from Dilks, but you can get away with it through that corner. Gives you a bit more momentum up that straight, and it is uphill that straight as well. It goes up quite a steep crest that you can't quite see from the cameras, so momentum very crucial there. Front two starting to break away from Barfoot and Randy Carter in P3 and 4, but Styles still all over the exhaust pipe of Austin Dilks. The 85 facing huge pressure and maybe a move into St John's potentially as the rest of the riders make their way through. It looks like no hold station for the time being. Nelly Luke running in no man's land at the moment, P5, and lapping a little bit off the pace, but she is still out there and running quicker than she was yesterday. Those mechanical issues seem to have subsided. We're being told Daisy Grayson has now joined the racetrack 2 laps down, so she will complete this race, but it's essentially a test session for her, maybe looking to get a result in race 3 later on today. Down into McRae's once again, still Dilks ahead of Styles, who looks to carry a lot of speed through the mid-corner, but that'll cost him on corner exit, so will stay second on the run-up to Iredale's. Once again, early apex through there, as there's the battle for 3rd and 4th place. Randy Carter has got in front of Noah Barfoot. Is that a run for Styles? It's certainly a look down into the bottom end of the track, but it comes to nothing. Styles is putting lots of pressure and gets a run as they go side by side through the S's section and does get in front. That's a lovely move, well executed, using the drive, the traction out of the corner, back to the lead for the 19.
I was going to say, Finley Styles had an amazing run out of Iredale's, which just absolutely complemented his run all the way down the back straight to the S's and gave him the lead of that race. So he just took a lot more speed through that right-hander as opposed to Austin Dilks. So Finley Styles setting the fastest lap of the race of 57.858 on that last lap. They got 2/10 between him and Austin Dilks, but he sends it to the inside, does Dilks. But it's the number 19 going to be able to get the switch back. They go side by side into Iredale's, and it's going to be the 85 that takes the lead from Finley Styles. What racing, wow! As we now see the number 19 Finley Styles getting a quicker run, trying to get the slipstream on the back of the 85. He pulls to the inside. Is it going to be enough? Not on this occasion, but Austin Dilks takes the lead once again. Another going to switch positions where they did last time. The number 85 now defending. Finley Styles now cuts to the inside of St John's. Oh, it's tight, but it's not close enough on this occasion. 85 now around the left-hand side. The number 19 dropping back at 1 or 2 tenths, coming into the final corner, trying to re-evaluate his race strategy here. He's just trying to send it and get a quicker run, and they go side by side of the line. It's turn 1, and the 85 still stays ahead, coming through the left-hander now. The right-hander, we got a little bit of back marker traffic, not too sure which rider that is. One goes to the inside, one is stuck behind, and that's the 85 of Austin Dilks, who still remains in the lead. The number 19 Finley Styles getting a little bit held up there, coming on the exit of McRae's, now coming into Iredale's. The 85 having a brilliant run. Let's see where they can go here, as the 19 got the pace to go on the inside or the outside. Let's have a look going into the SCs, and it's going to be the 85 that still stays ahead, but this is where they like overtake him.
Yes, Styles held up there. That was Daisy Grayson, the 119, 2 laps down, of course, after not making the start of this race. Styles, big look to the inside there at St John's. Dilks, I think, made a mistake. That wasn't intentionally leaving the door open. That's not really a place you can make a move, but that certainly is into the final corner. Paddock Ben beckons, and that is a wonderful move from Finley Styles. Back in front once again, these two trading places like it's going out of fashion here in race 2 at Rowrah in the Britain Electrical Services AC40 Inters. The 19 leads once again. The race 1 winner, the pole sitter, is facing huge pressure from Austin Dilks behind, and neither of these two giving each other an inch. It's aggressive racing, but so respectful, and these opponents knowing exactly what each other are going to do out on the racetrack. It's not so much a game of chess, it's just having fun, even racing for a win out there. 3.5 to go here in race number 2 at Rowrah, and these guys are lighting up the Lake District down into St John's. Once again, Sunny Bend, anything for Dilks maybe on this occasion? No, but he does close in the accordion effects just though. Not really gaining any pace. Paddock Bend, Styles will be too far ahead with 3 to go. Has Dilks got anything left, or has Finley Styles just turned up the wick and got that little something extra?
Going over the line there, we're now looking at Nelly Newth. She's still in 5th place, but it has gained 2 positions from her starting position. So she is still on the hunt for a Noah Barfoot ahead. I think it's about 6 seconds the gap, so maybe mechanical issues still plaguing that number 44 bike. But we've still got one more race in race 3, but I don't want it to end yet, because this battle between Finley Styles and Austin Dilks is sensational. The number 19 now defending on Austin Dilks, but both of them are going to know this is where the overtaking spot is for the both of them. The 85 now trying to take a tighter line, coming on the exit of the S's. The number 19 defending, putting his bike in the middle of the track, but is the 85 going to be able to take more speed on the exit of St John's? Let's have a look. They both put the throttle on. The number 19 picks up the throttle nice and early, coming through the final corner now of Paddock Bend to start. 2 laps to go and start the penultimate lap of this race. Is that all that Austin Dilks has, or has Finley Styles, as we say, turned up the wick? Or is Austin Dilks maybe starting to feel a little bit of tyre wear or a little bit of tyre overheating, because these two are pushing like there's no tomorrow? I say that the number 85 goes on the inside and goes very wide. The number 19 will get the switch back. They go side by side. The 19 keeps the lead on this occasion. Coming into Iredale's now. This is where Austin Dilks can get a very good run out, and potentially, the number 19 had a very good run out of Iredale's there. Coming now into the S's. This is Styles, Finley Styles on the number 19 on the white bike. Behind is Austin Dilks in the blue bike, fighting for the win on this occasion. There we go. The number 19 ahead on the left-hand side of our shot, being chased by Austin Dilks. Now through the left-hander. We've got 1 lap to go in this race. 1 lap, all or nothing. Is Austin going to be able to finish ahead of Finley Styles? Let's have a look. So, last lap, here we go. Finley Styles now coming through turn 1 and turn 2 very nicely. Austin Dilks trying to chase and follow through. Is he going to be able to get a run into this corner here, which is McRae's, a 180-degree hairpin bend? Finley Styles manages to have a very good defensive line in there. Does Austin Dilks have the pace? This is the corner that could potentially win him the race. A very quick exit is needed, and it looks like Finley Styles has got that. It looks like Austin Dilks dropping maybe 3 tenths back on this lap. Number 19 now through the S's, followed by the 85. This is where the overtaking was happened, but has Finley Styles just pulled a little bit of a gap? Yes, he has, on the back of Austin Dilks. Going through St John's now, the right-hander, the left-hander, and it's been a miraculous race for both of these incredible riders. Finley Styles comes round the final corner, and I think, yes, he is going to take the win and win race 2 of the AC40 Inter Championship. Closely followed, half a second behind, by Austin Dilks. And it looks like number 69 of Randy Carter will round out the podium. Noah Barfoot in P4, and just waiting for Nelly Newth to come round and go over the line and take 5th place. So still maybe mechanical issues haunting that number 44 bike. But we've got one more race ahead of us later today. Finley Styles wins the race ahead of Austin Dilks in 2nd and Randy Carter in P3. Then P4, Noah Barfoot and Nelly Newth in P5, Seth James in P6 and Daisy Grayson in P7, a couple of laps behind. A brilliant race there.
The senior Mini Moto race number 2 awaits us on Sunday morning here in Cumbria, and it is a race where everything is up in the air as mechanical issues led to some crazy drama in race number 1, with Keaton Payne taking his first senior Mini Moto win since Three Sisters last year. Matt Burkin pole sitter. Engine went bang once again. Luckily, his brother Josh is here, not racing this weekend, but he did have a couple of parts with him, so he spent last night bolting Josh's engine into his bike. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to give him any luck. But Keaton Payne, as I said, race 1 winner, but it wasn't just handed to me that he was looking very pacey. But the number 1 on Matt Burkin, new motor underneath him. He's added the word maestro to his number 1 plate as well, again, just to rub it further into his brother. So we'll wait and see how he's going to be able to do. Holly Harris as well, a fantastic finish yesterday. P2 for her best result in the senior Mini Motos in a long time. So a huge congratulations to her. But we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold as the riders make their way down to the grid. A big grid here, 13 senior Mini Motos joining us this weekend. And the seniors at Rowrah, it's always one to keep your eye on. And especially with the drama that was yesterday. There we see the front row, Matt Burkin, Keaton Payne, having a little chat on the grid. Of course, these guys, best of friends off the racetrack, but when the lights go out, it's all visors down and all focus. It is Burkin, the reigning champ, the championship leader. He starts from pole. Race 1 winner, Keaton Payne alongside. Reece Gentry, another one of our mechanical failures yesterday. From P2 he was at the time.
Oh!
He starts P3. There's 2 riders down.
Oh, wow.
At the chicane. They haven't even made it through one corner on the sighting lap. Guys, come on, there's 4 of them involved. There's Nick Bennett, you can see on the 711. The 85 of Chris Yeomans, he's starting from P6. That looks to be the 99, I believe, of Carrie Eldridge. Yes, it is. And someone else maybe not even raking the start. I think that might be Rob Gentry, potentially. No, it's Lamar Morgan. Oh, what a shame for the 216. Lamar Morgan, he's going through so much at the moment. We know his personal struggles, and now the struggles translating to the racetrack, down and out of race 2 before it even starts anyway. So Lamar Morgan was set to start 9th. Hopefully he's able to join the grid, but we'll go once again. Gentry, again, mechanical issues in race 1. He starts P3. Holly Harris starts P4. Row 3, George Rennicks and Chris Yeomans. Callum White, the other Birkin boy, is 7th with Harvey Jeremy, P8. Lamar Morgan would be starting P9. Gary Eldridge rounding out the top 10. Rob Gentry is 11th with Steve Johns 12th, and Jerome Richards 13th. Alex, if they can't even make it through one corner on a sighting lap, how are they going to make it 9 or so laps in the race?
Honestly, I've not a clue. Senior Mini Motors again yesterday provided some of the best action as well. Obviously, Holly Harris moving up from 4th to get a brilliant 2nd place and defending from Chris Yeomans as well. I can't ever say I've seen that before, a crash coming out of turn 1 on the warm-up lap.
I think I have in the senior Mini Motos before,
Well, there we go. That just shows it that this is a championship filled with drama already. Getting ready to go racing again for race 2 of the senior Mini Motors. Some of these riders, if they didn't have any bad luck, they would have no luck at all, sadly. But there, Mr. Maestro himself, changing numbers from the number 5 to the number 1. Thank you very much from us here in the commentary box. Making life a bit more difficult there, but thank you. And we are getting ready to go underway. I think the final couple of bikes are maybe coming up to the grid. Obviously, a few of the bikes. There we go. We're just having a sweep from everything that happened in turn 1 there. Just before we go racing, we can see the marshals just getting the final bits of bodywork, trying to not give any penalties. The thumbs up is given, so here we go. The flag will point to the lights. We're a couple of riders down here, there and everywhere, but it's okay. So, who's going to get the best start? Is it going to be Matt Burkin or Keaton Payne? We're underway, and it's Keaton Payne that has a brilliant start and takes the lead away from number 1 of Matt Burkin. Remember, new engine in that bike, and I think that's Reece Gentry, followed by Holly Harris. I think Holly Harris might have even got into 3rd place already off of the line, so a brilliant weekend for her so far. Matt Burkin, obviously, yesterday having that puncture, as also not even finishing the first race, but he is keen to make that a different story in today's race. The number 12, Keaton Payne, leading. Matt Burkin, Holly Harris in 3rd, Chris Yeomans and George Rennicks as well going over the line. So already Keaton Payne, the number 12, making a few tenths between him and Matt Burkin there. Yeah, you can already see there's quite a big gap there opening up. And in fact, Holly Harris is actually on the back of Matt Burkin as we come round St John's to finish our first lap.
It looks like Reece Gentry actually didn't make it onto the grid, so problems potentially for the number 100. So Holly Harris was starting alone on the third row, but has held it to her own and keeps that P3. Payne, though, leads after lap 1. Burkin holding his tail, only 5 tenths between him. Even if Burkin doesn't win, I think he'd still prefer to finish the race rather than DNF, but already maybe starting to size up his opponent. Of course, when you stick a new engine in the bike, especially one that your brother uses, different engines, you know, have a bit of different tuning to it, you've got to think about how does this affect the bike? Is there any changes to what I normally run? So it might take Burkin maybe a couple of laps to get up to speed. Of course, they did have a warm-up session this morning, but track temps have changed. The temperature much hotter now. We're looking at 20 degrees already this morning, and it's not even 11 o'clock here in the UK. So how does that affect the machinery underneath you? Payne and Burkin starting to pull away from Harris herself with a nice healthy gap ahead of George Rennicks. And those guys just continue to push onwards. Chris Yeomans, after that crash on the sighting lap, he's still managed to get up into P5 from P6. Was running at P4, I believe. Got in front of Rennicks at one point, but start now running P5. So great to see that the bike is still all straight and okay after coming off before they'd even made it through the opening couple of corners before the red lights even went out. As I say that's Nick Bennett. What a shame for the 711. Pulls into pit lane. The light bike looks like it has cut out. A real shame for him. Hopefully he might be able to rejoin, but I think that could be curtains for the 711. We'll push onwards anyway. 7 laps left to go. It's Payne, Burkin, Harris, your top 3.
Yeah, certainly no luck for Nick Bennett, obviously involved in that, well, I can't even say lap 1 incident, but that pre-race incident as well, so no luck for him in this race as well. But Matt Burkin and Keaton Payne both pulling away from Holly Harris. Here she is on the number 15 bike. A great result yesterday. Obviously qualified P4 and now up into P3. She got that P2 yesterday, so she's on an incredible run of form this weekend, which is brilliant to see. So Keaton Payne is currently leading with the fastest lap so far. Matt Burkin just behind at 2.9 seconds is the gap between Matt Burkin and Keaton Payne. So maybe something's happened to Matt Burkin there, because he was right on the back of Keaton Payne, but now 3 seconds adrift from the number 12 to the number 1, and in fact dropping into the hands of Holly Harris as well. So maybe Matt Burkin has a problem, not sure. But this is P5, 6 and 7. Chris Yeomans ahead of the 45 of Harvey Jeremy, and Callum White just behind on the 322. That is the 85 trying to defend from Harvey Jeremy, going to the outside, the number 45. The 85 takes a very good line, but is the 45 going to be able to pull back in? No, he's not on this occasion. But while these two are battling, the 322 of Callum White is on the back. Oh, that's Matt Burkin again! That's Matt Burkin! No way! I knew something was wrong when I saw the 3-second gap dropping down, and he's got another issue, potentially engine related. Obviously we said he's got a new engine that he installed overnight, but that has dropped him right down the order. That's Holly Harris back in second place again, but something just not going the way of Matt Burkin this week, and no idea what's going on. He's dropped all the way down to 7th place. What on earth? He had pole position. I don't know what is going on with that bike this weekend, but unfortunately it's not bringing him any luck. Maybe it's because he switched to number 1 this weekend. Who knows? Maybe he needs to put number 5 back on his bike and he'll be good as golden. That is where he retired yesterday, just coming out of there. But this is the battle between Holly Harris and George Rennicks. Now, who is going to come out on top with these two riders?
Rennicks now in the contention for not just a podium, but a second place. He'll be desperate to get up there and improve his finish from yesterday, and I believe making the first podium of the season as well. Well, that takes all of the pressure and then some off of race leader Keaton Payne. Harris, though, doing well to hold on to that P2 at the moment as they continue to push around. 4 laps left to run then for these guys. Matt Burkin is still going round. Whether it was a temporary issue, knowing Matt Burkin, he may well have let people through because it was a bit bored, but the pace says otherwise, definitely. We saw him checking down on the bike as well, glancing down, seeing what was going on. So to me, that speaks, there's another problem, either with the bike, potentially the rider, maybe he just hasn't got it in him anymore. Who knows? But here we see the battle, 4P4, Yeoman still ahead of Jeremy and the other Burkin boy, Callum White, in P6. A little bit further back, the 322, just watching along patiently, probably hoping these two crash into each other. That's a potential move. And was almost a crash there, actually. Let's not try and do that, guys. Come on. Good look, though, there from Harvey Jeremy. Saw the inside was open, but didn't commit to it either. Just saw that it was there, looked, then saw that Yeomans was sweeping back across, just got off the throttle. Smart racing. Sometimes you just have to settle with what you got for the time being and keep pushing onwards. So as they'll continue to make their way round that 45, will keep hot on the tail. 3 laps left to go. Keaton Payne now leads by 9.5 seconds ahead of Holly Harris. Herself locked in a big battle for second place. There goes Harvey Jeremy on Chris Yeomans. Gets the momentum, but nearly loses the rear. Somehow stays on the bike. Marquez-esque on that Mini Moto machine. And he will drop behind Callum White. But what a save that was as the rear stepped out from underneath him on corner entry. Shows just how hard these guys are pushing.
Yeah, I mean, while you were looking at these battles, I was looking at the battle of Holly Harris and George Rennicks, literally. Here we go. 1.5 tenths in it so far, so much pressure from George Rennicks on the back of Holly Harris. We have 3 laps to go. Is she going to be able to hold on for second place in this race? Even if she doesn't, she's had a fantastic run of form and still gained positions in this race. So coming around the final corner now, going over the line, George Rennicks chasing Holly Harris. The gap has dropped back by about 1/10 of a second, 0.245 of a second. Coming through turn 1, turn 2 now, we've got a little bit of a straight here. This is usually where the switchback can happen. Holly Harris takes a nice tight line, but it looks like George Rennicks might get the switch back. They go side by side down into Iredales. I think there's quite a big weight advantage here in the way of Holly Harris as well. But let's see who has got the better top speed. Obviously Holly Harris a little bit lighter than George Rennicks, which will be able to benefit her. So George Rennicks coming around all the S's there, a little bit of a bump there from Holly Harris, but she's managing to stay ahead of George Rennicks so far.
Yeah, great riding there from Holly Harris. Rennicks with the clear visor though, you can see through his eyes, see how hard he's concentrating. And you saw him glancing over Holly Harris. I think he's a bit frustrated at just how fast she is this weekend, but up the front now with a gap of, they still haven't crossed line. Now they have 12.1 seconds. The ride of a lifetime from Keaton Payne. Yes, that challenge from Matt Burkin faded with his issue. Burkin now down to P8. But man, oh man, Payne has just been untouchable so far this weekend with half a lap left to run. Again, clear visor for that number 12 as he makes his way through. You can still see he knows the end is near, but that commitment, that focus, that is what defines a great racer as he makes his way through the final couple of corners. If you spoke to him at Clay Pigeon and said, when we head to Rowrah, you're not going to win not 1 race, but 2, he'd laugh at you. But look at him now. The hat-trick potentially beckons Keaton Payne. 2 out of 2 here at Rowrah. And what a story we have forming on our hands. It's been a dominant weekend so far from an unlikely suspect. And Keaton Payne is back on top once again. Harris will make it a second P2 in a row. Holds off George Rennicks and does it well defending. But Rennicks himself a fine ride into P3. But there's only one man we can talk about today, and it is that man right there, only 18 years old, and giving it to the best of the best in Mini Moto in Britain. Keaton Payne is on top once again here at Rowrah.
Fantastic racing from all of these riders as well. Keaton Payne, the number 12, taking a fantastic win by 13 seconds. Brilliant win there for Keaton Payne. And Holly Harris, another fantastic podium from 4th position. She makes her way to 2nd place with George Rennicks taking off P3 as well, only by 3/10 over the line. Chris Yeomans takes P4 with the 45 of Harvey Jeremy with that big snap going into one of the chicanes in P5. Callum White in P6, Gary Eldridge in P7, Matt Burkin, unfortunate finish P8 for him. P9 goes away of Rob Gentry, and rounding out the top 10 is Jerome Richards, and Nick Bennett unfortunately did not finish this race after issues on the first lap and going through in a couple, well, going through and obviously having a bit more of a moment as well. But one more race to go for these senior mini motos. We have race 2 of the Mini GP50R class now. Now, this is incredible. We have 21 riders on this grid, and these are obviously a lot bigger than some of the other bikes that we have seen as well, and this produced some fantastic, amazing racing yesterday. So I'm only expecting some more brilliant racing ahead of us.
Should be fantastic to watch as they make their way down to the grid. We'll keep our eye on second place, Mason Fredericks. He slid off from second late in the race yesterday down at Sunny Bend, was absolutely distraught, and I think quite angry at himself as well, but he's okay. The Avali machinery underneath him looks okay as well, so we'll see if the pace is still there or maybe a bit of a knock to the confidence of the number 5. Of course, this Mini GP50R class new for this year here at FAB-Racing. Open to upgraded Metrokit Mini GP50s with a larger carburettor on them, or Avali 140 and 160 machinery as well. So if you are at home watching along, you've got one of those 4-stroke Avalis and you fancy giving FAB-Racing a go, head on over to the FAB-Racing website, find out how you can pit yourself against some of the best Mini GP riders in the country. The riders on the grid then, Alex. Let's have a little run through the grid in a moment. Looks like there's a few checks further back. A couple of riders missing as well. I can see that looks to be, I think maybe Caelan Ratcliffe isn't there, Fancy? Yeah, Caelan Ratcliffe I'm not seeing. Oh no, he is there. He's just hiding behind Rex Austin, actually. So I think we're okay. I think everyone's just at the angle they're at. You just actually can't see him. So maybe we do have full grid. Maybe I'm just struggling with my vision a little bit. As we get going on sighting, Alex, let's have a look at the grid.
Indeed. So P1 is Super Seb as always. Number 64, Sebastian Kozlowski on the left-hand side. In pole position, Mason Frederick in P2. Frankie Watson onto the second row of the grid, starts P3 alongside Bradley Curtis in P4. Tommy Keats starts P5 alongside Rex Austin in P6. Josh Perkins starts P7 alongside Caelan Ratcliffe, hiding behind Rex Austin there in P8. Emilio Pereira returning. He starts in P9, and round out the top 10, Jensen Ansell. We've got Riley Paisley in 11th alongside Carter Spinks. Kai Hawke on the 7th row of the grid alongside Bo Morris. Max Johnson in P15 with Daisy Polden, obviously bigger sister to Savannah. Savannah Polden in P16. Austin Dilts in P17. Daniel Tanson in P18. 10th row of the grid is Harry James and Claudia Dudman. And rounding out our 21 riders is the 111 of Callum Maxwell.
Fascinating race. This is a track that seems to prefer the 4-stroke motors a little bit better than the 2-strokes, opposite of what we saw at Clay Pigeon, where it was very much 2-stroke territory. But it must be said, Kozlowski on that 2-stroke Metrokit, still rapid as always and taking the win in race 1 yesterday. Can't win the championship here this weekend anymore. It's now mathematically impossible for him to do so, but he'll want to give himself as big of an advantage possible so that when we head to the next round of Three Sisters, he may already have one hand on the trophy. Little nod there from Frederick, maybe a few words being had with Flag Marshal Lee Klaas as we wait for this massive grid to sort itself out. Kozlowski testing the biting point on the clutch there, seems confident. We know he starts fast, but Frederick as well, quick to get away from the lights. Flag Marshal Lee Klaus will point to the lights and send them on their way for race 2. It is lights out and we are on the way. Great start there from Kozlowski. Watson away as well. Looks like Frederick was challenging down into the chicane, but has to settle for second place and hold that position early doors on the opening lap of the race. Kozlowski defensive into McRae's and using the rear brake as well. We saw a bit of wobble there, but will hold that place, and then the 2-stroke power at the top end of the go bike. You can't let Kozlowski get away after a couple of laps, because as soon as he gets comfortable, as soon as the bike comes underneath him and he starts going, he just disappears.
Absolutely. Championship leader on, coming into this round, 257 points from Frankie Watson on 179. So he really is a dominant rider, as we've seen all of them. Look at that, that looks amazing coming through turn 1. That change of direction as well looks brilliant on these GP50Rs. The 64 leads from Mason Frederick, setting the fastest lap on that first lap. And we've got these 2 types of the bikes as well. As always, see Mason Frederick trying to get a good run, and Kozlowski cutting to the inside now at the top. Oh, it is close, but no cigar for Mason Frederick. Yeah, we've got 2 types of bikes here. We've got the Metrokit, which is the 4-stroke bike, and the Avalis, which are the 2-stroke bikes as well. So you can see the 4-stroke bikes have got a much deeper sound. You can hear one going by there as well, and the 2-strokes are a lot sort of whinier and higher pitch as well. But both of them are very, very quick bikes. So Mason Frederick is trying to chase Sebastian Kozlowski, constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap now. Bradley Curtis in third, just behind there in short, and Frankie Watson there as well. But it's going to be a very tight line for Kozlowski, but it's actually worked out very well for him. Can any of these we've seen that is the number 30 going by the 22 even. So that's Josh Perkins getting past Jensen Ansel there. A brilliant move there on these 180-degree corners, as we're now seeing a battle for the lead. Mason Frederick takes the lead away from Kozlowski. Is Kozlowski going to try and challenge? No. Frederick just manages to cut him off, coming through the S's section there. Frederick coming through St. John's now. Kozlowski certainly not far behind, coming into the final corner now. Is Kozlowski going to be able to get a better run on the exit? Let's have a look. Are they going to go side by side? Yes, they do, but I think Frederick is just a little bit too far ahead for Kozlowski to make a move.
Nice stuff there from Frederick. Yes, textbook move, but you could see him setting it up for about half a lap. He was waiting patiently and playing the game, and that's why he's now leading. Kozlowski unable to immediately respond as Frederick nearly unseats himself as he got on the throttle, still on the bike, using that rear brake. You can see the rear moving around underneath them. These guys pushing so hard. Fastest lap last time for Frederick, a 51 dead. That is absolutely rapid, because Kozlowski's best lap time, as he gets a bit wide, only half a tenth of a second away. And Kozlowski's still pushing very hard, but still yet to work out where the best place to make the move. Of course, the Hunt head has now become the Hunt turn. They switch roles, and you can tell how hard Kozlowski's pushing, using all of the racetrack and then some, almost onto the grass and taking the motocross line. Of course, wouldn't recommend that on a Metric Kit Mini GP50, but what do I know? I'm not the one on these things at the moment. Bradley Curtis up into third place ahead of Frankie Watson. Those guys have swapped position up the inside. There goes Kozlowski, but the up and under potentially from Frederick. No. Yes, there we go. The drive then kicking him, but Kozlowski does have the inside line as they're going to be together once again. Metrikit against Avali, 2-stroke against 4-stroke. Kozlowski and Frederick still side by side.
Wow.
But Frederick the same move once again, dropping back briefly. But Kozlowski was never able to confirm that position. Frederick holds the lead.
He does indeed, but I don't know how long for, because Kozlowski's right on the rear tyre of him. Look at that, almost going wheel to wheel, as we say, almost taking the motocross line on the exit there. There's barely any millimetres of track that these two aren't running on for now. Kozlowski, it seems, going on the inside of turn one. No, not on this occasion. It'll be Frederick that keeps the lead. Bradley Curtis setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap of a 51.014, so close to break it into the 50s, as we've seen a couple of riders coming through turn one now, sweeping to the right, sweeping to the left, and sweeping to the right again. We've got a big battle here. The 22 of Jensen Ansel being chased by Riley Paisley and Tommy Keats there as well. We can see Emilio Pereira just ahead of him as well. Emilio Pereira getting by Jensen Ansel on that last lap, and Riley Paisley getting ahead of the number 8 of Tommy Keats as well. As we're seeing these four bikers battle for his position. Emilio Pereira just at the head of this battle. This is the 22 versus the number 17 here. Jensen Ansel versus Riley Paisley, and there isn't a millimetre of track that these bikes even aren't touching, I should say. So, coming through the left-hander now, this battle of four bikes. Number 8 of Tommy Keats coming round the final corner now, trying to chase this battle just ahead of them. A tenth of a second is between Frederick and Kozlowski for the lead. I say that as I think that's them as well that we're looking at. Going on the inside. Wowie, that was tight. Kozlowski takes the lead from Frederick coming up onto the back straight. Frederick is not going to take that easily. Coming through the right-hander of the S's now. Kozlowski, both of them coming up to lap traffic now. Oh, it's going to be tight. Kozlowski gets by, so does Frederick, nice and easily. Coming through St. John's now. Nice 90-degree right, 90-degree left here. The bike does unseat coming into that corner, but it hasn't caught anyone out so far this weekend. So Kozlowski leads from Frederick with only 4 laps to go.
Lorenzo and Rossi, eat your heart out. What a battle for the lead we are bearing witness to here in the Lake District. Kozlowski, slight advantage now over Mason Frederick, as that back marker, I think, held the number 5 up a little bit. Of course, have to go around the outside, down into St. John's, where the track rises, then drops, and then suddenly compresses as you get on the brakes. It is a tricky part of the race circuit. There we see the 22, Jensen Ansel. He's down to pieces and drops the
22,
rear.
Jensen Ansel
Goes down into the hairpin, straight back up onto his feet. Oh, it looks like he may have knocked his knee a little bit. A bit of a limp going on there. Hopefully Jensen Ansel's okay, but he is up. That is the most important thing, but it looks like he may be out of the race. That will mean the pressure is off Riley Paisley, who had just got through him for P9. Maybe Tommy Keats, who's now P10, can try and close in. 3 to go. Gazlowski is still in front. Fedric, though, fastest lap last time, but only by 100th of a second. They're now lapping in the 50.8. They're a second quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. These guys are riding at the very edge of what is possible.
They are indeed. Gazlowski holding that lead from Mason Frederick. 3 laps to go. Well, 2.5 at this point. Frederick looks to the outside, but Gazlowski got a good run out of Iredale's there. Through the right-hander, coming up to a little bit more of back marker traffic. Is that going to affect Gazlowski? Looks like the back marker has gone to the outside. Gazlowski's through. Frederick is through, just coming through the right-hander of St. John's, and now the left-hander so Frederick trying to chase Gazlowski now, as we said. Both of them only about 100th of a second difference on that last lap, because Gazlowski has put a little bit of a lead, just 0.4 of a second now. I say that, it's the biggest gap we've seen all races. It's still not that much between Gazlowski and Frederick. Curtis is in P3, Frankie Watson P4, Rex Austin P5. Is a wide line there for Gazlowski, but it's working very, very well for him. Frederick trying to maybe try different lines now and take a little bit more speed coming into certain corners, but Gazlowski seems to do what Gazlowski loves to do, which is just pull away and show absolute domination. I think now maybe Gazlowski has got into a rhythm. Frederick maybe not necessarily able to keep up, or maybe Frederick is just backing off a little bit until the last lap, where he's going to be able to send it and make a challenge for the lead. Obviously yesterday Gazlowski won the race, as he so often does, winning 2 out of 3 races last time out at Clay Pigeon, and winning all 3 at Hooton Park as well. But I say that, Frederick and Gazlowski together again with back marker traffic. Oh, it's almost 3 wide coming in to the hairpin there, but now this is perfect for Frederick, exactly what he needs to come into Iredale's here. It's going to be side by side with the back marker. They both get through cleanly, but this is not what Gazlowski needs on the last lap of this race. Frederick coming through the right-hander now. Gazlowski needs to put the throttle on, and who is going to win between Frederick and Gazlowski? I don't know, but it's going to be very tight.
Gazlowski working so hard. You can see how much the bike hunkers down when he gets on the brakes. Paddock Ben beckons, 1 turn to go. Can Frederick make a miracle happen? Will the racing gods smile? No, they will not. Sebastian Gazlowski, you can see how much he's earned that one. He will take race 2. But man, oh man, a battle for the ages. Rowrah has gifted us something special, and the 2 riders know what they've just put on display. Respect shown, and I'm sure big smiles underneath the helmets, even though Frederick came up slightly short. What a race we have just seen. Sebastian Gazlowski takes the victory in race 2. Frederick still celebrating that second place. He's delighted with that result, with Bradley Curtis bringing it home in P3. Frankie Watson was 4th with Rex Austin P5, Caelan Ratcliffe 6th, Josh Perkins 7th, Emilio Pereira P8, Riley Paisley 9th, and Carter Spinks in P10. Bo Morris was 11th with Max Johnson following, Kai Hawken 13th, Daisy Polden 14th, Austin Dilks 15th, and a few other riders out there as well. Daniel Tant 16th, Harry James 17th, Callum Maxwell 18th, Claudia Dubman 19th. Unfortunately, we lost Jensen Ansel, as you saw. Looks like we lost Tommy Keats on the 8 as well. That was very early doors. Didn't see that one happening. Believe that may have been a slight mechanical issue there for him. But wow, Sebastian Gazlowski takes it 2 from 2, but he had to work that one, potentially the hardest that boy has worked in a while, because Frederick, trying to make up for that mistake in race 1 that left him down and out, was all over the back of him, and on any other day that could have gone another way.
Indeed, it was a great race between these 21 riders, so it's fantastic.
Oh, is that someone coming to a stop there, trying to come up the pit lane? Not quite sure who that is. That could potentially... well, we'll move on. Oh, it is Gazlowski. Yeah, Gazlowski's come to a stop. Well, they've got a little bit of time for race 3, so hopefully they can get that fixed. Time for our next race, race number 2 in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200, and of course it's Wilson Dilks from pole. It's not even worth putting money on. That's how much that likelihood it is of that boy winning this race. after we saw his younger brother Austin putting on a display earlier on this morning. But he still had a bit of pressure yesterday. The likes of Harrison Day, Travis Shaw, Logan Cousins getting involved, and some great racing action to enjoy as well. So plenty to look forward to in this one. Harrison Day, of course, the current Extreme 200 Championship leader. Wilson Dilks, the reigning Extreme 200 champion. So it's all to play for here as we go into race number 2. It's been a fantastic day of motorsport here at Rowrah in the Lake District so far. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world, whether it be on the FAB-Racing official YouTube channel or now live on TikTok on Motorsport Radio as well. Head over there to see short clips and painful videos of me dancing that I was forced to do after breakfast this morning. The riders then making their way down to the grid before they get going on their sighting lap. 10 riders should be joining us for this second race in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 class. Used to be known as the Pit Bike Open class because that's what it was. Nowadays, it's pretty much dominated by GP-style bikes after the regulations were tweaked a couple of years ago. But you do still get a variety of machinery out on track, which does make it oh so exciting. There you see Wilson Dilks, the pole sitter. Of course, brought with alongside him Danny Webb's GP camp. That helps many a young rider here in the Fab Paddock. Let's go through the grid then. It's Dilks on pole, Day alongside with Travis Shaw third, Logan Cousins P4. Matthew Thomas starts in P5. He's had a massive weekend so far. Let's see if he can do well in this one with Leo Soliu starting 6th. Harris Watson is 7th alongside Isabel Wingate with Taylor Davis 9th and Howard Taylor in P10. So a short grid, but one that's sure to bring us lots of action. Great to see Isabel Wingate out there once again as well. I saw a quick stat that was sent to me yesterday by Lauren, who runs the House of Moto, of course, in partnership with FAB-Racing, the House of Moto all-female rider cup that we have. This weekend, we have a female rider in every single class apart from the 70s, which is a phenomenal stat. And it's great to see that female participation is continuing to grow here at FAB-Racing. And that we're continuing to get more and more girls getting onto a bike and getting out there and showing us what they can do. So that is fantastic. But of course, it's going to be all eyes on the front, Alex. Wilson Dilks, the clear favourite, but maybe Harrison Day can put him under some pressure.
Yeah, Wilson Dilks winning race 1 yesterday with Harrison Day in second place, and a great weekend, as we said, for Matthew Thomas on the Welsh looking bike that you can just see in the middle of your screen there. It's got the red dragon on the side, the green rims, and being sponsored by Next Helmets as well for himself. So a great partnership for him. And let's see if he can get another podium just like he did in race 1. So Wilson Dilks on pole, Harrison Day in the bright pink bike. You cannot miss him on the right hand side. Wilson Dilks getting a little bit of a push back there.
Boys,
Harrison Day
as well.
Getting pushed back as well. Both of them trying to get millimetres of advantage on each other. So it's going to be put to the lights, and it's lights out and go. Wilson Dilks, a brilliant start there, and we're seeing Logan Cousins on the side of Harrison Day. A great start for him, overtaking Harrison Day almost immediately off the line. A great start for him as Wilson Dilks pulls away from P2 of Logan Cousins. Logan Cousins on an absolutely brilliant hot start today. Harrison Day in second there. We can see a couple of other riders, Travis Shaw and Matthew Thomas, having a battle there as well. Travis Shaw ahead of Thomas as we come round through the S's at the back of the circuit. It's a really cool racetrack here, as you can see, just come around St John's here. The bike sometimes does let's go a bit light on the front of the bike coming around that corner as we finish lap 1. Wilson Dilks leads from Logan Cousins and Harrison Day in third.
Yeah, the lights went out really quickly at the start of this race, and Harrison Day, I just don't think was ready for it, so that's why he got away a little bit slowly, and it allowed Logan Cousins to slide through. Matthew Thomas trying to give it a go, and Travis Shaw, bike moving underneath him, gets underneath the up and under maybe for Shaw. Problem there for Shaw potentially. There was a wave of the hand and he was slow out of the corner. Now, was that a what are you doing, mate, or there was potentially an issue with the bike or a missed gear, because he got back going once again. Bizarre there for Travis Shaw, down to P5 on the number 4 machine. Matthew Thomas, a race winner here already this weekend. He moves forward and up into 4th place, so plenty to play for. Looking at those guys moving forward, and Thomas. Again, a lot of pace. Winner of the Mini GP 70 race number 1 yesterday. As you can see, Logan Cousins there, the bike moving underneath him. It's not necessarily bumpy here at Rowrah, but just so much undulation. And to be fast here, the bike is just got to move underneath you. You've got to let it move. You've got to be confident that the bike is going to stay on its wheels as you make your way through. I tell you what as well, Cousins and Dave still very much within touching distance of Wilson Dilks at the moment.
Absolutely. I think it's only about 8/10, 9/10 of a second between all three of them on the podium. Logan Cousins setting the fastest lap on that last lap of a 48.629. Wilson Dilks, obviously, as we just see there, leading, but Harrison Day 4/10 behind Logan Cousins. And if we know anything about Harrison Day, he won't take that lightly. Logan Cousins getting by at the start. So let's see what the all-pink bike can do during this race. Let's see, can he get a better exit out of the final corner? Not on this occasion. The gap 4/10 of a second between Day and Cousins, but 6/10 between Dilks, our race leader. There he is with Logan Cousins and Harrison Day behind. Now coming through McRae's, a little bit of a straight, and then up to the right hand of Iredale's Matthew Thomas making pace as well. Travis Shaw after that little bit of a mischief maybe, or maybe he missed a gear coming through or just on the exit of McRae's last time around. So on Iredale's now, Matthew Thomas staying ahead of Travis Shaw on this occasion, but Travis Shaw getting ever closer. 3.5 between these two riders on that last lap. Matthew Thomas goes to the left-hand side, getting a nice wide entry for St. John's, and again getting a nice exit coming out of there. Travis Shaw repeating what Matthew Thomas ahead is doing. The number 4 versus the 47 over the line now. Has the gap come down at all? Let's have a look. Yes, 2/10 is the gap between Shaw and Thomas. Shaw getting much closer now. Going to maybe try and send it on the inside here. No, I think he's going to maybe try a switch back, but Matthew Thomas covers it off very well. Coming out of McRae's now into Iredale's. This long sweeping right-hander hairpin. Travis Shaw trying to get a better exit. Is he going to be able to? No, he's not alongside on this occasion, but still trying to weave left and right. Trying to maybe put Matthew Thomas off a little bit, but let's see what can happen between these two riders.
Still looking to push onwards then. Shaw trying to put the pressure on whatever issue he's had. Clearly overcoming it, but not quite close enough to attempt to move on the 47 just yet. Wilson Dilks still leads up the front, not going away. In fact, Logan Cousins starting to set a couple of fastest laps. It's a 48.4 on the previous tour for Cousins there. So as he moves forward, in fact, Cousins is putting the pressure on Wilson Dilks. The last time Wilson Dilks didn't win an Extreme 200 race was race 1 of round 7 at Ella Park last year. Every race he's entered in this class since then, he has won. The last time he didn't finish on the podium in the Extreme 200 race was in race 2 of the first round last year. Down in Kent, I believe it was, off the top of my head somewhere. They continue to push onwards anyway, so Cousins and Day still alongside as it stands and still pushing onwards. There's going to be 6 laps left to go.
Oh, that's Harrison Day
down goes Day into the final corner. Straight back up is the bike all right, because it's gone into a bank of dirt. Marshall running over to help. Looks like Day is all okay. Bike seems okay. His hands in the air. He can't quite believe it's happened. Oh, handlebars really bent there. Hammered back into shape. But there must surely be a little bit of damage elsewhere as they try and get the motor going. Day will rejoin the race, but he's down and out from third place. So now it's just Cousins and Dilks up the top.
Yeah, it's very rare to see Harrison Day make a mistake like that. Obviously, the bike dropping just in that final corner. We have seen that in a few races already this weekend, actually. That final corner can catch a couple of riders out. But that means that this is the battle for the lead then. Wilson Dilks and Logan Cousins. Obviously, with Harrison Day dropping down, we've got a yellow flag in the last corner. Harrison Day has managed to rejoin, but he's just been lapped by Dilks and Cousins. Going over the line, 2/10 is the gap between these two riders. Oh, it's very close there between Wilson Dilks and Logan Cousins. Logan Cousins looking like he's got a lot more pace now. He's just looking a lot quicker going round quite a few of these corners, but obviously there's a bike in front of him, so he can't go flat out around a lot of the corners. But Wilson Dilks doing a brilliant job so far, now going defensive, cutting to the outside to take the racing line. The number 7 on the back of Wilson Dilks. Have we got a back marker ahead? I think we do. That could play into Logan Cousins' hands, as we've seen already quite a few times this weekend. Traffic can make or break a race. Logan Cousins very close there, as we see. Wow, Wilson Dilks taking a massive risk and overtaking on the exit of one of the corners there. I think that's Howard Taylor on one of the pit bike looking bikes. So coming through turn 1 and turn 2, Wilson Dilks, Logan Cousins, 2/10 of a second between these two. The number 7 following the 85, nice and carefully, just making sure that Logan Cousins can see him over his shoulder. That's what he wants, as he wants to maybe try and go for a move. As we now see the number 7, is he going to be able to get past him? No, not on this occasion, coming up to the S's.
Wilson Dilks holding on, but Cousins is right there alongside him. Dilks doesn't look like he's riding out of his skin, though. Seems comfortable. Again, just getting off the bike into the corners. That's a big look there from Cousins. And that was risky, and it's cost him time as a result. Sunny Bend is a place where if you pull something off, you can reap huge rewards. But if it doesn't work out, it does cost you. And I think Cousins, that was a little too opportune. He didn't set it up. He just saw the gap and tried to go for it. And ultimately, it's dropped him back and drawn the pressure away from Wilson Dilks. So 3 laps, soon to be 2.5 left to run. Cousins now has to build that back up again. Looks like Harrison Day's already back up into 3rd place. No, he's not. He's in fact a lap down, should I say. But he's running kind of in 3rd place because he's ahead of the actual 3rd place of Matthew Thomas and Travis Shaw. So these guys now fighting for podium places. Thomas still holding firm. Shaw doesn't really have enough pace, I think, to challenge at the moment, but maybe as he makes a little mistake and runs wide down the bottom end of the circuit, maybe. Oh no, that's Cousins.
That's Cousins.
That's a huge one as well, and the throttle's stuck wide open. That's coming down at St John's. What has happened there? Is there been contact potentially? Has he high-sided? Could be a possibility, but we'll push onwards anyway. 2 laps left to run. The yellow flags will be waving down in that section, but the race continues. Dilks leads, Thomas up to 2nd, and Travis Shaw up into P3. There we see Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, words being discussed with race control, preparing the last lap flag. We're going to push onwards anyway, as we wait to see where everyone else is. There we see, oh, red flag. It's going to be a red flag.
Red flag.
Our first of the weekend here at Rowrah, the 5th round of the 2025 Mastermark FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Red flag brought out in the 2nd race of the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 after Logan Cousins has a big off coming through St John's. We will update you with what's going on. We will let you know that everybody is okay as soon as we know that they are okay. But for the time being, we will have to wait and have this delay. And what a shame, because we, as a result of that incident, it's been robbed of what was set to be an absolute Hollywood finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 incredibly talented riders there going down in that race. Harrison Day and obviously Logan Cousins as well, which obviously brought out the red flag. But I tell you who it has worked out very well for. It's Matthew Thomas, obviously winning the first race of the GP70s yesterday, and now up to 2nd place in the Extreme 200 class as well. So I'll tell you what, I don't know what he's got in that helmet, but it certainly brought him some fantastic luck this weekend, as we're all the riders just coming into the pit lane now. But I think that's probably going to bring an end to that race. Yeah. So it looks like the provisional order that we'll finish with is Wilson Dilks takes the win from Matthew Thomas. A brilliant result from him, from 5th on the grid as well. So another great race. Yeah, we can see all of them coming into the paddocks in our next race, getting ready to come out. So Wilson Dilks will take the provisional win of that, with Matthew Thomas in 2nd and Travis Shaw in 3rd. Leo Sulilu in P4, and Logan Cousins will hopefully finish in P5 as well. So it was going to be the last lap anyway. So in P6, that will be Harris Watson and Taylor Davis in P7, Isabel Wingate in P8, Harrison Day finished in P9, managing to get a place on Howard Taylor in P10. So more drama that we've had this weekend, which is well, obviously we hope all the riders are okay, and obviously once we know more, we will let everyone else know. But yeah, it's certainly, as you say, we were robbed of an incredible finish there between Wilson Dilks and Logan Cousins. But maybe Logan Cousins just getting a little bit frustrated, maybe. But yeah, fantastic race regardless.
It was indeed. It's been a fantastic morning of racing as well. Rowrah always brings us the best of racing. when Fab turns up into town here in the Lake District. We can see some rather bored-looking riders and kids watching along. Of course, I'm sure they want the racing to get going just as much as we do. But what we're going to do for the time being, while we're in this delay, we're going to head back down to the paddock, pass back over to ourselves, and we're going to listen to what some of the riders had to say when we interviewed them a little bit earlier in the weekend. Great to speak to Robert Keys there. I know he tries to stay out of the limelight, but I thought we just had to intercept him and see what was going on there. As I can see Kai Hawkins' bike just inside there. Can't quite see that he's there, though. Let's have a little wander down here, though. Frankie Watson's awning over there. He's had a strong season on that 14, but again, unfortunately, rider nowhere in sight. As we're just going to head around this way, see if there's anybody else that we can grab here in what has turned into a very, very sunny Rowrah. And I can see that he's just about to go out, but I wonder if he's got time for a quick chat. Hello there, how are we?
Good.
Good to speak to you. Do you want to introduce yourself to our viewers at home?
Yeah, hi, I'm William Skingle, racing the FAB-Racing AC40 Rookies.
Great to have you here with us once again, William. And how are you feeling out on the bike?
Yeah, the bike feels amazing. The track feels perfect. Just can't wait for the weekend.
And it sounds like you're very confident then, so you must be fast, is that right?
Yeah, I feel like really fast, but I'm currently sitting in 9th.
Well, there's still time to improve that pace, and of course in the race anything can happen. So what is the game plan for the race then? Just try and work your way forward, get some strong positions?
Yeah, just got to keep on pushing forward and hopefully even a race win.
Well, that would be fantastic if you were able to do that. And then, obviously, after this one, we're heading to Three Sisters as well. Are you going to be there at Three Sisters? And if so, are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Three Sisters and I'm really excited.
Well, that's great to hear. Can't wait to see what you can do on track this weekend, William. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Great to speak to William Skingle. We'll try and awkwardly cut through the awning to see if we can grab anybody else, such as the joy of a racing paddock. You just got to make your own personal space sometimes. So I can see a bit of work being done on some bikes over in the corner. Good afternoon. Any chance for a quick chat?
Yeah, sure.
How are we?
Perfect. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. What's going on with the machinery?
Broken. We're trying to sort. Yeah, we just had a bit of a moment in FB4. So just got to try and fix some bits on the bike. Yeah.
Well, apart from the fact it's broken, was it feeling okay beforehand?
I have no idea, mate. I'm not the rider, so yeah. I think he's I think he's happy in general with the bike, but yeah, I'm just a mechanic, just hitting things with a hammer. That's it.
I was hoping there may have been a bit of rider feedback or somewhere in there. Where is said rider? Do you know, or is he hiding?
He is hiding. He's always hiding. He's hiding from you guys. Do you want to? Hold on 2 seconds.
We'll see if we can try and grab him. If not, it's okay. But again, speaking to the spanners, anything? No, not going to happen. That's all right. No worries, guys. Still,
I'll send him over to you. I'll send him over to your guys way tomorrow or something like that. Yeah,
that works for us. Well, best luck fixing things. Thanks for talking to us, mate.
No worries. All good. See you guys later. Bye.
You can see some of the mechanical work that goes on here in FAB-Racing as well. It is very much a team effort. Let's see if we can knock in. Oh, well, I've just been told you don't want one. Does anybody here want one, or is that all a no? That was an aggressive "we don't want one," which I'm gonna take that as I'm not gonna get one. And now he's being told by his dad, it's all right if he doesn't want to.
That's more the hair he thinks you do.
Hey, good player to be fair. I mean, it's okay if you don't. You can if you want. You don't have to. Well, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. So, is the helmet going on because we're going out or because we don't want to show our face?
He's going out. He's going out.
Yeah, that's fair enough. If he's going out shortly, we'll let you be. Any chance of a chat with anyone else, though? Go on, then. Yeah, there we go. We can at least get something out of someone. How are we?
Yeah, good, thanks, you.
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. And what's your name, what you're riding in for the viewers at home who maybe don't know who you are?
Riley Paisley, and I'm in the 50s and 50R.
Riley, great to have you joining us once again. Rowrah, track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's my local track and I always go well here, so yeah.
So, potentially getting some good sides of things to come. Just had a shout from the awning over there. Who's your favourite rider? So I will ask, who is your favourite rider?
Not Benny Grayson.
Well, that was a very confident answer there.
But yeah, so you're feeling confident. As you said, it's your local track. Final 2 rounds of the season, going to Three Sisters. Track with maybe mixed memories for you. But, you know, looking forward to it at least?
Yeah, well, I was at B&B 2 weekends ago when it was Clay Pigeon, because I'm higher up in B&B, and I got 2nd overall. So, like, I'm building my confidence back at Three Sisters, so yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear. So, you know, you can just get on the bike and get straight back on it without any issues, you reckon?
Yeah, well, that's the whole point, like, just getting back from injuries and struggles and just coming back better. So, that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff, mate. Looking forward then, obviously nearly the end of the season. I know it might be a bit early to ask, given it's already August. 2026, any idea what the plan is currently, or are we just kind of taking it a week at a time and waiting to see what the future holds?
Well, we were on about staying here at Fab, but and then 300s, ninjas, but and then we don't know, because...
Welcome back then to the live action here on Sunday at the round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. A brief delay after a red flag in the previous race. Logan Cousins is all okay and up on his feet, which is the most important thing. But now it is time for Moto Team. Let's run through the grid. It is Sam Clowes, race 1 winner in the open class, on pole position. Marco Pandolfo on the Team Acme, number 8. It starts from P2. Ian Jackson is 3rd, with Linton Demiola on his brand new Suzuki. He starts 4th place. Harrison O'Keefe is 5th, with Phil Joyce in P6, Ben O'Keefe 7th, Gary O'Keefe in P8, and Madison Marlew starts in P9 to round out our grid. To join myself, Ross McIntyre, Alex Grizzoli, still alongside myself in the commentary box, and a brief delay with that incident, but great to hear that Logan is okay, up on his feet and walking about. Now we can get back to the racing.
Absolutely. Moto Team always produces brilliant racing as well. And you know, we've had a lot of drama this weekend as well. But let's see. The Moto Team always likes to be a little bit dramatic as well. So the first race was won by, or overall, was Sam Clowes, bringing an end to Team Acme or Marco Pandolfo's run of form. So let's see. A little bit of squeaky brakes there for Marco Pandolfo. He starts P2 on the right-hand side. And the 1-3-3. There we go. We're just seeing him line up iron pole position. Sam Clowes, obviously brother to Lee Clowes, our lovely flag bearer and start marshal as well. So let's see these two. We can see the blue bike there. That's Marco Pandolfo, the Team Acme Racing 1-3-3. Sam Clowes alongside. We're getting ready to go racing. The lights are out, and let's see, is it Marco Pandolfo and the 1-3-3 who takes the lead away from Sam Clowes? A brilliant move there. That's what he needed to do yesterday, but Sam Clowes has been on another level this weekend. Let's see what he can do. Whether he's down. He's down. That's Sam Clowes down at turn 2. Oh, wow. What drama from hero to zero. Yesterday winning the race and now down. But the good news is it's the first lap. So everyone, if there's a yellow flag, you might be able to bunch up a little bit to the back, but that will probably be the race win.
As well, I think.
Oh, is it? Yeah, a little bit
maybe
of smoke as well.
I think a foot peg might have come off. He's looking down. His left foot's either the gear lever has been knocked or the foot peg. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks to me the gear lever has been knocked a little bit, and you can see the foot's at a really awkward angle as well. So big damage to the 1-3-3. We'll race it up the front anyway. Hand goes up from Ian Jackson.
Oh, no.
And more mechanical drama. The 27 on lap number 1. The Suzuki of Ian Jackson's come grinding to a halt. We saw the hand go up as he came through St. John's, and that thing has come to a halt and looks like the engine's just gone. He's trying to get it restarted, trying to find a gear maybe. But has he found anything yet? Maybe just boxer neutrals maybe. Well, he's got going again anyway. That is bizarre. Early drama here in Moto Team. Clowes goes down with damage to the left-hand side of the bike. We've got now Ian Jackson, the 27, potentially with gearbox issues. So Team Acme Racing now clear up the front overall and in the open class as well. Linton Demiola, the South African, on his return now leads in the standard class ahead of Harrison O'Keefe. But these guys are going to put on a great show for us. I know they are. So big drama here. 10 laps left to go. Anybody's guess what's going to happen. It's just curveball after curveball.
It is indeed. Both of our Moto Team winners yesterday, open and standard class, down and potentially out. Well, not out, but down with issues on the first lap. Obviously Sam Clowes and then Ian Jackson as well. well. But right now, it will be the battle between the Italian and the South African. Team Acme Racing leads the open class. Obviously, Gary O'Keefe in 7th and Sam Clowes obviously down in 9th and last place. So it should be a fairly easy win for Marco Pandolfo. Obviously, Sam Clowes breaking his winning streak yesterday, but this is the battle that we're looking at on track. So it is Linton Demiola and Harrison O'Keefe, which is both in the standard class. So this is the battle for the lead and 3rd place in Moto Team standard. So we can see that lovely new Suzuki bike of Linton Demiola, the South African, being chased by Harrison O'Keefe, one of the 3 O'Keefe brothers in this race. P2 is Harrison O'Keefe. Ben O'Keefe is just behind him in 3rd, and Gary O'Keefe running in the open class, currently P2 in class or 7th overall. So we're looking at the 119 there of Phil Joyce, just been overtaken by Ben O'Keefe. Now Ben O'Keefe wanting to overtake Harrison, his brother, as well, for 2nd place in the Moto Team standard class. 5 seconds is the gap between Marco Pandolfo and, well, technically 2nd overall, Linton Demiola, but obviously they do race in different races. So this is a 119 on the back of the 64. Phil Joyce and Ben O'Keefe having a great little scrap here for P3 in class. Is Phil Joyce going to be able to get by Ben O'Keefe? Oh, he sends it quite late and makes a lot of time, but I think that means Ben O'Keefe is probably going to have a better exit, and does. Obviously, you can see the 2 very different bikes here in Moto Team, the number 64 and the 119 with sort of fairing on the front. But a very, very dramatic race so far.
Sam Clowes has just set the fastest lap, even with that damage of 55.533. P9 overall, still P3 in the open class, of course. So even pace there with that heavy damage to the left-hand side. And Ian Jackson, we saw him get going again as well, making his way through a bit of traffic, it would seem. That's Madison Martlew on the 888. Great to have him back this weekend after a couple of rounds away. Gary O'Keefe on the 63 as well. 2nd place in the open class. Just a quick update on the open class championship. Of course, it is mathematically possible for the number 8 Team Acme squad to clinch it this weekend. If they finish as they do now, with Marco Pandolfo leading the way and Gary O'Keefe P2 in class, then to clinch it in race number 3, the number 8 needs to win and hope that Gary O'Keefe doesn't finish the race. If that happens, they do win the championship here. If anything else happens, it goes to the next round at Three Sisters at the very least. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It is very, very difficult to do, but it is very much possible. So we'll keep our eyes on that championship. It would be incredible if they were able to wrap it up in the 5th round out of 7 in the 2025 Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship season. As there we've got some action going on. This is Ben O'Keefe ahead of the 119 of Phil Joyce. 3rd place, should I say, in the standard class. 4th place overall is Ben, and Phil just behind him as well. Ben, one of the middle-aged, I think it's safe to say, of the O'Keefe family. His son Harrison, the youngest of the 3, and then Gary, the eldest. Harrison currently running 3rd overall, 2nd in class. But Ben doing a great job keeping that pressure off of Phil Joyce, who's looking here and there, but not quite close enough to attempt to move at the moment. The 64, I think, will hold that position for the next couple of laps at least.
Yeah, just doesn't seem to have the pace to get by Phil Joyce, the number 64 of Ben O'Keefe at this time. But Ian Jackson moving up another position, getting past the Triple Eight of Madison Martlew on that last lap. So the 119 of Phil Joyce just behind Ben O'Keefe, number 64 ahead. That is for P3, so the final podium place on the Moto Team standard class. We've got 5 laps to go so far, and it looks like it's Marco Pandolfo, Team Acme, 14 seconds on Linton Demiola, but obviously 2 different races as well. But it's only 0.6 of a second between Linton Demiola and Harrison O'Keefe, which is for 1st place as well, which we're actually looking at here. This is the Italian Linton Demiola versus the British Harrison O'Keefe, the number 65 trying to chase number 41. Then look at that beautiful Suzuki bike. It's a naked bike, so I think it's new as well, this Suzuki bike. But I tell you what, Harrison O'Keefe is not going to take it from Linton Demiola. He wants the Moto Team standard win, and I tell you what, he's getting very, very close actually on the back of... Oh, and then they touch, and that was so close there. My word, Linton Demiola drops down and loses the lead of the Moto Team standard, but wowie, I don't think I've ever seen wheels touch like that on bikes, and at least one bike not to go down. So Linton Demiola might be a little bit peeved at that, but we will see if he still has the pace to get by Harrison O'Keefe with a late move there on the Italian.
Yeah, quick hands there. Good job keeping that one on two wheels, Linton Demiola. We can see Sam Clowes has now worked his way out to P7, so he's getting moving. Has got through Gary O'Keefe, who's now dropped down to P3 in class. So championship-wise, that means that Team Acme in the second and the third race later on today can afford to finish second. And if Gary O'Keefe doesn't finish, they will take the championship. So Gary O'Keefe has to not finish, basically, if they want to take it this weekend. But they can now finish second. They'll be equal on points, or it will be the exact cut-off margin, but they'll win it on count-back in terms of race wins. So it just makes it a little bit easier for them, but it's still difficult to do. Still relying on Gary O'Keefe to DNF. The Team Acme Racing bike, again, in a class of its own in the open class at the moment, with Sam Clowes encountering issues and Gary O'Keefe a little bit off the pace. 20.5 seconds ahead of race leader now in the standard class, Harrison O'Keefe. Linton Demiola only half a second behind him at the line last time though, so it's close in the standard, and there you can see just how close it is. Harrison O'Keefe desperate, I'm sure, to get a race win under his belt here at Rowrah, but Demiola looks to the inside. That's a textbook move, leaves it late to turn in as well, forces O'Keefe to run wide. Lovely stuff from the South African. A little bit rude, of course, but that's racing. Sometimes you got to get your elbows out. Sometimes you got to screw your opponent over just a little bit to try and get through.
Absolutely. 65 now in second place in class, and Linton Demiola using all of that South African power on him to, well, obviously as he's done it on Harrison. I'm sure he'll be, as we say, a little bit annoyed with that wheel bashing instant, but as we said, racing is racing on bikes. So the 65 trying everything that he can do now to get by Linton Demiola, taking a tighter line, a little bit of a tighter line there on the back of Demiola, coming out of McRae's there now into Iredale's this right hand of the 65, trying to take a tighter line and maybe a better exit, and it looks like Demiola takes the inside line, cuts to the outside and still stays ahead. But that 65 looks like he's taken more speed into that corner and might actually, we'll see here, is he going to set up a move into St. John's? No, not on this occasion, but as we've seen a couple of moves on the exit here, the 65 is right on the back, goes to the outside, side by side. Wow, and he set up the move nice and late there, and a brilliant move there for this 65. A great battle between Linton Demiola and Harrison O'Keefe. So Harrison O'Keefe goes back into the lead of the Moto Team standard race, and this is the last lap of this race. That was such an important move that Harrison O'Keefe made on Linton Demiola, but this is the man who is completely dominant. Had a bit of a, let's say, off race. He still finished second yesterday as he comes through St. John's for the last time. It'll be around the corner, and it'll be yet another win this season for Marco Pandolfo of Team Acme Racing, who wins race 2 of the Moto Team Championship, or the Moto Team Open Championship, and that's Demiola. Demiola managed to get ahead of O'Keefe on the last lap. We're not too sure where that's happened, but my word, what drama on the last lap coming through St. John's now. I don't think O'Keefe is close enough unless he can do what he did on the last lap. No, he hasn't. That is going to be a brilliant last lap move for Linton Demiola to take the win in the Moto Team Standard Championship. A brilliant win there, but Linton Demiola, who takes the win away from Harrison O'Keefe. A brilliant battle there for those two, and Ben O'Keefe, this second O'Keefe brother, will finish P4 overall and P3 in class. What drama at the end of that race.
Really tight racing in the standard class there. That was as close as you want it to be. Harrison O'Keefe, your debut win in 2025 will have to wait, unfortunately, with his Team Acme, who now really going on the charge, with Clowes encountering an issue and a crash on lap number 1, and Gary O'Keefe just off the pace. they can now, well, all they have to do, in fact, is just finish the race in race number 3. And if Gary O'Keefe fails to finish, they are champions. If not, it goes down to Three Sisters. It's Team Acme Racing taking the win in the open class, with Sam Clowes recovering to second, Gary O'Keefe in P3. Linton Demiola takes the win in standard by less than half a second from Harrison O'Keefe. Ben O'Keefe rounds out the podium with Phil Joyce P4, Ian Jackson 5th after that issue earlier on, and Madison Bartley in P6. And that is our field then, done and dusted for Moto Team. One more race to go, and a race where if Gary O'Keefe fails to finish, we could be crowning that team there, the number 8 machine with the Sicilian Marco Pandolfo behind the handlebars, champions of 2025.
Now we have the Mini GP50s. We've had the GP50R. Now we've got the GP50 class here. Some fantastic racing between these young riders yesterday, and I've got a feeling we're going to get some more. We have 16 riders on this grid, which is a recipe for absolutely brilliant racing. So much drama this weekend already in so many other championships, and more drama to come today. So who are you supporting this weekend? Let us know on Facebook, let us know on TikTok, because we're live on there as well. What drivers are you supporting up here in Cumbria this weekend? As we now see, there he is, Sebastian Gazlowski. Super Seb lines up on pole position and just waiting for Rex Austin to line up alongside. They'll go out for a formation lap, and then we will be able to go racing for yet another incredible racing. There he is, Rex Austin in the blue 991. So, oh, look at that, a lovely fist bump there between these two riders. Such good camaraderie between these riders. So the 64 with the white helmet is Gazlowski. Rex Austin with the sort of Italian and British looking helmet as well. He's the 991 of Rex Austin alongside him. These two are absolutely tooth and nail together. This is the Mini GP50 standard class, sponsored by King's Two Wheel Centre, as well as we see all of the riders making their way around the track. Sebastian Gazlowski won the race yesterday with Rex Austin in second and Caelan Ratcliffe on the 96 bike in P3. So basically, as they started, they finished. But let's run through the grid. Sebastian Gazlowski on pole position alongside Rex Austin in second. Caelan Ratcliffe in third with Emilio Pereira in P4. Josh Perkins in P5 with Tommy Keats in P6. Jensen Ansell on the fourth row of the grid in P7 alongside Max Johnson in P8. Kai Hawkin is in P9. Ryan Paisley rounds out the top 10. Bo Morris in P11 and Daisy Polden, older sister to Savannah Polden, on the 127 in P12. Harry James starts P13 and Bojan Blazewski starts P14. Callum Maxwell in P15 and Oliver Wilson rounds out our 16 bike grid for this race. It's going to be a brilliant race. It's going to be drama filled. It's going to be filled with close racing, as so often is the case. We're seeing all the riders take their positions. There's Gazlowski getting a final word of advice, same with Rex Austin, just making sure that everything is okay on the bike, and the riders that themselves getting themselves prepped into race mode as we're waiting for the final few riders to join the grid. Doing a little bit of practice starts there just before we get underway, and any second now we will get Leah Flag Marshall pointing to the lights. There we go, everyone getting ready to go. A 16 bike grid. Oh, and looks like we've got one of the riders, that's the number 20 or the number one of the riders anyway, having trouble starting, but there we go, they've got the bike started. There we go, a point to the lights. Who's going to get the best start? Let's see. A long start there. It's Rex Austin that gets a brilliant start alongside Gazlowski. He takes the lead. Coming into the first corner, a few riders going side by side. Oh, and there's a little bit of a touch there, but no contact goes down. Nobody goes down in the first corner. But a great start there for Rex Austin. Sebastian Gazlowski goes side by side, coming out of turn 4 there. Let's have a look. No, he's just not close enough to make a move on this first lap. Rex Austin through and leads this race so far from Gazlowski and Caelan Ratcliffe in third place.
Great start there from Austin. You saw how close together on the grid himself Gazlowski was. Gazlowski all the way over to the left-hand side of his grid box, wanting to try and get the best entry into turn number 1. And then Rex Austin all the way up to the right-hand side of his grid box. What a start that was from the number 96, keeping them well as well. Josh Perkins and Tommy Keats. Looks like they swap places. I think Jensen Ansell may have been involved in that lap 1 incident that saw him going a little bit straight over the grass at the chicane. Potentially a drag race up there. Gazlowski to the inside, almost touching knees, but Gazlowski gets the inside, pulls off the block pass and gets back into the lead. But as these guys are fighting, look at Ratcliffe right there. He'll be watching along intensely, but now that the number 64 is in front, is he going to bolt away into the distance, or can Rex Austin stay with him?
Let's have a look now. Gazlowski taking the lead back from Rex Austin there. But you said Caelan Ratcliffe on that bike right there. The red and black suit, almost Spider-Man-esque looking as well, with the bright yellow, fluoro yellow bike as well, trying to get in on the action as well. So Gazlowski setting the fastest lap on that lap of a 51.615, with Rex Austin in second place. Caelan Ratcliffe in third, Emilio Pereira in fourth, George Perkins in fifth, Tommy Keats P6, Jensen Ansel up to 7, Riley Payes at 8, Max Johnson 9th, and Bo Morris rounds out our top 10 so far in this race. Now there's sort of maybe a 10th or 2 growing between Gazlowski, Austin and Ratcliffe, all of them sort of running their own race, trying to see if one of the other riders will make a mistake, as we're looking at the 30 and the 31 here. That's Emilio Pereira ahead of Josh Perkins, but let's see what Josh Perkins can do. Emilio Pereira takes the tight line, the 30 maybe sending it, and gets his knee right down on the ground going through St. John's. Look at the speed difference between the 30 and the 31 of Emilio Pereira. Emilio Pereira is going to have to be very, very careful now, looking over his shoulders to see where Josh Perkins is going to maybe make his move.
Old Toro holding on to fourth place as it stands though, but Perkins, again, he looks fast, but he's patient. He knows that he just has to play a bit of a waiting game here. You can't make rash decisions around this racetrack, because it will end in you losing time or you coming off the bike. You have to set moves up. You can't just dive the second you see a gap. And as I say that, up the inside, that's a lovely move and a great block on the exit by Tommy Keats on Jensen Ansel. Looks like they were getting a bit elbows out up the straight, but Tommy Keats runs Ansel all the way to the edge of the racetrack and gets in front and gets up to P6 once again after they traded places just after the line, I believe. So Keats clearly happy. They race aggressive here, but of course racing fairly as well. Ansel looking all over. Look at the angles he's getting down onto. He's really pushing, trying to find a way through. 7 to go as they cross the line. That is a late move, and once again, as I said, it just cost you time because he's had to get out of it. There was too much lean angle for the corner, and now that's cost Ansel. He's dropped back, so Ansel just needs to maybe almost take a step back, drop back a little bit from Tommy Keats and just take a rest, think ahead, and then he can attack again, and then maybe he stands a better chance of trying to get through.
The number 22, as we say, on the back of Tommy Keats. Always very, very close now. Is he going to be able to make a move? No, but if he sets it up right, he might be able to make a move into St. John's or even around the final corner. He's just got to take maybe a few different lines and maybe put Tommy Keats off, and then Jensen Ansel can stay through. So through the right-hander of St. John's now, and the exit here of St. John's once again, part 2. So all of them being very liberal with track limits there. Coming around the final corner now, and it looks like Tommy Keats is pulling away a little bit from the number 22 of Jensen Ansel as they go over the line. About 2/10 is the gap between these two riders. Now the gap also between Gazlowski and Rex Austin is about a second, and it's 5/10 from Rex Austin to Caelan Ratcliffe in the lead of this race. But this is about the closest battle that we've got on track at the minute. The number 8 pulling away nicely from Jensen Ansel. But if Jensen Ansel isn't careful, Riley Paisley on the 17 is going to start making moves as well and catch up, as we now see the two leaders as well here. There is Gazlowski, and that is actually the 96. Yeah, that's Caelan Ratcliffe. I think that's Caelan Ratcliffe.
Second place.
On second place, yeah, on Rex Austin there. So this is going to be very interesting now. Gazlowski making moves. He's gone up the road, and now Rex Austin slowly falling back to Caelan Ratcliffe here for second place. Oh, it's going to be very, very tight. The 991 of Rex Austin on the blue bike. The bright fluoro yellow bike is Caelan Ratcliffe in P3 overall, coming through Iredale. Now he gets a tight exit, but it's not going to be enough. The 991 just taking more speed than the 96, obviously compromising his exit there, Caelan Ratcliffe, by trying to get a faster turn in. It didn't work on this occasion, but he is still right on the back of that bike ahead of him.
Really tight between them. Ratcliffe now having to engage his brain and think ahead. He'll be watching Austin in front, seeing where he's better than himself, seeing where he's worse, and thinking, okay, so I'm slightly better than the 991 through this corner. How do I set that move up here? Where do I have to start making the push? All these things you have to consider with 4 laps left to go. They're going to continue to push their way forward. Maybe an opportunity down into McRae's. No, Ratcliffe once again playing the patient game. Happy to keep piling the pressure on. Maybe does draw alongside, and there's the mistake he's trying to force. That's his easiest overtake you can ever make, is just pressure your opponent into getting it wrong and slide on by. That's the 96 up into second place with a healthy gap as well. I wonder maybe if Rex Austin might have missed a gear on corner exit because it was really slow coming out of McRae's. But either way, it's a change of position. It'll be 3 laps left to run when they break the beam next time. Goslavsky leads, Ratcliffe now in second, Rex Austin P3.
It's going to be very interesting to see if Rex Austin can catch on the back of Caelan Ratcliffe. We know that Rex Austin has got pace, obviously finishing P2 in yesterday's race and is a P2 in the championship as well behind Goslavsky. Speak of the devil, there he is, coming through McRae's now and coming up to Ibels. He's got a very healthy gap. He's got a 3.2 second gap to Caelan Ratcliffe in second and 6th tenths on the back of Rex Austin as well. Emilio Pereira still stays in P4. Josh Perkins rounds out the top 5, but it's quite an easy race for Goslavsky so far. Obviously Rex Austin made that move at the start of the race, but ever since then he's just been cruising away. So this is the battle between Tommy Keats and Jensen Ansel, which is still raging on with 2.5 laps to go of this race. The number 22 Jensen Ansel looking at Tommy Keats, seeing where he's weaker than him, or maybe going to make a mistake, pressuring him to maybe go deep into a corner where the number 22 can then go tight and maybe take the position away from the number 8. But it must be said, Tommy Keats is doing a brilliant job absorbing all of this pressure. I mean, Jensen Ansel for the entire race has been behind that bike as close as this, and the number 8 still soaking up all that pressure like a good sponge and going right. And let's see if he can absorb the pressure here. It's tight there, but the number 8 just makes a brilliant defensive line. That's exactly what he needs to do, but the 22 is looking to the inside, making a nice move there. The number 22 taking a bit of a different line there. Is he going to be able to get throttled down early and have better speed, trying to get in the slipstream of that number 8? No, it's not going to work on this occasion with 2 laps to go in this race.
Really tight racing between these guys. Keats looks like he still has a slight advantage. Of course, in front, doesn't have to defend too hard, but as I say that was a very opportune look from the 22 of Jensen Ansel, who's maybe starting to turn up the wick and see what he can do as he once again draws to the inside, but has to stand the bike up just a little bit. Final lap of the race though, and Sebastian Goslavsky 5 seconds clear of Ratcliffe in P2. A little check back to see where his opponents are, and he'll be thinking, oh, that's lap traffic. They are nowhere in sight. Once again, it's an absolutely dominating performance from this young rider who in the last couple of years has really come into his own, and then this season has absolutely exploded. A rider that is surely destined for the R&G British Talent Cup and beyond. And a rider who's going to make it 2 from 2 and look to sweep yet another weekend in 2025. It is Sebastian Goslavsky who takes the checkered flag here in race 2 of the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. And another fine performance from that young man who celebrates. He's very quiet off the bike, but when he's on the bike he does the talking and celebrates hard. As there was a bit of a hand signal there from someone. Was that Emilio Pereira or Josh Perkins coming across the line, I think? Potentially waving to a camera or frustration maybe. Either way, it's Goslavsky on top, Ratcliffe second, Rex Austin brings it home in P3. Can anybody even touch that man this weekend? He is just so fast. It's Goslavsky who takes the win with Ratcliffe second and Rex Austin P3. Josh Perkins fourth with Emilio Pereira P5. Tommy Keats in sixth, Jensen Ansel seventh, Bo Morrison eighth. Riley Paisley 9th and Daisy Polden rounding out the top 10. It's Max Johnson in P11 with Bojan Blajewski in P12, Harry James 13th, Kai Hawken 14th, Callum Maxwell in P15. And that looks to be all the right. No, Oliver Wilson, in fact, finishing P16. So that's it then for race number 2 in the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. They'll be back out for race number 3 a little bit later on today.
Lovely. So a brilliant display of domination there from Sebastian Gazlowski, as so is often the case with Gazlowski. So he's currently won now the 6 races in a row, starting from round 3, race 3, round 3 at Hooton Park, taking all the wins at Clay Pigeon last. And then, obviously, Gazlowski winning both rounds so far today in Rowrah as well. So a brilliant performance from him, as well as Caelan Ratcliffe and Rex Austin as well. Now we have our premier class here at FAB-Racing Minibikes. It's the Mini GP70s. Now, not too many bikes on this grid. It's only 8 bikes, but I tell you, it is some of the best racing that you will see. Mini GP70s here. As I said, our premier class here, and it's going to be brilliant to see these riders and what drama that we can expect to see from all of these riders. We have seen some incredible racing already this weekend. Matthew Thomas taking his maiden win. Fantastic to see in the Mini GP70 class, with Harrison Day in second and Logan Cousins in third as well. Obviously, Harrison Day going down in a couple of races before, as well as Logan Cousins as well. But there he is, number 7. Brilliant to see that he's okay after going down earlier in what brought out the red flag in one of the other races earlier. There is our poleman and race 1 winner there with Harrison Day on the left there. So let's run through the grid. There's number 4, Travis Shaw as well. And the number 54 of Harris Watson on the right. So we are about to go for our formation lap. There we go. Lovely stuff as all the riders make their way off the line nice and cleanly. So Matthew Thomas in the 47 on the 47 bike, obviously maiden win yesterday. Let's see if he can repeat it again today. P2 earlier on today as well in another class. Frankie Watson lines up alongside him on the number 14. Harrison Day starts P3 with Logan Cousins in P4 alongside him. Travis Shaw on the number 4 starts P5 alongside Leo Sullivan in P6. Harris Watson starts P7 and Taylor Davis on the number 11 bike. Oh, and we have a rider that looks like he's stalled there. Just trying to have a look. That is one of the, I think, is that Harris Watson? Yes, it is. Starting P7 on the grid. It looks like he might not start this race unless he can maybe just get a little bit of a jump start. Oh, he's absolutely frustrated with not being able to start his bike. Let's see if one of the marshals can help him start the bike, but I think that might be a did not start so far. Oh, let's see. Oh, he's just trying to make sure the bike doesn't fall over. But this could be a delayed start potentially. Let's see if he can sort of maybe bump start the bike into life. It hasn't worked on the first time. Let's have a look. Oh, the marshal's trying to push that bike, but I fear that may be a do not start, unfortunately, for the number 54 of Harris Watson.
We'll have to wait and see if he is able to get going again, but because he's in the middle of the track, they're still going to hold them on the grid for the time being. Of course, Matthew Thomas taking his first Mini GP70 British Championship victory in race 1 yesterday after a fantastic last gasp effort in qualifying 2 to stick himself on pole position. And let's see if he's able to make it 2 out of 2, or maybe the likes of Harrison Day or Frankie Watson, Logan Cousins can get involved. There we go. Harris Watson needs a little bit of a bump start there, but the 54 has got going. But is Harris Watson going to be able to actually take part in the race? We'll have to wait and see. But while this is happening, everyone's sat there on the grid, engine temps rising, tyre temps, brake temps cooling. This could make it a very interesting getaway and run down into turn 1, because we know those 2 strokes run very, very warm, and you can see them trying to rock back and forward, keep the clutch engaged, try and not have the engine overheat, because that of course can lead to a seizure if you're not careful, and a very big accident as well. As the temps will continue to just climb and climb and climb as they're sat there stationary, climbing over 20 degrees here now in Rowrah, just past midday in the UK. It looks like Harris Watson has made his way onto the grid, so we are going to get a full grid and we are going to go racing in race number 2 of the Mini GP70s. Good getaway there for the pole sitter of Matthew Thomas. Harrison Day cut off down into turn 1. Watson has to be brave wave around the outside of Logan Cousins. So the 14 holds on to second place. Day to the inside of Cousins and up into P3. He's had a bit of a disappointing weekend by his standards, has Harrison, but a nice move there. But Cousins fights straight back, elbows out immediately here in race number 2, and Cousins back into third place. Frankie Watson trying to put the pressure onto Matthew Thomas as they head down to the bottom end of the circuit before making their way to the really fast but the scary bit on the brakes down into St John's, the right-hander, all of them sliding through like synchronised slimmers before they get through Sunny Bend and head to Paddock Bend for the final corner. It will be Matthew Thomas that leads lap number 1, but the top 5 nose to tail.
Absolutely. I think it's 1.2 seconds between all 5 bikes at the start of this race. Fastest lap for Frankie Watson there as well. We're seeing an amazing battle between Harrison Day and Logan Cousins there, both obviously going down earlier today, but both of them, certainly the spirits have not been broken, as both of them are going wheel to wheel, both absolutely wanting to get that position away from each other. Obviously Harrison Day in 4th, trying to chase the final podium position of Logan Cousins in 3rd place. Matthew Thomas leading this group of 5 bikes away. Number 14, Frankie Watson 2nd, and Harrison Day in P3. Logan Cousins in P4. In P5, the gap is about 1 second between these bikes. Oh my, I've got a feeling our premier class here, the GP70, is going to provide some brilliant entertainment. Harrison Day sets the fastest lap of a 49.618, the fastest of anyone by about a 10th or 2 of a second. Matthew Thomas putting a brilliant performance in so far, just doing everything. That lap of a 49.618, the fastest of anyone by about a 10th or 2 of a second. Matthew Thomas putting a brilliant performance in so far, just doing everything to put a move in and going around the final corner. But now Harrison Day and Logan Cousins are smelling blood of Matthew Thomas. Now they want that position, they want the podiums, they want the podium position and the win. In fact, look at this, going over the line, 0.6 of a second between the top 4 even. My word, just over a second. Look at this, side by side between all the runners, and we've got to write it down as well. My word, we had 2 by 2 by 2, and that is Thomas dropping down behind Harrison Day. We still go racing. Frankie Watson leads from Harrison Day there, and the next maybe to get past Matthew Thomas will be Logan Cousins on that blue and fluoro yellow bike. Just behind is Travis Shaw there, I think that was a rider down through St John's there. Yes it was, I believe that is Taylor Davis, who is looking like he's going to retire from this race so far. 9 laps to go in this race, and my word, we've only had 3 minutes of racing. It's only some of the best ones we've had this weekend.
Brilliant stuff to kickstart the action here. Frankie Watson starting to extend that gap, now over half a second between himself and Harrison Day, but of course that can change in the blink of an eye. But he's also started lapping in the 48s, 48.997, only rider in that second bracket. Took his first Mini GP70 British Championship win in race number 1 at Ella Park earlier on in the year, and I'm sure he'd love to add a second to that number. Cousins, another big look to the inside. He's been really aggressive with his overtake attempts, has that number 7, really just diving down the inside. Yellow flags out, of course, for that incident that we just saw. I believe it was Taylor Davis on the number 11 who's gone down and out of the race with 8 laps left to go, 7 shortly as they come to the line. And Frankie Watson not breaking away just yet, because Harrison Day is still right there with him as the bike's all moving around underneath them. It's another fastest lap, 48.832 for Watson, but Day now lapping in the 48.9s as well. So the lap time's getting quicker and quicker as they continue to push onwards and onwards, and maybe the front 2 starting to break away. We'll keep our eye on the lap record round here. It's a 48.699. That was set by Ethan Sparks back in 2022, the now British Talent Cup rider. Maybe we'll be seeing that shattered today.
The 47 trying to do everything he can. He had a big moment and a big switch coming out of the final corner. Still yellow flags. Oh, they're going a bit quick through there to say it's yellow flag conditions, but we will see. We will see if they'll slow down next lap around. Number 7 trying to chase Matthew Thomas. Then number 47, the 7 trying to chase the 47 coming into the first corner, coming through the left hand now on the right. Travis Shaw on the back of Logan Cousins as well. So Logan Cousins needs needs to watch out because he is trying to attack Matthew Thomas for that final podium position and yesterday's race 1 winner. But if he's not careful, Travis Shaw might be getting by him. What we will see is a little bit further back from Logan Cousins. Logan Cousins is closer to Matthew Thomas than Shaw is to Cousins, but still coming round the S's now. Harrison Day pulling away a little bit, but Frankie Watson actually 0.7 of a second now on the back of Harrison Day. All of them still a yellow flag conditions. They're still going through there. But number 4 of Travis Shaw still just trying to see if any mistake is going to be made by Logan Cousins, trying to overtake Matthew Thomas coming into turn 1. It's a late send, but it has to back out. No move in sight there. 47 doing everything that he needs to do to defend from Logan Cousins. Harrison Day now is chasing, well, Frankie Watson, 1.2 seconds the gap between first and second now. But this is the battle for the final podium position.
New lap record for Frankie Watson. Ethan Sparks' time has been smashed. A 48.562, a record that has stood for 3 years. Now crumbles as Watson finds more and more pace. And at a time the track has not been as quick this year as well as it has been in previous years. Most lap times have been around 6 or 7 tenths away from the lap records. It's the fastest time in the races. And Frankie Watson's come out of nowhere and smashed it. He's just set a lap that isn't faster than the previous, but is still faster than the old lap record set by Ethan Sparks. So Frankie Watson is a man on a mission, and the gap's now up to 1.9 seconds. What a performance we are witnessing here today. Harrison Day just doesn't have an answer at the moment as the 14 streaks away from the 15 with 3.5 laps left to go. He's got the race in the palm of his hand, and he is well on course to taking the checkered flag.
It's actually quicker than the pole time that we had in qualifying yesterday, which was the 47 of Matthew Thomas at 48.669. So just under a tenth from that. So congratulations to Frankie Watson, on fire this race. But the battle that we are watching right now, in fact, I'll tell you what, Harrison Day is dropping back a little bit into the reaches of Matthew Thomas, Logan Cousins and Travis Shaw here. All the top 5 are still separated only by 4 seconds. It's still not that much. There's our race leader there. As we're now seeing this battle for second place now. Thomas and Cousins catching Harrison Day. Whether Harrison Day is just easing off a little bit. Maybe his bike just feels a little bit too warm. Not too short, but the gap is 2.5 seconds now between Harrison Day and Frankie Watson. So whether Harrison Day is just easing off, obviously we know that Frankie Watson has got immense pace. In fact, he's got even faster. New lap record again. 48.384 for Frankie Watson. Oh my, he is on a absolute blinder. As we said, another track record. It's stood for 3 years so far. Wowee, look at that. He is on fire. Currently, well, he's no one else near him. He's 3 seconds almost up the road from Harrison Day in that battle for second place. Just look at him in the zone, aggressively on the brakes, aggressively on the throttle, and it's working brilliantly for him so far. 2 laps to go in this race. Harrison Day dropping back, Matthew Thomas catching. Same with Logan Cousins. These 3 bikes are only separated by about 0.8 of a second from Harrison Day back to Logan Cousins. So it's looking like it's going to be a very interesting finish to the race. Over the line, it will be the 1 lap to go. This is the penultimate lap of this race. So if Logan Cousins or Matthew Thomas are going to make a move, it's got to be in the next couple of corners. Coming in to the final lap of the race now, Frankie Watson. Oh, it's a slow lap that time, a 48.744. There we go. Nothing on the track record that he's just put down, but still incredibly quick coming down. Now, as we see in the background, actually, Day is now under attack by Matthew Thomas, still on the podium, the battle for second place. We are going to see a great battle for second place, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see definitely not a battle for the lead. Coming in to the final couple of corners now, coming round the hairpin, now coming up to St John's. 3 seconds is the gap. A brilliant win for Frankie Watson. Broke the track record that stood for 3 years on this lap. It's going to be around the corner, and a brilliant win for Frankie Watson on the number 14. A brilliant ride by him. Harrison Day just takes second place, 2/10 up from Matthew Thomas, yesterday's race winner. He gets another podium today. Logan Cousins in P4. Travis Shaw in P5 as well. Leo Solulu in P6. Harris Watson in P7. And Taylor Davis, obviously, with that DNF. Oh, no, he didn't finish. He was just quite a few laps behind, finishing in P8. But a fantastic effort there from Frankie Watson, breaking the track record twice in that race. It's rare that you see a track record broken once in FAB since all the regulations changed, but now it's incredible pace. So let's see what he can do later on today, if he can get another race win and maybe even another track record.
What one of the finest rides you will ever see. Frankie Watson, hats off, take a bow on that. Well, if you're watching that, you've just witnessed history. You've witnessed something really, really special. Unbelievable performance from the number 14 and a well-deserved victory. 3.5 seconds up the road, destroying the lap record and destroying the competition in the process. And what a weekend it has been so far for the Mini GP 70s. 2 different winners across 2 different races. Maybe we'll see what is going to happen in race number 3. Wow, what a day, what a weekend it has been so far. And of course, these guys in the Mini GP 70 British Championship still got one more race left to come later on today. And if that was anything to go by, it could be something even more special. Time for our final race number 2 of the weekend, and who else would it be but the Pit Bike 140s. And even though a smaller grid than normal with only 7 riders making it this weekend, it has still been a fantastic race one yesterday. And as the riders making their way onto the grid, it looks like we may be missing someone. I'm only seeing 6 out there at the moment. Looks like we might have no Robert Leverage potentially, but we're going to get going on our sighting lap anyway. It is championship leader Harrison Quincy that leads them away on this tour of Rowrah, with Jamie King in 2nd place. Keaton Payne starts 3rd, with Matthew McLean in P4. Adam Thornborough starts 5th, with Matt Lindley P6. Robert Leverage set to start P7 on the number 96, but I'm not seeing him out there on the racing surface at the moment. Yesterday, a bit of a less traditional and less eccentric Pit Bike 140 race, shall we say. It was a bit more just tense racing, everyone trying to run their lines, but there were some fantastic battles going on. Harrison Quincy, of course, extending his championship lead, but JD King finishing 2nd, and a solid 2nd as well, so still keeping the points totals close. Let's see, maybe going into race number 2 here, as we really start to get moving Sunday afternoon here in the Lake District. Can Jamie King bring his A-game, maybe try and get in front and take his 2nd win of the season?
Absolutely, as we're just waiting for the final riders to make their way to the grid. There we go on the left-hand side, Harrison Quincy on pole position. Pit Bike Sonic, as you can see, the Sonic overalls, the Sonic helmet of Jamie King on the right-hand side. Behind him, Peter Payne and Matthew McLean in P4. We've only got 5 riders. Yeah, someone's in the pits. Not too sure who that is. Yeah, it's Matt Lindley. And all eyes to the lights now. Who's going to get the best start? Is it Quincy? Is it King? Oh, it's Quincy, but I don't know whether that might be a jump start. It did look a little bit early, but let's see. A little bit of smoke coming out the back of Jamie King. A little bit of smoke and maybe a few coins dropped as well, seeing as he is Pit Bike Sonic. So, a brilliant start there for Harrison Quincy. Only a young guy as well. Everyone else is a big, well, sort of grown up as well. So, for him to absorb all of the pressure in this championship, it is very, very impressive that he can do that. So, Harrison Quincy winning the race yesterday from Jamie King in P2, Keaton Payne in P3. So P1, 2 and 3 on the grid, but P1 and 2 and 3 yesterday in the race. Harrison Quincy already making a big gap between him and Jamie King on the 76 bike. Keaton Payne in 3rd, Matthew McLean in 4th, and Adam Thornborough in 5th. Obviously we don't have Matt Lindley or Robert Leverage anymore.
Quincy not bolting away immediately, only needs by 8/10 at the end of the opening lap. And Keaton Payne hot on King's tail as well. So Payne, we know he had such a strong weekend, 2 wins in the senior mini motos already after over a year's worth of absence from the top step of the podium. Let's see, maybe he can bring his A-game on the bigger pit bike machines. Of course, we see Adam Thornborough running a bit wide. You don't really want to take too much off track and going over curves here at Rowrah. It is a bit slow, but obviously the pit bikes, they are able to run off track and use lines that the other bikes can't, just because of their suspension and how they're built. And at some tracks it is faster to do so as well. Not here at Rowrah though in the runoff. typically you tend to avoid it. As we see there, some lovely scenery, and there we see the reigning champ, the 4-time champ of this category, and a 1-time Moto Team champion as well. Jamie King Bike, I think, is burning oil. You're seeing these, as you said, Adam, earlier, or Alex even earlier, you see these spurts of smoke out of the exhaust, and it's not consistent, so there must be surely oil getting into the combustion chamber, or something along those lines. Something that King maybe needs to have a little bit of look at later on in the day, or maybe before race 3. But Quincy, gap now up to 1.1. Keaton Payne, though, I think he's made a mistake on that last lap. Gap between himself and King, 2.9. So everyone running in a bit of no man's land at the moment. It's very much become a race of just yourself on the track, running your own thing. Unless your name's Adam Thornborough and Matthew McLean, who, much like race 1, are going to put on a show for us.
Absolutely, 5/10 is the gap between these two. Matthew McLean just trying to see what he can do on the back of Thornborough. Let's see. Oh, no, he's not close enough yet, but as I said, the gap is 0.4 of a second. Harrison Quincy setting the fastest lap on the last lap, actually 52.752, as we've got 9 laps to go in this race. Only 5 riders in this race, so it's not necessarily going to be the most compact race that we've ever seen, but usually they do give us some very good racing as well. So Jamie King 1.7 seconds behind Harrison Quincy. Obviously, as we said, seeing a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that. Usually it's to do with oil control rings on the piston, letting a little bit of oil into the cylinder. But hopefully it's not too much of a problem. Who knows? He is solid. Maybe Shadow got in there and maybe messed around something there as well. So Harrison Quincy, the gap 1.7 seconds now on Jamie King. Keaton Payne in P3, Thornborough P4, and Matthew McLean in P5.
Fastest lap that last time from Harrison Quincy, 52.7 dead, still a little way off of the lap record set here by Chris Wells last year. Unfortunately, no Chris with us this weekend. I don't think he's going to be able to join us at round 6 either, from what I've heard, but he will be back for round 7, the second of our Three Sisters race weekends. That's at the start of October, that one. Of course, the first of our Three Sisters race weekends, round number 6 in the 2025 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, brought to you by Mastermag, starting from September the 12th to Sunday the 14th of September, only a couple of days before my birthday. So hopefully that's a great weekend. There's a little birthday treat, and Three Sisters about half an hour drive from my house as well, so it's really, really nice we're going there twice. Back to the action though, and still we have Adam Thornbury and Matthew McLean out on the track, still putting on a fight for us. McLean unable to try and quite work his way through Thornborough at the moment, but getting close and maybe sensing an opportunity down into Sunny Bend. Did have a little poke to nose into that opening. Decided he was a bit too far back though. These guys going to go and make it 7 laps left to go. Quincy, the next time he crosses the line, it will be 6. But a big battle for P4 and P5. Even though, it's got to be said, even if you're 5th in this race though, you know, there's only 5 riders, you're going to feel bad because you finish last, but P5, you still get a good deal of points out of that, so, you know, it's not all bad when the grids are small.
Absolutely, yeah, as we say, obviously, even if you finish in 5th, you're still collecting 5th place points, so you're not necessarily in last place. But if you want to join in the fun, and maybe you even want to try out a pit bike for yourself, head over to the FAB-Racing website, and if you are watching, let us know where you're watching from. Are you watching from Europe? Are you watching from the Americas? We've got lots of people showing their interest. Obviously, quite a few new riders at Clay Pigeon and this weekend as well. So we're just getting more and more riders, whether they're young riders from age sort of 6 around there, to if you want to be an adult as well on a mini bike as well. You can come down next time. As we said, the next 2 rounds will be at Three Sisters in Wigan as well. A brilliant track, especially for mini bikes as well. We're looking at the 112 there. I think that's probably Keaton Payne there of the number 12. If you want to get involved, let us know who you're supporting, let us know what championships you're watching. If you've been watching all day, which race has been your favourite, let us know. We're also live streaming on TikTok as well, so hello if you're listening on TikTok as well. Obviously we had a very nice example of Ross doing a TikTok dance earlier to try and get some views for us, which is
probably
which
turned
is
viewers
lovely.
away if anything.
Well, yeah. He was very adamant he didn't want to do it, but he conceded in the end. As we always see seeing some action here between those two riders, getting very, very close to each other. Obviously, Harrison Quincy leading the championship coming into this round on 200 points. Chris Wells, obviously not here this weekend, on 193, and Jamie King on 191. So the top three in the championship only split by 9 points. Obviously, 25 points for a race win, 20 points for second, and 15 for a third as well. So there's plenty more action for the championship in the pit bikes 140 as well. Obviously, Hooton Park, Harrison Quincy took a triple win, a clean sweep 2 rounds ago. Then at Clay Pigeon, it was Richard Holmes Williams that took the first win. Harrison Quincy took the second win, and Ollie Horner on the 75 as well took the third win. So Harrison Quincy, always a big name in pit bike racing as well. Just incredible to see what he can do. 4.3 seconds is the gap between Jamie King and Harrison Quincy. But look at this battle here coming around the final corner. This will be between Adam Thornborough and Matthew McLean. It might be for the last position in the race, but it's certainly the closest and best racing we can see on track at the minute.
Yep, still pushing is McLean, still trying to find a way through. Runs a bit wide, the 17 to try and spot a gap, still has to settle and stay there, but that's wide maybe from Thornborough. No, uses that momentum to his advantage. Heading up the straight into Iredale's hairpin, and he will stay there. Is anybody going to be able to make a move? Looks to the inside once again, McLean, but a bit shaky on the gear change, and that'll cost him down the back straight. 3 laps left to go as Quincy crosses the line. He is some 5.3 seconds ahead of Jamie King in P2, who's very used to finishing second here at Rowrah. 6 second places here. Last year, of course, we had the double round with 6 races in one weekend in each of the classes. Chris Wells winning every single one of those. And of course, Jamie King being consistent and turning up weekend after weekend. The consistent second places to normally Chris Wells and Lucas Brown did end up getting him that 4th pit bike 140 champions first in a couple of years. So King, it's a familiar position here as to the inside, making the move potentially around the outside. It goes McLean, no, not quite. The switchback also not working, just can't get that drive out of the corner at all against Thornborough. Thornborough's tyres just gripping up that little bit better when he gets on the throttle, and still staying in P4 is the 960 with 2 laps left to go. Quincy 5.6 clear. He was doing a little bit of qualifying laps for a while, but he's now backed off. I think he just wants to see the end of the race.
Yeah, we've got 1 more lap to go after this on the penultimate lap now. They are so close coming on the exit of St. John's corner there, but no cigar unfortunately for McLean there. He's trying everything to get by Thornborough, but it hasn't worked so far. We've got 1 lap to go after this. Let's see, can McLean maybe try and get through on Thornborough? He's just trying lots of different lines, but it just seems that Thornborough has the traction on exit. Let's see. Oh, we might go side by side now. Is this the battle for P4? Yes, it is, but who is going to come out on top? It's just Thornborough again. He's just able to get a lot more traction out of these corners, but McLean still on the back of Thornborough. Adam Thornborough on the 961, being chased by Matthew McLean for 4th position here. 17 is his number. Let's see what he can do. We've got just under 3 tenths. We are on the last lap of this race. Harrison Quincy just goes over the line, 5.8 seconds, over 6 seconds on the back of Jamie King, who has 15 seconds to the back of Keaton Payne as well. It's the last lap between Adam Thornborough and McLean. They've just gone over the line, less than a tenth between them, but this is the rider who has had a sensational weekend so far. It's absolutely brilliant. He won race 1, coming round to win race 2. It's going to be Harrison Quincy that wins from Jamie King in 2nd and Keaton Payne in 3rd place. And the battle still is brewing between Thornborough and McLean as we're just seeing the final couple of riders come around. The Stuart S's coming up to St. John's and Sunny Bend there, and through Paddock Bend as well. But he can celebrate while these two can't. They've still got half a lap to go. They have swapped places indeed. McLean is past Thornbury on the last lap as well. Wow, what drama we've had. Typical Curse, isn't it? We pan away for 1 minute to the winner and then swap places. A brilliant race there. A last lap sent for McLean on the back of Adam Thornborough, who just be gutted that he missed missed out on that 4th position. What a race.
Talk about leaving it to the death. Matthew McLean gets into P4 after trailing Thornborough for the entire race. But it is, who else would it be? Harrison Quincy on top once again in race number 2 in the Pit Bike 140s, with Jamie King in P2, Keaton Payne P3, rounding out our podium. Keaton Payne again having a fantastic weekend, with Matthew McLean in P4 and Adam Thornborough in P5. But that'll be it for race number 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. Of course, race number 3 awaits them a little bit later on this afternoon. We are going to have a couple more races before our lunch. Slight change to schedule. We're going to try and get, I believe, 2 more races in before our lunch break as we continue to head round. But that's it for race 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. Again, a little bit less eccentric and a little bit less chaotic than our normal Pit Bike races, but one that still provides lots of intrigue, and you can really see the difference in pace when the riders are just out there on their own, the differences in machinery and what they're able to do with what is underneath them. It's Quincy on top once again, reigning champ Jamie King in P2 and Keaton Payne in P3. It is time for the final race of the weekend in the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Of course, 2 different races on the track at the same time. Doesn't look like we're going to have a roving grid camera in this one, unfortunately, so we won't be able to point it out, but we will definitely mention who is going to be where out there on the grid. There you see your front row. Both of your elite front row starters, Cedras from pole, Maxwell Keats from P2. They've been trading places all season long, let alone all weekend. And looks like we're missing a couple of riders a bit further back. The 126 of Oliver Wilson doesn't look like he's made it out to the grid just yet, but there might be a short delay. Our Flag Marshal Lee Klaus is holding them in place, so I think maybe they're seeing a couple of other riders just quickly dashing down to the paddock. Of course, if you take too long, you get told you have to start from the pit lane or not start at all. So it is imperative you make it down to the racetrack in time. But as we get ready to go on our sighting lap for the final race of the weekend, here at round 5, the FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship in the AC40 Pro and LC40 Elite class. It's Jensen Cedras on pole with Maxwell Keats in P2 and the Scottish rider Logan Orr start 3rd. On pole position and starting P4 for the AC40 Pro class, it is Tommy Williams with Reed Saxelby in P5, Joey Athesich P6, Freddie Taylor P7 and Danny Longhurst in P8. Corey Dubman, bit of an outlier, P9 in the LC40 Elite bike, with Oliver Wilson rounding out our top 10. Back to the pros, Ethan Bayliss P11 and Cooper Say P12. Just want to clarify, but there was a bit of confusion last time at Clay Pigeon with Claudia Dubman in terms of what class she was actually in, because we assumed that she was carrying on racing in the AC40 Pro class, and she was still on an air-cooled class, but actually they have removed the 40mm restrictor from the exhaust of that bike. So that bike is now unrestricted, which means that she is classified as an LC40 Elite rider, even if she still is on an air-cooled bike. So just something to keep in mind moving forward. The riders making their way down to the grid then. It appears that everyone has now made their way out of the pits. One more race to go in this one. We're expecting more battles from the likes of Cedras and Keats. More battles from the likes of Williams, Saxelby, Joey Athesich, who have been inseparable all weekend here. And are we going to get more drama at the Lakeland Circuit? The Cumbria Kart Racing Club, a real staple of the FAB-Racing calendar. Last minute checks there to the number 2 machine for Jensen Cedras. And a last minute word with Chief Mechanic / Dad before it is all eyes to the red lights for the final time in this class this weekend. Our Flag Marshal will point to the lights for one final time, send them on their way. It is lights out. Good start there from both of the front row, but a rocket ship getaway for Logan Orr there, who will take P2 away from Maxwell Keats into the opening chicane. That gives Cedras a buffer as well, but Keats immediately on the counter-offensive and will slot back into second place. Elsewhere, looks like everybody has held station for the most part. I think Reed Saxelby has actually got past Tommy Williams for the lead in the AC40 Pros. Yes, he has. That's P4 overall. But up the front, it is pole sitter Jensen Cedras who leads once again here at Rowrah.
Yeah, Jensen Cedras, obviously race 1 winner yesterday in race 1. Obviously, this is race 3, the final race of the AC40 Pros with the 14mm restrictor and the LC40 Elites as well. Jensen Cedras is currently leading from Maxwell Keats and Logan Orr, and Reed Saxelby currently leading the AC40 Pro class as well. We've got 4 LC40 Elite bikes, obviously the top 3 overall, Cedras, Keats and Orr, as well as we said, Claudie Dodman running in P9 as well. Lots of changes for positions on that. Reed Saxelby went into lead of the AC40 Pros in P4 overall. Tommy Williams drops down to 2nd or 5th overall. Freddie Taylor moved up on Joey Athersidge for P3 in the AC40 Pros, and Ethan Bayliss moved up a position as well to get past Oliver Wilson on the opening lap. So, as we are just currently focusing on a couple of possessions here, so this is the number 2, Jensen Cedras, followed by Maxwell Keats. As well as we see all of these riders going through the Stuart S's now. Jensen Cedras obviously won the overall or the LC40 Elite class yesterday. Maxwell Keats in 2nd, Logan Orr in 3rd, and then earlier today Maxwell Keats, Jensen Cedras and Logan Orr as well. So, 4th place, Reed Saxelby is the leader of the AC40 Pro class, with Tommy Williams in 2nd in class and Freddie Taylor in 3rd. Maxwell Keats on that last lap, setting the fastest lap of a 49.9. But as we are looking at these 2 bikes going left, right and centre, this is for the lead of the LC40 Elite class, Jensen Cedras and Maxwell Keats. But that's Logan Orr now under attack from the AC40 Pro leader, Reed Saxelby, the number 57, as always a very late send there. But I think that's Tommy Williams on the 51 bike as well. Logan Orr obviously on the LC40 Elite bike as well. We call them AC40 and LC40 bikes. The AC are the slower air-cooled bikes, and the LC40 are the liquid-cooled bikes as well. The AC40 Pro has a 14mm restrictor on the exhaust. The AC40 Inters have 12mm, and the Rookie Cup, the AC40 Rookies, has a 10mm restrictor as well. We're looking at the 51 on the back of Reed Saxelby now. This is for the lead of the AC40 Pro. They go side by side over the line, and it was a very, very tight, just half a tenth between those 2 riders in there. The 51 on the back of Reed Saxelby now. Oh, he tries to send it on the inside. No, there isn't a space there for him. Logan Orr just a little bit up the road from these 2, but these 2 are having an absolutely brilliant battle so far.
They are indeed. A little bit off the lap record at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, a 54.900 for Maxwell Keats. Lap record. This is a throwback. Bailey Stewart Campbell back in 2018, a 52.190. So yeah, little bit off the base from a name of fab years gone by, but it's still Cedras that leads in the Elite ahead of Keats, with Orr in P3 there, 1, 2, 3 overall, and then Reed Saxelby still holding on in P1, P4 overall for the AC40 Pros. This is the fight for P3 in the AC40 Pros. We can see Freddie Taylor just holding off from Joey Athersidge, who I think had a bit of a disappointing getaway at the start. He's been running really well all weekend, but dropping down the order ever so slightly in this one. Just behind them, Danny Longhurst as well on the 26, who's been having a very quietly confident weekend. That young lass, of course, she will be taking part in the all-female Ryder Cup that we have here at FAB-Racing in collaboration with the House of Moto, helping promote the young female riders, the only championship at a grassroots level to have an all-female Ryder Cup. And they're doing very well. Just behind her, Claudia Dubman as well in P9, P4 in the Elite class. She'll also be taking part in that. Reed Saxelby continues to push his way round then, as I say that, Tommy Williams, through he goes at Sunny Bend. A nice little move coming out of nowhere, centred up the inside. And I don't think Saxelby expected it either. So Tommy Williams now into the lead of the AC40 Pros.
A brilliant move there. Just when we were trying to look at a few things here in the office, they obviously switched positions, but brilliant news there for Tommy Williams. Jensen Cedras slowly bringing that fastest lap down, 54.423. Reed Saxelby Reed Sachs will be telling us last week or a couple of weeks ago that he hasn't actually won a race. He hasn't won a race just yet in the AC40 Pro, so this could be a very, very good day for him if he manages to get by Tommy Williams. It's the 51 v the 57. The 51, we can see the bright blue bike there in the lead, followed by the white helmet and black and fluoro yellow bike of Reed Sachs will be there as well. Now this battle is between Freddie Taylor, Joey Athasich and Danny Longhurst, I believe. And is that Danny Longhurst that has got past Joey Athasich? I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a brilliant move for her, going past Joey Athasich. Joey Athasich dropping down the order, started P6 in this race, now dropping down to P8. Danny Longhurst started P8 and is now up to P7, so a brilliant race from her. But I say that Joey Athasich is not taking that lying down, as he is trying to go really wide and get a much wider line. But Danny is trying to get on the back of Freddie Taylor as well in the 118. So we've got the 118 of Freddie Taylor. Danny Longhurst looking like she's trying to set up a move on Freddie Taylor, with Joey Athasich just behind. This could get very tasty.
Freddie Taylor's had a very quietly good race, it must be said, on that 118, but Danny Longhurst, what a story it could be if she could slide onto the podium here in the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. The three of them neck and neck. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between them. Athasich pushing like there's no tomorrow as there's a change in the LC40 Elite lead, but Keats slow off the corner and Cedras almost into the back of him as he reassumes P1.
Oh, and he's got by.
But they trade once again as Keats tries to slide up the inside, but Cedras using that momentum, using the drive in these direct drive single gear bikes to just keep pushing, keep the revs high, and the speed will follow. Bit of lap traffic to negotiate as they're about to head onto the final lap of the race, and it's all running up onto the inside again.
Wow!
Maxwell Keats forces Cedras wide with a brilliant move there. That was out of nowhere.
That was
and with
amazing.
1 to go, Keats leads the race.
That was absolutely sensational there for Maxwell Keats. I think that's got to be my move of the weekend so far. So coming up to lap traffic as well, Maxwell Keats can be thrilled with that. Jensen Cedras will be very, very annoyed there with the number 86 of Ethan Bayliss there, just been lapped by them. And already Maxwell Keats, he's taken that opportunity and he's absolutely sprinted away from Jensen Cedras on this last lap. Look at that gap already. It's a couple of tenths, but Jensen Cedras slowly gaining on Maxwell Keats on the last lap of this AC40 Pro and LC40 Elite race. Which one of these riders is going to win the final race of the day? They both have one win each this weekend, but I think unless something dramatic happens, it will be this rider, Maxwell Keats, as he comes round the final corner to take his second win of the weekend. Maxwell Keats will win this race, coming round the final couple of bends now. And this is the other the race for Tommy Williams and Reed Saxby. Maxwell Keats wins the LC40 Elite, but this is the battle that we're looking. Tommy Williams on Reed Saxby and Freddie Taylor around and across the line. Tommy Williams takes the win for the AC40 Pro class, with Reed Saxby in second and Freddie Taylor rounding out the podium positions, with Danny Longhurst just falling foul of a podium there as well. What a brilliant race, as so often is the case in this championship, Ross.
A really strong but late move from Maxwell Keats, and the point to the camera. He knows that was something special. Final race of the weekend then in the LC40 Elite. It's Keats who takes it at the death, with Jensen Cedras in P2, Logan Orr P3, and down unfortunately in P9 overall. Claudia Dubman takes P4 in that class. In the AC40 Pros though, it's Tommy Williams who takes victory. Reed Sachs will be P2. Freddie Taylor does just about hold on to P3, but only by 0.2 of a second from Danny Longhurst. Joey Athasich hot on her heels as well in P5, with Cooper Say P6, Ethan Bayliss P7, and Oliver Wilson in P8. That is unfortunately it then for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Of course, they'll be back in the second weekend of September when we head up to Wigan and Three Sisters for the first of 2 trips at the back end of the year. But what a display these young riders have put on for us this weekend, and we can't wait to see more of it as the championships start to hot up and we get more and more into the business end of the season.
So next we have the AC40 Rookies. I tell you what, we have had an absolutely incredible weekend so far with the AC40 Rookies in both races, race 1 and race 2. We have had so many controversial moments, a very controversial move and contact in race 1 and in race 2 as well. The AC40 Rookies, I would say this weekend has been the most entertaining series so far, but I tell you what, they've all been very entertaining. So we have 16 bikes on this grid. Look at all of them now coming around. Oh, that is one of the bikes there. That is, I'm not too sure who that is, but one of them is just having trouble.
That's Oakley Hipwell, I believe.
Is that Oakley Hipwell? Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, 174.
Yeah, the 174 not able to make the start so far unless, oh, there we go. Has they managed to get the bike started? Yes, they have. He was running P6, so he's actually really high up the order. So let's just wait for him to take his formation position. Then they'll go out on a formation lap, and then we can get racing. I've got a feeling it's always race 3, the contact-filled race. And if it's anything like race 1 and 2, my word, it's going to be a controversial one. So let's run through the grid for all you at home. On pole position is Jensen Brown on the 171 bike alongside Zach Athasich as well. Zach Athasich winning both races so far this weekend, looking to make it a triple. Then behind him, Van Morris, new at Clay Pigeon. A brilliant weekend out there. And this weekend, some controversial moments as well. Logan Paisley in P4. Casey Reeson in P5. Oakley Hipwell managing to make the start after getting his bike started. Starts P6. Oliver Cheeseman in P7 alongside William Stingle in P8. Reggie Watson starts P9. And rounding out our top 10 is Caden Bailey. In P11, Keely Bailey in P11. And Chase Carter in P12. Theo Tyler in 13, and Savannah Polden involved in incident in the last race as well. Sister to the 127, Daisy Polden as well. Izzy Cook in 15th place. And rounding out our 16 bike grid is Oscar Bond in 16. And my oh my, it's going to be a fantastic start to this race, and I'm really excited for this race to see which one of these riders is going to win. Obviously, in the first race we had Zach Athasich take the win from Van Morris and Logan Paisley, and in race 2 it was Zach Athasich, Brown and Paisley as well. So lots of drama. That's Zach Athasich on the right hand side of your screen. Jensen Brown, the 171 on pole position on that yellow bike with the white helmet as well. So the black helmet, Zach Athasich, the white helmet, Jensen Brown. So focus on these two riders as we get this race started. So just Jensen Brown's just having a final little words of advice there as we are getting ready to go for this race. As Leo starting marshal points to the lights. Here we go for race 3 of the AC40 Rookies. It's a very good start for Jensen Brown there. It's a terrible start for Zach Athasich. I think Van Morris has already got through already. A brilliant start for Van Morris, going to try and take the win away from Jensen Brown, and he wants that first place as all of these riders do. So it's a clean start for everyone so far in this race. Everyone getting around nice and carefully. A little bit of side-by-side action. A couple of corners behind, but Van Morris already on the back of Jensen Brown. Zach Athasich is going to try everything that he can do to get by Van Morris on this opening lap.
Great start there by the 57 of Morris, and he's looking for more moves. Van is clearly in transit early doors in this race. Let's see if he can get up into P1, but Jensen Brown holds on to the lead at the moment. Zach Athasich still hot on his tail as well. So the top 3 starting to break away. Logan Paisley just behind as well, as we see the marshals making their way down to the far end of the circuit in the yellow high-vis. Of course, the roving marshals, parents and members of the FAB-Racing Paddock that lend a helping hand for our youngest of riders. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend for ensuring we can go racing as safely as possible. As they lead or make their way through the chicane at the end of lap 1, then it is still Jensen Brown that leads. Morris and Athasich hot on his tail. Paisley still holds on in P4, just ahead of Oakley Hipwell.
Dear me, you can tell it's starting to get late in the day when we start pulling out puns like that from Ross. Good Lord, usually it's me doing that, but thank gosh I haven't been doing that this weekend. So Jensen Brown currently leading this race, fastest lap on that first lap, 105.172, and Van Morris is looking like he could be setting up a move on Jensen Brown in the next couple of corners. Goes very wide out there, and that's the number 98. That is the number 98 of Reggie Watson, who was running P8 and now unfortunately has come to a stop. So let's see see if we can get his bike started, and then hopefully he can rejoin the race. But he was running P8, but unfortunately it has probably dropped down to the bottom end of the grid now. So Van Morris trying to chase down Jensen Brown, but I tell you what, Zach Athasic has actually gained so much time on Van Morris. 1:03.585 from Van Morris. Fastest lap record was set in 2018 by Henry McCartney, a 1 minute dead, 0.326. So still about 3 seconds off of the lap record, but Van Morris is pushing now, pushing, putting the pressure on Jensen Brown. Is he going to be able to make a move? But he may have made a little bit of a mistake there. I think that on Jensen Brown. Is he going to be able to make a move? But he may have made a little bit of a mistake there. I think that's Zach Athasic trying to make a move on the 15
time, which is tricky to say the least. There'll be 5 to go as they cross the line this time by. Brown still leads, Van Morris P2, Zach Athasic, 2-time race winner this weekend, and looking for the clean sweep, but only P3 at the moment. But maybe there's still time for him to try and make some moves forward. Only 0.7 of a second separating them at the line as they crossed it that time by. Into McRae's we go once again. Morris decides to run a little bit wider. Brown, a small mistake on the exit. Does this open the door, or is the 57 too far back? Yes, he is on this occasion, so we'll have to stay there for the time being. Athasic patiently watching on behind, patiently waiting to see what's going to go and happen through. Believe that Reggie Watson may have rejoined the race, albeit down in P16. Been told yes, he is still making his way around. So Reggie Watson, whatever issue he had, he's been able to get over it, and he'll push on. Bit of a look to the inside into St John from Van Morris. That is opportune. Maybe Sunny Bend. No, too far back on that occasion. But these two have started to break away now from Zach Athasic. So maybe Brown and Morris just slightly turning up the wick.
You say that, Zach Athasic is right on the back of Van Morris now, coming around the final corner. He's actually closer to Morris, and Morris is to Brown at the minute. So this is going to be a very, very interesting sort of end to this race. We've got 4 laps to go, and the final race of the day for the of the weekend, even on the AC40 Rookies. That's an interesting line now from Brown versus Morris. Who is going to get the lead out of those two? Let's have a look. I think we're focusing on a different battle here as one of the riders just getting laps there. Oh, I think that's the number 98 of Reggie Watson. Obviously stopped a little bit earlier on, but still pushing on in this race. Oh, and there's a big send there from one of those bikes. You've got 2 very different lines there in biking. Obviously, you can take a much wider line in biking, and then obviously a tighter exit. But this is currently the battle that we're watching. Here's the battle for the lead. The 57 still behind Jensen Brown, having a Jensen Button type performance instead of Jensen Brown this weekend. He's doing brilliant. Coming round the long final corner, the number 171 still under pressure from Van Morris. 4 tenths is the gap as we go over the line, and a little bit of back market traffic there. Zach Athasic now has started to drop off, but the 57 of Van Morris still on the back of Jensen Brown. Only 3 tenths of a second between these two riders. Now is a move going to be made here. Let's have a look. Oh, they're going very, very tight. Is the 57 going to be able to get a good run out of one of the hairpins there at McRae's? Now coming into Iredale's. No, unless he gets a good run out of here. No, he had a slow apex there. He had quite a slow apex, which means that Jensen Brown managed to keep the speed going through the corner. Both of these riders pulling away from Zach Athasic.
Really tight between the pair of them, though. Give each other an inch and they'll take a mile as they're starting to get some more traffic. Looks like Brown will make his way through okay, as will Morris. Athasic might get held up even further, though. I think he's definitely out of the fight for the lead. Look how close the leading pair are as they come into Sunny Bend. It'll be the penultimate lap of the race when they cross the line next time by, and it's anyone's guess who's going to be taking the checkered flag first. Jensen Brown stands alone at the front as it stands from pole position, but yet to take a win this weekend, and he's under huge pressure from Van Morris. Can Morris find a way through, or is the 171 imperious in his defence and imperious in his focus and dedication to the cause as Morris looks to the outside? Maybe this switchback. No, decides to go the long way around. Try momentum up to the end and maybe up to Erdels, then to the outside once again. He's clearly liking those wider sweeping lines, but he has to get off the throttle. A mistake from Brown there meant that Van Morris had to get off it as we've got Marshalls running, and that's a big one. That's 2 riders there. That's the number 6 by the looks of things that's gone down. That's Oscar Bond, and I can't quite identify who else there is gone down. but they're both making their way back, which is good to see, both continuing this race. That's awesome. Of course, main priority number one is the rider's safety, making sure they're okay, but not only are they okay, they want to get back into the action. Back to Paddock Bend we go, though. The 171 of Jensen Brown will lead the 57 of Van Morris on to the final tour of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club in 2025 for the AC40 Rookies. Does anybody have anything special? Can Van Morris make a miracle happen? Very much last chance saloon for that young man, but Brown still holding on at the front. Once again, the wider line from the rider in second place. Heading up once to Erdales, the final time through the right-hand, the hairpin. Wider line still from Morris, but Brown holding on in front. A little check back from the race leader. Morris looks to the inside and gets to the inside, and Van Morris potentially at the depth sweeps on by, using the momentum to his advantage. It took him the entire race. Can Jensen Brown respond, or has Van Morris just stolen it to the depth? And it's a mistake through St John's for Jensen Brown as well. He runs too deep, and with one turn left to go, Van Morris, last chance saloon. He rounds Paddock Bend and will take the checkered flag. Van Morris wins race number 3 here at Rowrah, and you can see the frustration on Jensen Brown, smashing his helmet. He can't believe he's given it away that late in the day. But there can only be one, and in race number 3 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, Van Morris is that rider. What a win and what a ride. Jensen Brown so unlucky at the end there. But unfortunately, racing is a cruel mistress on occasions, and on this occasion, Lady Luck decided not to shine his way, but the way of the 57. Van Morris is once again a race winner here at FAB.
I tell you what, he might have had a controversial race 1 and 2, but my word, was that a sublime performance and a sublime overtake there into one of the final. I think that was up at the Stewardesses. I think he made the move there. A brilliant move for the number 57, and setting the fastest lap as well on that last lap by half a second of anybody else. So that was a brilliant performance by him. So Van Morris, number 57, takes the win in the fastest lap on that last lap by 2/10 on the back of Jensen Brown, who finishes P2. Zach Apasic finishes the podium positions in 3rd. Logan Paisley, a great performance there in P4. And Oakley Hipwell up into 5th place as well, gaining a position on his starting position. Caden Bailey in 6th, William Skingle in P7, Oliver Cheeseman in P8, Casey Reasons in P9, and Savannah Polden making it into the top 10 and rounding out our top 10 there. Theo Tyler in P11, Keely Bailey in P12 on the 42, Chase Carter on the 45 in P13, Izzy Cook on the 32 in 14th, Reggie Watch in 15th, and Oscar Bond in P16. Obviously, a bit of drama there, but for the good reasons this time, as opposed to the other reasons in the previous races. But a fantastic race result for Van Morris.
What a performance there from our front two, it must be said. Zach Apasic, unfortunately, looking for the hat-trick, fading a little bit at the end of the day. And Jensen Brown, you got to feel for him. The 171 must be absolutely devastated, but it's still a strong P2. That is now time for our lunch break. Here at Rowrah, there's going to be a break in the action out on track, but don't you go anywhere, whether you're watching on the official FAB Racing YouTube channel or watching for the first time on the Motorsport Radio TikTok page, because we are going to head back down to the paddock while there's no action on track and speak to a couple of the riders and hear their thoughts before we came into the weekend. Thanks very much, guys, for passing over to ourselves from the commentary box. Once again, back here in the paddock at the wonderful Lakeland Circuit here in the Lake District. And we're going to head down and see who we can speak to. I can see someone looking like they're getting ready to head out onto the track, and I don't know if I can maybe grab a couple of words from him before we get going. You look like you were ready to go on track. How's things?
Good, yeah.
And time's all okay this weekend?
Yeah, everything's going good.
And what are you looking for this weekend? Lots of winning, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And let's talk this season-wise. How's things been for yourself?
It's been good this season. I've got a few wins. Yeah, I'm doing really good.
And talk us through the bike as well. Can I see it there behind you? What are you riding on this weekend?
I'm an Ovale 160.
And what's that like, especially because the Ovale's new to FAB Racing this year compared to the Metro kits? What's the main difference between the two?
It's just they've got less gears. They're easier to ride. And they're full stroke.
So is that maybe a big difference that we have to think about around here? Is the difference between 2-stroke and 4-stroke massive at Rowrah?
I don't really know.
Well, I'll take that as a yes, maybe. So again, going into the weekend, lots of winning, I'm assuming. Is that the game plan?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Mason, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
We'll let you get out on track now and get prepared. But Mason, Frederick there, go around. Got a few more riders over here that maybe we can try and grab a couple of words off of if anyone fancies a quick chat. Hello, how are we?
I'm good, thanks.
No, good to speak to you. What's your name for the viewers at home?
I'm Harry James.
Harry, pleasure to have you here with us this weekend. What are you racing in here?
I'm riding in 50 and 50 Rs.
Brilliant stuff. So on the Metrica, of course, we can see that behind you. How's things going so far? Comfortable on the bike? Feeling fast?
Yeah, first time at the track, not too bad. It's nice, quick, flowy track. Feeling comfortable.
Yeah. First time at the track, nice and flowing. It's a track that's a lot of riders' favourites here in the paddock. Are you saying maybe one up there for you, or maybe another track's your favourite?
I think I prefer Clay Pigeon, but this is up there with some of the others.
Clay Pigeon's a very good shout, to be fair. So coming into the weekend then, you said you're feeling pretty confident, you're liking the track, the bike feels okay. What's your objective? Just you're looking for steady points, solid finishes? Are you trying to go for broke, see if you can start onto the podium, maybe get some wins?
I'm not aiming for too high, but I'm just here to have fun.
That's great to hear, but of course, you know, part of the fun comes with doing well in races, but more just time on the bike, time out on track, gaining some experience, I suppose.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it goes. Harry, thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Got another rider down here as well. Maybe we can grab for a quick word. Got the shades on as well, feeling cool, calm and collected. As I say that, he's nearly fallen over his own chair, but we'll pass on that one. How are you this weekend?
Good.
And what's your name?
Reggie Watson.
Thanks for talking to us, Reggie. And Reggie, what do you ride in here at FAB?
Rookies.
And it's been a very strong start to your Rookies campaign as well, of course, the first level into FAB-Racing. So do you see yourself maybe in Moto GP in a couple of years' time if you carry on?
Yes, I really wish I could.
Well, of course, we've all got our fingers crossed for you. Who'd you say your favourite Moto GP rider is?
Casey O'Gorman.
Wow, that's a great answer. Fantastic, of course, making his debut in Moto 3 this weekend. So do you want to be racing against Casey one day?
Yeah.
Of course, Casey as well, I'm sure you know, got his start here in FAB-Racing, so maybe you could be the very next Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah.
That's brilliant stuff. Let's talk a little bit about Rowrah. Is this a track that you enjoy?
Yes.
And are you fast? Yeah, are you fast around here?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what you can do out on track. Reggie, are you aiming for wins?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Reggie, thanks for talking to us. We'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you.
Great to speak to Reggie there. As he said, Casey O'Gorman, favourite rider. See Mason Frederick heading out onto track. Yeah, Casey O'Gorman, once again, the latest FAB graduate to make it into Grand Prix racing, making his Moto 3 debut this weekend at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. First of his 2 stand-in rides for the 658 Squadra Corsa squad. And now quickly, we'll turn over. Jensen Ansell, once again, hello, welcome to Rowrah. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic stuff. Everything okay on the bike?
Yeah.
You look like you're about to head out onto track. You got your leathers on, or you just couldn't be bothered to get changed?
I'm just going out on track.
Brilliant stuff. So getting ready, getting in the zone, is that the plan?
Yeah.
Any superstitions, any preparations you like to do before you head out, or is it just get on the bike, go fast?
Go on the bike and go fast.
And is that the plan for the weekend in general? Get on the bike and go fast?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Where do you think you're going to be finishing this weekend?
First.
Well, we'd love to see you finish up there. Let's see what you can do. And then looking forward to the last 2 rounds as well at Three Sisters. Is that a track you enjoy?
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to be fast there as well?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks very much, Jensen. We'll let you get out onto circuit.
Bye.
Thanks for speaking to us, Jensen Ansell. I can see Alex is potentially waiting with someone, so I'll pass the microphone over to the man himself.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, how are you doing this weekend? What's your name?
I'm doing good, and my name's called Jensen.
Very nice, very nice. So, how are you finding this weekend, Jensen?
Good. I like the track.
And how do you like it a lot more than other tracks? Is it because it's quite up and down? Is it quite a lot? Is it a lot faster? Do you feel faster here?
It feels a bit faster here.
Lovely. I can imagine as well. Have you got a favourite corner that you like at this track?
All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them because you're on pole.
Yeah, good man, good man. And who's your racing hero? Who's your biking hero?
Kaya Ride.
Very nice. Good shout, good shout. Well, we will let you get back to your tent, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff there. Lovely to speak to Jensen there this afternoon. So, we're going to keep walking around the paddock in here. We'll see if is anyone free for a little chat in here? If we are. We'll just see who we've got here. Looks like we've got Theo here. Oh, hello, young man. How are you?
Good.
Good. What's your name?
Theo.
Theo, lovely stuff. And do you know what championship you're racing in this weekend? No. How'd you like the track this weekend?
Good.
Is it good? Is this your favourite track of the year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how come? Is it a lot faster? Is it a lot quicker? Are you quicker here?
A lot quicker.
A lot quicker. A lot quicker. We love it. We love it. So, should we have a look at your bike with you? Just have a look at these. So, how come you like these? How come you like this bike? How does it feel?
Good.
Is it good? Do you like to get your knees down low when you're going around the corners?
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. And who's your racing hero? There's a lot of them. Oh, good shout, good shout. Lovely stuff. Well, we're going to let you get back on, and hopefully you have a very good weekend this weekend. Go well.
Thank you.
Good man. Lovely stuff. Lovely to speak to Theo there as well. Lovely, we've got another rider here. They're all coming at us thick and fast. All right, how are you doing this weekend?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. First person to ask that, thank you. So what's your name and what championships are you racing in?
I'm Wilson Dilks and I'm racing in the Extreme 200s.
Very nice. It's a great championship, it's Extreme 200s. It provides some of the best racing all weekend. So, how are you finding this track this weekend?
It's one of my favourite tracks and I'm going quite well.
Good to hear. It does look like an incredible track, obviously built in an old quarry, really quick. You've got some bumps as well, some hills. Fantastic. So, do you know where you are in the championship?
I'm currently second, but I've won every race I've done here so far, so...
Wow, so you're hoping to get another triple here?
Yeah.
Good man. And with regards to the bikes, who's your closest competitor this weekend?
Harrison Day.
Oh, lovely stuff. Is there quite a big rivalry there between yourselves?
A little bit.
And do you know how far behind in the championship you are?
I was leading it by 55, but I don't know now.
Well, it still looks like it's going to be a very, very close championship this year. Who's your racing hero? That's a question I do like to ask some riders.
Mark Marquez and Danny Webb.
Fantastic, good answers. And what's the dream for you? Where do you want to get to? Is it MotoGP or?
Hopefully MotoGP, but if I stop at Moto 2, that's fine.
Fantastic. Well, go well this weekend, and we'll be watching the comments box, and go well this weekend.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Fantastic. We've got bikers all left, right and centre here. Look, you can see all down the paddock. We've got roads left, right and centre. And we have... I'm trying to have a look around. Free for a quick chat? No? Yes? Keely? Come on. Right. So, the last time that we spoke, you might remember it was at Hooton Park, where somebody fell over the fence behind us, if you remember. On there. Oh, yes, I remember that. I remember that specifically. Lovely. So, how are you doing, Keely, this weekend?
Good, thanks.
And how do you find this track?
I like this track.
Is it your favourite this year, or have you got another favourite?
I got a different favourite.
Oh, go on. Which is your favourite?
Ella Park.
Oh, it's a good track. It's a very good track. I'll let you off there. Lovely. So, how are you finding the bike this weekend?
Good.
Is it feeling quick? Is it feeling flowing? Is it feeling fast?
Yeah, it's feeling fast.
Lovely. And do you know where you were in qualifying? Are you quite high up?
In qualifying, I think I was about 13th, I think.
That's all right. Lovely stuff. And we can just see some of the things as well. We will we'll let you get back this weekend and hopefully have a good weekend. Nice to talk to you. Lovely stuff. So we've got a couple of riders as well that it seems Ross has found for us as well. So let's pass the mic back to Ross and go from there.
Thank you very much, Alex. We're going to head down a bit more. We can see some of our riders making their way out into the practice session now. We've got Caelan Ratcliffe, Seth James walking past there. I'll leave them be, but we'll head over here. This man sat down who looks like he's enjoying a yoghurt that I want to speak to. Hello, how are we?
Good.
And what's your name for the viewers at home?
Maxwell Keats.
And Maxwell, it's a pleasure to have you here with us once again at Rowrah. Let's talk about your season so far. How's things gone?
Well, I mean, it's been all right. A couple of rounds haven't been the best, like at Ella Park, but like all of the other rounds been good.
Yeah, well, you know, that's racing. It comes, it goes sometimes, but are you feeling confident here at Rowrah? Is this going to be a weekend where things go well?
Hopefully.
Well, you're sat here watching the track at the moment, trying to gauge your opponents maybe. It's a lovely day. You looking forward to the racing this weekend?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it's going to be a good race with me and Jason.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And one last question, Maxwell. Where do you think you're going to finish? You're going to win? You're going to be on a podium?
Well, hopefully I do win and get a podium. And that's all I'm hoping for, really.
That's brilliant stuff. Maxwell Keys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to speak to Maxwell, our rider who's very consistent and always turning up here. We're just going to poke our nose through here. I can see Emilio Pereira's dad. Is the boy around anywhere for a chat? Oh, he's gone out at the moment. All right, so definitely grab El Toro a little bit later on as I've been handed another child. Hello, how are we?
Good, thank you.
And great to see you. Have you just come back in or are you going out in a bit? I can see you got your leathers on.
I'm going out back in a bit.
And how's things been on the bike so far this weekend?
It's been going well, it's going just well. Like, I've been first in most of the practices and qualified.
So the pace is there, clearly, and you're feeling confident, so maybe seeing some race wins later?
Yeah, definitely.
And what would that mean for you in the championship-wise? You know, if you've got a couple of race wins, is that really going to help you?
Yeah, it's going to help me, extend my championship lead, and maybe last 2 rounds I could win it.
Well, that would be pretty special if you were able to do so. What would you do if you do win the championship? How are you going to celebrate?
Get I don't know.
I would say a big bottle of champagne, but you might be a bit too young for that. Maybe a big glass of chocolate milk or something?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's brilliant stuff. Anything else to add here at Rowrah? Again, you're feeling confident on the bike, you're looking fast. Is there anything you're worried about, or are you just all calm and collected?
All calm and collected.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll let you carry on with that. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck.
You're welcome.
Okay, the viewers at home.
Morgan.
And, nice to speak to you. What are you racing in this weekend?
The Elites.
That's fantastic stuff. And how's the bike? Feeling fast?
Good, really.
That's good to hear. Is Rowrah a circuit that you like?
Probably. I don't know.
So you don't know. So you're feeling fast, but you don't know if you like it yet or not.
I do like it. It's just that I don't really know any other track.
That's fair enough. So I guess it's your default favourite if you don't know anything else.
Yeah.
That's great to hear. So are you, given it is your favourite track then, is this a track you want to be doing well at going forward?
Yeah.
Are you going to be seeing you at any other tracks maybe in the future?
Maybe the next round, which is Clay Pigeon, isn't it? Yeah, that.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Bye.
Great to see a couple more of our riders. We'll just head down over here as well, as obviously you can see plenty of riders and action going out on track at the moment. A few more riders watching the action. Hello, young man. How are we?
Good.
And what's your name for the viewers at home?
Van Morris.
Van Morris, great to speak to you. Of course, you've kind of exploded onto the FAB-Racing scene in the last couple of rounds, picking up some race wins here and there. Looking to do some more winning here this weekend?
Yeah.
And obviously, who's your older sibling? You're part of a FAB-Racing family here.
Bo Morris.
Of course, Bo is a fantastic rider. You look pretty special as well. Talk to us a little bit about what inspired you to get on a bike. Was it your brother going around and being on the bike?
Yeah, it was my brother.
So would you say your brother's your favourite rider then, or is there someone else you like Marc Marquez or Rossi or someone?
Yeah, it's Marc Marquez.
I mean, we all know that Rossi's better, but we'll leave that one there.
I don't know who's better, Marc Marquez or Rossi.
Well, that's a debate for another day that we'll have. But as I said, you've been doing really, really well in the couple of rounds you raced in. How are you feeling here at Rowrah? Are you feeling fast, feeling confident?
Yeah.
So you're going to be doing some more winning then?
Probably.
That's great to hear, Van. We'll see if you can do that out on track. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, that's right.
Great to speak to you, Van Morris. I can see Joey Atasich there as well. I'm going to run into him. He's got... I know you've already done one, but I'm going to speak to you again because I can. Because I want to speak to you, because you just make my day better when I speak to you. How are you?
Good.
And any updates since we last spoke to you? Anything changed, or is all the same?
Well, it's just been Q1. Everything's working bad. The lap times has improved. The changes and what we did from yesterday have really helped.
It's good to hear. So still making a few changes to the bike, but it seems to be working. So are you maybe a bit more confident in the bike now?
Yeah, really much more confident. The lap times have gone down now by a second from yesterday. So I'm hoping to improve a bit more.
So you've already dropped a second, and you think there's more time there as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of time already, and you sound confident. So maybe at the end of the weekend, we could be looking at 3 race wins if we're not careful.
Yeah, hopefully 3 race wins. Yeah, just hoping for my first win this weekend.
Well, again, you sound like you're really, really confident in the bikes. That very well may be the case. Do you think if you get that first race win this weekend, heading into Three Sisters for the final 2 rounds of the season, that's kind of going to give you that edge and you'll be able to win some more?
Yeah, Three Sisters is a track what I really, really like. And just since there's 2 rounds of Three Sisters, hopefully if I don't get my first win here, I can hopefully get it there.
Oh, that's great to hear. We'll let you get on with your day, but thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Wow, very, very confident there. I can see Alex has picked up another rider. Before I quickly pass over to him, of course, the last 2 rounds of the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, both at Three Sisters, but not a double round. So I'll pass the mic over to Alex, and he can get going.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Hello again, everyone. So I'm here with Bojan Blachowski. I knew I was going to mess it up. So how are you doing this weekend?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
And you race in the GP50 standards, don't you?
Yes.
How are you finding the track this weekend and your bike this weekend?
It's a very lovely track, and the bike, the way you've done it, has really suited the track. It's just absolutely brilliant to ride on, especially that first chicane after the straight.
It does look like an incredible track, as I was just saying before to you. The turns 1 and 2 is brilliant, but also the final chicane as well, where it's a right and then a left. It's a beautiful, beautiful set of corners. So, what results are you hoping for this weekend?
Well, I'm hoping for 50, 60, not very high up the grids, but I'm working towards it.
So this is your first season in racing as well, so what inspired you to get into racing?
Well, I used to do karts, and I got pretty good at those, but it just wasn't as good as bikes. My parents rode bikes, and my grandparents rode bikes, and they got me into it, so I just started to love 2 wheels.
Big question here now. Who's your racing hero? So it could be from the world of cars, it could be the world from bikes. Who's your racing hero?
That's a really difficult one, because I haven't been much into watching racing at all. I haven't really been able to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one. Probably, I'd say I'm hoping Alex Marquez can do well in MotoGP.
Yes, I'm also a fan because he shares the same first name as me, so yeah, we love it. Who are your main rivals around you?
Well, I really want to beat Callum Maxwell. He and I are quite close together, so I'd say him.
Yeah. Good answers. Well, I think you're on for your qualifying in a little bit, so go well this weekend, and we'll be keeping an eye on you.
Thank you.
Lovely. Fantastic. So, we've got more riders to go and been pointed every which way and direction here. Who are we wanting? Are we after the number 76? Hello, young man. How are you doing? Good. So we spoke at Hooton Park, if you remember, a couple of rounds ago. So how are you finding this track this weekend?
Good.
Josh, and it's a quick track, isn't it, this weekend?
Yeah.
Lovely. Is it your favourite track of the season, or have you got another favourite?
It's my favourite track of the season.
Oh, I'm with you there. It's really quick and fast and flowing, isn't it? It's really, really good. So, who are your main rivals? Who are the riders that you want to beat this weekend? Everyone. Lovely. And how is your bike feeling this weekend? Is it handling really nicely this weekend?
Yeah.
Good as well. Say again, yeah?
A bit slowing.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can improve on that, and we'll see you up the order this weekend. Good luck this weekend.
Bye-bye.
Oh, lovely. So, fantastic. We spoke to many riders this weekend. We're having a look. Here we have a rider with the helmet on. We're going to see if we can nab a little word. Hello, I can see that you literally have just got off a bike, it seems. How are you?
I've had one one of these yesterday.
Sorry. Say again?
I've had an interview yesterday.
Oh, yes. Yeah, lovely. So, lovely stuff. So, how are you finding the track this weekend, just quickly?
It's all right. I'm doing well with it, but it's my first time on a 70 here. So, we've got 5, so hopefully we can keep going well.
And what positions are you hoping to get this weekend?
Podium.
Lovely stuff. So, we'll wish you the best this weekend, and good luck this weekend. Awesome stuff. We have lots more people. We have the number 71 here, I think. Yeah, the number 71, I think, is just going in the paddock. So we'll see if we can grab a quick word with this young rider on the Metrokit bike, it looks like. As well, the number 71. Lovely. So we'll try. Should we try running? The cameraman's going to hate me for this, but we're going to try and get a little pace on and try and chase a couple of these riders. Look, we can see a lot of riders here as well. Hello. Oh, hello. How are we doing? I can see you're a little bit busy just getting the bike back in. But there we go. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Are you free for a quick word? Yeah, lovely. So I take it you've just been out on track.
Yeah, but we've got a bike problem, so I have to pull in. So.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So, how are you finding this weekend? Obviously, apart from the bike issues.
Yeah, it's been fine. I've had no other bike issues, but I've been up there in the timing sheet, first every session except from one. So yeah.
Fantastic. And what results are you hoping to get this weekend?
Hopefully, all first to try and keep the championship alive. So yeah.
Absolutely. And where are you currently in the championship?
Second or third by like 2 points.
Oh, it's going to be a tight couple of races then.
Yeah, so basically I need to finish first in the next couple of races to at least have a chance at first in the championship. So.
Absolutely, yeah. And a big question here now, obviously I can tell you're sweating, so you might not be able to think properly. Who's your racing hero?
Hero, probably either my dad or Mark Marquez.
Two very good shouts. Well, hopefully you get all your problems figured out this weekend and we can see you competitively on track.
Thank you.
Lovely. So we have many. Oh, we have one of the Holden sisters here. Let's try and grab a word. Hello. May we get a quick word? Is that okay? Lovely stuff. So, what's your name and what series are you racing in?
My name is Savannah and I'm in the rookie class.
That's AC40 Rookie class. So how are you finding this track this weekend? It looks like a really quick, fun track.
Good.
And how does your bike feel this weekend? Is it going quickly? Is it going nicely?
Yeah.
And what positions are you hoping to get this weekend? Where do you want to finish?
Probably like 5th or 6th.
Fantastic. And another big question we're asking all riders this today. Who's your racing hero?
Probably my sister.
Oh, very, very wholesome answer. And actually, I think Daisy's just pulled in just behind us as well. But we wish you the best this weekend. And go well this weekend.
Thank you.
Lovely. Fantastic to speak to Savannah Polden there. I think Daisy Polden, literally, as we're interviewing her sister, she rides into the paddock as well. I mean, we can't really hear each other very well over the mount, all the bikes going on, but how are you this weekend?
I'm good, thank you.
Lovely. And how was your session? I take it you've literally just been out?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I managed to get down to my best time this weekend.
Fantastic. And how are you feeling about the track this weekend? Is it one of your favourite tracks this season, or have you got another favourite?
Yeah, I like this track, but I do like Three Sisters a bit more. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it is a quick track. It's got lots of undulation and left and rights and everything, doesn't it? It's brilliant. And where are you hoping to finish this weekend?
I'm hoping to finish top 5 because I've been getting lots of 6th and 7th this weekend.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck this weekend. One more question before we go. Who's your racing hero? And bearing in mind your sister said you.
Probably my dad or my auntie.
Yeah. Two very good answers. Well, we will let you get back and obviously get all your kit off and everything, because it is warm. It is warm this weekend. But we wish you the best of luck and go well this weekend.
Thank you.
Fantastic to speak to both of the Polden sisters there. Fantastic. Should we hand off to you? I mean, my voice is getting a bit sore now.
May as well give you a little bit of a break, Alex. Starting to run out of time a little bit, unfortunately, but we'll just head up this way anyway. I want to see if we can grab Harrison Day. I saw him and his dad going over some data earlier, so they're either going to be deep in thought or they may also have headed out onto track. But we'll see if we can grab him anyway. No, looks like the number 15 has disappeared off onto the circuit, but Harrison Day looking to have another strong weekend here at Rowrah. Let's continue heading down, see if there's anybody down the bottom end of the paddock that we can maybe speak to. You've got a rider here that maybe we could have a quick word with. Hello, how are we?
Hello, I'm good.
Good to see you. Just saw you look like you had maybe a little bit of a problem in that session, or saw you just coming into the pit lane very briefly. Everything okay with the bike?
Yeah, everything's fine with the bike. I think the rear end lighted up a bit, and I thought there was something on the rear tyre or something bothering the rear tyre that made it light up a bit. But yeah, the bike's fine, and to say it's the first session, we've cracked our personal best, which is always good for me. And to say that we've got our personal best is always better than our road lap time, so hopefully we can push that a little bit more and try break into the 52s.
Well, that'd be fantastic if you were able to do so, but yeah, it sounds like you're running well, and any issues with the bike appear to be non-existent, which is always a positive as well. So you're clearly feeling confident going into the races a little bit later this weekend. What do you say the aim is for the races?
The aim is for a race is probably try and get top 5, maybe even, if we can, top the podium. I've always got to push that a little bit more to try and get to the podium. I think it's a second and a half to get up there and try and beat the fast boys. But obviously that hopefully progresses further on in the weekend. But we've had a good Friday and a good Saturday, especially with the weather. And last time we came here was flooded, so it's good with the sun and hopefully crack a bit more faster lap times.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll let you get on with your day, but thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Good to hear that no issues there on the bike. Just saw Jamie King heading past us, coming back in for recording an onboard lap for us by the looks of things. He's had a GoPro on his helmet. He's been doing that for us the last couple of rounds. Spoke to him yesterday, heading back out, in fact. So we'll give him a wave as he's heading past, and I'm not even going to get anything out of him. Wow, Jamie King. He's upset over something, but too busy with the racing. Let's just head down this way, because I want to see if I can grab Emilio Pereira, and I can see him over there, and the helmet is off, which is a good start, which of course is the universal sign for we're able to speak to him. So let's just head through this awning here and see if we can speak to El Toro, Emilio Pereira, potentially grab a few words. We wanted to speak to you all weekend. Glad we finally grabbed you, Emilio. How's things?
Good, how about you?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. Rowrah, track you're pretty consistently quick at, especially over the last year. But of course this year, different machinery, bit bigger bike, bit quicker. How's things looking after a couple of sessions?
Well, when we came here, I had no gearbox, so Craig Polden was fixing it. If he didn't, I wouldn't be able to ride, and I qualified 10th in this session, but I'm definitely going to get a top 5.
Well, big thank you to Craig Polden then for putting your gearbox back together. That's amazing. Again, shows the community we have here at FAB-Racing, everyone helping everyone out. But again, you're looking to crap top 5, that'd be good. Maybe podium?
Yeah, definitely podium. Or a win.
Oh, I love the confidence from you, Emilio. It always puts a smile on my face. Last 2 rounds of the season, though, heading to Three Sisters. It'll be your first time going around there in FAB-Racing on the big circuit, on the bigger bike. So it'll be a bit of a newer track for you in that sense. Obviously, it's a slightly different layout between the bigger bikes and the Mini Motos. Is that something maybe you're a little bit worried about, or are you just going to go in full throttle, no concerns?
Full throttle, no concerns.
Brilliant stuff. And again, there's 2 rounds there as well. So again, just trying to pick up the maximum points from Wigan across 2 rounds then. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Well, stuff. Emilio, I'll let you go, but thanks very much for speaking to us. Great to hear you're still as confident as ever.
Thanks, bye.
Great to speak to Emilio Pereira, Alex. Always a confident face here
And while we head back, obviously it's your first time here at Rowrah as well, and it's something we're always very keen to gauge the opinion of, because I remember my first time here, and I feel like our reactions are quite similar, because it's just, wow, this place is beautiful. What a great racetrack.
Yeah, genuinely, it is a fantastic racetrack. I remember we drove in. Thank you. I'll turn that off you. We drove in yesterday evening, and it was fantastic. The views here, it's obviously an old quarry. It's a fantastic track. The paddock is as friendly as ever at FAB-Racing, which is what we love to see here. So yeah, it's a brilliant racetrack, and I honestly cannot wait to see what racing we're going to get today. It's going to be fantastic stuff. But I think that is all we've got time for at the minute for this little paddock show that we have. So we are going to pass back to ourselves, and have a good weekend of racing, everyone, and we hope you enjoy the racing.
On the road to Moto GP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Welcome back to the 5th round of the Mastermax FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here in Rowrah. It is a beautiful, beautiful day in the Lake District. We've had 12 brilliant races this morning, 8 more race 3s to come your way across the afternoon. Still a little while until we're set to go racing, and we're just at the back end of the lunch break, so there'll be a short delay before we kick things off once again. But you join us on a brilliant weekend of sport. Of course, the Moto GP currently happening at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. We're all cheering on our 3 British riders in Moto 3, and of course in Red Bull Rookies as well. Sullivan Mounsey and Lucas Brown, former FAB graduates, showing the business. And of course up there in Moto 3, as I said, the likes of Scott Ogden, Eddie O'Shea, and the one and the only Casey Gorman making his debut this weekend, also putting in a shift and showing the world what former FAB rider, should I say, can do. The Premier League's back this weekend, of course, but we don't care about that, especially me, because I didn't put Salah and Haaland in my fantasy team, and now I feel like an idiot. But of course, the main event, it is FAB-Racing, and we're getting into the thick of it now. Only 8 race 3s to come our way. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Alex Rizzoli alongside me in the commentary box. It has been a fantastic weekend of racing so far, and after this lunch break, we're expecting 8 more brilliant races to head our way.
Hello everyone. Yes, we are indeed. We've had some fantastic racing already today and yesterday as well. We've only 8 more races today, starting with the AC40 Inters, obviously with the 12mm restrictor on the exhaust as well. We had some fantastic drama in the AC40 Rookies Cup all weekend long. So yeah, we've had, as we say, lots of action earlier on today with the senior Mini Motos. I think there was about 4 riders that came together on the formation lap as we went out. Obviously, we had the red flag in the Extreme 200s, and obviously the finish in the Moto Teams as well was crazy. So, you know, if anyone's taken any clips or screen recorded any clips on TikTok or YouTube itself, you know, sharing is caring. Share with us all, and well, share with all your favourite riders as well. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're listening from. Are you listening from Europe? Are you listening from Americas? Or are you listening from Asia? We have a lot of people listening from all over the globe. So, just waiting until the AC40 Inters lineup to come out of the paddock. We can see the P1, 2 and 3 there, which is where all of our riders go after the race, and, well, especially P1, 2 and 3 as well. So the AC40 Inters... this weekend we have a lot of we have a lot of action to say. We only have 7 riders in this championship. We had Finlay Styles winning race 1 yesterday, Austin Dilks in P2, Noah Barfoot in race 3 as well. Obviously quite off the pace this weekend, Nelly Newth as well, so hopefully she can maybe she can hopefully maybe she can hopefully improve and have a better weekend so far.
We'll have to wait and see. They'll be up first when the lunch break comes to an end in hopefully roughly 7 minutes time. But before we get to that, we're going to pass you over to Jamie King for an onboard lap to show you what the cameras can't really capture, just how incredible this circuit is from a rider's perspective. Over to you, Pit by Sonic.
Right, here we go, guys. Pit by Sonic, a lap of Rowrah Kart Circuit. Entering the last corner here, 3rd gear, power on out, go pretty much underneath the stand, drop to 3rd, this blind chicane, right, left, right, back out, power out, down to the first hairpin. Use the concrete on the outside as your braking marker. Down to second. Power out as soon as possible. All the way back up to fourth. And then back for the right hand hairpin. Back down again to second. Power on out. Up the gears now. All the way to this fast right. Miss the first apex. Hit the second and then power on out. Down the waterfall now. Back down to third. Knee right over the curb here. Hold it tight and then flick it back for this left. Don't use too much track on the exit. And then enter the final corner in third gear. Back to the start finish. And that is a lap of Rowrah Kart Circuit.
Thank you very much, Jamie King, for the onboard. His accent somehow gets even stronger when he's on the bike. I didn't even know that was possible. But Great Yarmouth's favourite son showing us what it's like here and all of the undulation that you can't see when we're watching from trackside. It is just such an incredible circuit for the riders. And there's a reason why many, many faces in the FAB-Racing paddock say that it is their absolute favourite on the calendar. And it's become a real classic of the calendar as well. If we removed it, I honestly think I'd be very, very sad. But thanks, Jay, for the onboard lap there. And we are now hopefully 5 minutes away from getting the first race 3 of the afternoon underway, with 8 races coming your way. The AC40 Inters, the 12mm restrictor class. Wind picking up here a little bit, but nice temperature, 23 degrees, a little bit warm, but nothing too strenuous. And again, at least the riders have now had the lunch break, a bit of time to cool off before they get back to the racing.
Yeah, as we saw on that last camera shot as well, just you can see the undulation difference. The right-hand side of the track is about good 3, 4, 5 meters above sort of maybe the lower part of the track as well, which we don't usually see at tracks in Fab Racing. Usually they're quite flat, you know, built on old airfields as well. Most of the racetracks in the UK, obviously Silverstone, Thruxton, I think the only two that you'd sort of really get quite a feel of undulation are tracks like Brands Hatch or Donington or Knockhill as well, obviously where touring cars are this weekend. But that is not the best racing this weekend here for Fab Racing. This is where the best racing all weekend it is long. Forget about any other sports. This is where you want to be. So, still waiting for the lunch break to end. We've only got a couple of minutes, yeah, we have quite a few highlights from this morning. Well, actually, the weekend altogether. But what's been your sort of favourite highlight of this morning?
I mean, the Rookies Cup races this morning and yesterday as well have just been absolutely phenomenal, to say the least. And it's a shame that we're not going to get any of them in the afternoon. Got their race 3 done just before the lunch break, but they have been absolutely superb and plenty of action. And even the youngest riders on a grid in a class where it's more about just getting track time, getting experience on the bike and learning how to race more than anything. For those guys to go out there and show such maturity and levels to their game and just put on these amazing performances, it does bring a smile to my face. And it was really fantastic to see Van Morris taking the win in race number 3 right at the death earlier on. And it's a shame that they've all packed up and gone home, but still a few more Mini Moto races to come your way. Of course, the Inter's up first, then we got the seniors, then on to the bigger bikes immediately after that one. So a little bit of a delay before we get to those. Of course, if you are just joining us wherever you're watching around the world, hello and welcome to round 5 of the Master Mac Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We are just coming up to the end of our lunch break now, so it won't be too long until we get the racing going. Whether you are watching live on the official Fab Racing YouTube channel or Facebook pages, or on the Motorsport Radio TikTok as well, we're live streaming there for the first time. We hope that you are enjoying the show and hope that everything is going well. Of course, Motorsport Radio, well, there's still a few still all of our championships left to wrap up, shall I say. There is one that could be wrapped up in race number 3, depending on a few things, unlike, of course, IndyCar, which has already been won by Alex Flo. Motorsport Radio, the home of IndyCar in the UK. If you want to listen along, we broadcast all of the races live on Motorsport Radio. And as I said, there are some championships which could be wrapped up today. Only one realistically, which is the Moto Team Open. And even in that situation, the Team Acme Racing number 8 bike needs Gary O'Keefe to fail to finish. So we'll have to wait and see. If he finishes the race, then the championship goes to the next round at Three Sisters. Both of our next rounds, of course, at Three Sisters as well. Not a double round like we had here at Rowrah last year. Well, we almost have a 4-day weekend and 6 races for each of the classes. It will be round 6, Friday, September the 12th to Sunday, September the 14th. The first time we go to Wigan, and then round 7 at the start of October, Thursday, October 9th to Saturday, October the 11th. A slight offset in the days there, but that'll be wrapping up the season. And of course, as well, the Mini GP 70s and the 50s, they'll be heading to Lyddon Hill at the end of the year for the Lord of Lyddon special event, which attracts some of the best Mini GP races from across the country. So not long to go now before we get back out. We should be hearing some engines roaring into life very, very shortly, with 8 races left to go today. And Rowrah, it's been kind to us once again, showing us many more brilliant races across this weekend. Let's hope these last 8 are as fantastic as the first 12 this morning.
Yeah, we just saw the number 19 there, Finley Styles, getting ready to come out onto the track, but it doesn't look like anyone else. I thought maybe he's just very eager to get out onto the track. So if you are fairly new to FAB4 and you don't know what the AC40 classes are, we basically have 4 classes of the 40 bikes. So we start with the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. The difference between those two is the AC40 Pro class has a 14mm restrictor on the exhaust, whereas the LC40 is sort of unrestricted. But the AC40s are the air-cooled bikes, and the LC40s are the liquid-cooled bikes as well. Then we take one step down into the next championship, which is the one that we have next, which is the AC40 Inter Championship, where they have the 12mm exhaust on as well. So maybe about sort of 8.5 horsepower, something around there. The AC40 Pros and LC40 Elite, you're probably looking at about 12 horsepower. And then we have our Rookies Cup, which we have already had. Unfortunately, all 3 races. We'd love a race 4, but unfortunately, there isn't any more this weekend, but they have the 10mm restrictor on the exhaust as well. So the AC40 Rookie class is for our youngest riders and for the newest riders. All of the AC40 bikes are single geared as well, so you don't need to worry about gears or anything like that, and they are fantastic fun to watch. So we can just see, I think that's just still one bike only. I think that's Finley Styles there getting ready to go out onto the track. Obviously Finley Styles has already won a race this weekend. He won a race yesterday, and I can hear some bikes firing up in the background. So there is the number 19, I think. Oh no, I think it might be the 128 actually. But what is going to happen in this race, Ross? I mean, obviously we've got Finley Styles starting from pole position, Austin Dilks alongside him. Obviously Nelly New starting at the back as well. Hopefully she's ironed out them gremlins that she's been facing all weekend.
Of course, most of the world's eyes will be on that 44 of Nelly Nuth. It's been a really, really rotten weekend for her. We are assuming a combination of confidence issues here at Rowrah, and then also just technical problem after technical problem. We started seeing them seep in at Clay Pigeon, and then since then just something with that bike just ain't quite right. But Finley Styles, as a result, has been picking up the pieces, and well, his championship rival struggles. He has been winning and getting podiums and now leads the championship as well for the first time in 2025. Took that yesterday after race number 1. So as the riders make their way down to the grid, it's time for the race 3 of the AC40 Inters. Race number 3 in the Britson Electrical Services AC40 Inter class coming your way now. And we've got such an interesting dynamic with new championship leader starting from pole in the form of Finley Styles. The number 19 has been fantastic this weekend, but the 44 of Nelly Nuth, the reigning Rookies Cup champion, with serious technical gremlins and struggles, and has been playing off of the back foot the whole time we've been here in the Lake District. As we start going around on our sighting lap, it's Styles from pole. Alongside him, Austin Dilks, who was looking really racy in race number 2 earlier on. Noah Bartlett starts third alongside Randy Carter. Third row of the grid is Daisy Grayson and Seth James, and Nelly Nuth rounds out our 7 riders coming through into this one. So again, it'll be all eyes, Alex, on Nelly Nuth. Are there still technical issues with that bike? Is she able to overcome them and start putting in the performances that we've come to expect from that young superstar, or is it once again going to be the likes of Styles and Dilks fighting it out at the front for the race win?
Well, I mean, just during that lunch break there, I did speak briefly to Nelly Newth and her family, and just trying to give her some words of encouragement. Obviously, it has been a rough weekend. You know, her last race win was out last time out, round 4 at Clay Pigeon, and she took the first race win on these Saturdays. So there she is. Hopefully, we can. Hopefully, she can sort of make her way up the order a little bit. But let's focus on the front runners at the minute. So as we said, Finlay Styles starts on the left-hand side there of your screen. He starts on pole alongside Austin Dilks. Both of these riders are very, very talented. Well, all of our riders are very, very talented. But let's see which one of these riders is going to get the race win and the first race win of this afternoon here at up in Cumbria, which is lovely, at the Rowrah Circuit. It's a fantastic circuit. Any minute now, here we go to the lights. Oh, off we go. Let's have a look. So the number 19 Finlay Styles gets a very good start, but it looks like, oh my word, they're almost going 3 wide into the first corner between Noah Barfoot, Randy Carter and Daisy Grayson there. But it will be Finlay Styles that leads this race away from Austin Dilks, looking for a move on the inside. I think, oh yes, it is indeed. Austin Dilks manages to take the lead away from Finlay Styles on the first couple of corners.
Seth James was really slow away when the lights went out. He's dropped back into 7th place. Nelly Newth looks like she's squeezed through Daisy Grayson as well, as up the front Dilks goes around the outside and Nate manages to get in front of Styles there. So great stuff from the 85. Austin Dilks once again bringing the fight to the championship leader, who's going to try and fight straight back on the run into St John's. Too far back to make the move on that occasion. Further back, Randy Carter and Noah Barfoot also keeping the leaders in check for the time being. As we come to Paddock Bend at the end of the opening lap, it will be the 85 of Austin Dilks that leads the way in race number 3, but Finlay Styles is right there with him. Austin Dilks says no you don't, closes the door, but we know how good the fight was between these two in race number 2, and it looks like they're going to give it to us again this time.
Absolutely, Austin Dilks doing everything he can to stay ahead of Finlay Styles, but Finlay Styles right up there with him. Look at that, already up from P7. It's Nelly Newth already making her way up into P5. Brilliant from her. She just needs to chase Randy Carter now. She looks like she's got a little bit of confidence back in her now, and there we go. We can see the rest of the pack, as we can see Austin Dilks as well, still defending from Finlay Styles. There she is. Lovely stuff. Go on, Nelly. Going round these corners now and trying to chase Randy Carter for 4th place. So Austin Dilks leads from Finlay Styles, Noah Barfoot and Randy Carter. So look, we have 2 battles on our screen now. Austin Dilks and Finlay Styles for first, Noah Barfoot and Randy Carter for the final podium position. As we're seeing the number 19 of Finlay Styles go on the inside, side by side over the line. Finlay Styles takes the lead away from Austin Dilks in a fastest lap for the number 69 bike of Randy Carter with a 58.4. Obviously, this is a new class this year, so we have never had a lap record before here. So let's see what these riders can do. Austin Dilks now on the back of Finlay Styles, looking this way and that way, coming into the first of the 90-degree right hairpins. McRae's now into Iredale's on the back straight up to the Stewart S's. It looks like they're side by side. No, Dilks is just a little bit behind Finlay Styles, but Randy Carter did get by Noah Barfoot on that last lap.
Yeah, so changes all throughout the pack and action everywhere you look, as you'd come to expect from the AC40 Inter class, making our way into St John's. Looks like Randy Carter just about holding off. The 69 running well as it stands. Going to be 6 laps left to go as we cross the line this time. That was a big look to the inside from Austin Dilks. Didn't come into anything, so Styles will still lead. But as these two battle, of course, it's going to invite the likes of Randy Carter, of Noah Barfoot, back into the equation and back into potentially the race for the lead. All the way to the inside goes Dilks, late on the brakes, but the up and under surely goes the way of Styles. Yes, it does. Dilks got a bit too greedy and tried a bit too hard on that occasion, so he'll have to still settle for 2nd place. But he knows he can certainly get in front of Styles. What he now needs to do is get in front and confirm that position. That's how you do an overtake. It's not just about swapping places every lap. You need to get a move done and get it done with authority, or Styles is just going to go straight back underneath you and move straight back into the lead of the race. Down to St John's once again. You can see the front of the bikes chattering away through the crests and the dips as Dilks a little bit wide through there. But the penultimate corner of Sunny Bend was looking good this time, all the way to the outside. coming through Paddock Bend. That was a little bit cleaner, maybe a run down into turn 1. He's going to be too far back though. Stiles still leads.
Absolutely. Finley Stiles now, well, obviously being chased by Austin Dilks. The fastest lap on that last lap, a 57.73, and it looks like Austin Dilks to the inside, but surely, just like last time, the up and under is going to work the way of Finley Stiles, which again it has done. But Austin Dilks is making sure that Finley Stiles knows that he is there. Which one of these riders is going to get the best run out of Idales there up on the back straight? It's still going to be Finley Stiles, but Austin Dilks now looking to the right, trying to just drop back a little bit and see where the weakness of Finley Stiles is. Obviously on the inside of McRae's is where he tends to get by Stiles, but not necessarily as confirming that place and making sure that he is ahead of Finley Stiles, which is what is very important in a race, surprisingly. So round the final corner, that is the 119 of Daisy Grayson there, just going over the line into turn 1, into turn 2 and into turn 3. Now coming up to McRae's, and over the line now is Nelly Nuth, so still 7 seconds back from Noah Barfoot, but hey, it's still up from P7, which is where she started, so she'll still take 5th place points at home. Obviously her main championship rival obviously is Finley Stiles, who has obviously won a race this weekend already. So a little bit dropping by the order, but we've still got 2 rounds to go in this championship, so it's still anyone's game.
Very much a damage control weekend at the moment, this for the 44. But that's what gets you championships. There's a reason that Finley Stiles is currently leading the championship, and it's his consistency. Nuth has many, many more wins than him so far this season. But in those races where things haven't gone right, Stiles is still finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th. And Nelly Nuth will be counting her lucky stars. It's not a big grid here this weekend, because it means that she's still going to be able to get points, as that is Austin Dilks, who's crashed out from 2nd place at the final corner. The 85 back on the bike. It looks all straight, but he's going to be plummeting down the order. We wait to see where he's going to rejoin P5, but looks no, in fact P7. He's all the way down the back of the pack, and this essentially hands it to Finley Stiles with Randy Carter 3.5 seconds back. Austin Dilks, likely the smallest of mistakes, but down he goes at the final corner, and race is almost over.
Yeah, Finley Stiles, you know, we only have 3 laps to go in this race. Brilliant news, though, for Randy Carter and Noah Barfoot, taking advantage of Austin Dilks' mistake in the final corner. Nelly Nuth now up to 4th position as well. Daisy Grayson and Seth James both gaining places, as well as Austin Dilks, very sadly, drops to the back of the grid. So Finley Stiles, all he has to do now is bring it home nice and carefully. He's got a big gap to Randy Carter behind him. It's sitting at around 4 or 5 seconds now as we look at these 2 riders. Here, I think it's number 19. So Daisy Grayson and Seth James, I think this as well for P5 in this race, round the final corner and across the line, and we'll see what the gap is between these 2 riders. Daisy Grayson and Seth James, a 10th of a second between these 2 riders there. Obviously Finley Stiles with the fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 57.609 as well, so still proving that he has a lot of pace. So the number 19, which is the white bike of Finley Stiles, just trying to push himself round the track very nicely. This is about 5 here between Daisy Grayson and Seth James. There is our race leader there with the blue helmet and the red suit as well. Finley Stiles coming round on the penultimate lap to start the last lap of this race. I wouldn't say it's been an easy race for him, but certainly a lot easier since Dilks made the mistake a couple of laps ago. So coming around the turns 1, 2 and 3, a little bit of a straightaway until we get into turn 4, the left-hander hairpin of McRae's, a little bit of a straight again, and then on Iredale's as well. And this is going to be a brilliant victory for this young man as well. Obviously Finley Stiles P2 in the championship, still extending his championship gap, 25 points for a win here as he comes round the S's up to St. John's to take another win this weekend. It's been a brilliant performance for this young rider through the right-hander of St. John's, through the left-hander of Sunny Bend. 1 more corner to go now for this young rider. Finley Styles, the number 19. A fast lap on the last lap. Can he set another fastest lap on this occasion? But he's certainly going to take the race win. A brilliant race win there for Finley Styles, with Randy Carter hopefully coming home in second as well. A big gap to second place. There is 7.6 seconds, the gap between first, second, and Noah Barfoot stands on the podium once again in third place. A brilliant win there for Finley Styles in the red and white bike, with Randy Carter and Noah Barfoot in third. Nelly Newth bringing home a brilliant P4, just ahead of Daisy Grayson in P5. Seth James in P6, and Austin Dilks, I think we're probably just waiting for him to come over the line. I'm not too sure if he retired or if there we go, he's just finished the line. So a brilliant performance there from Finley Styles once again. It was a fairly easy race for him once Austin Dilks made that mistake, but still, nonetheless, a fantastic ride from him.
Well, that's just evidence of how much pressure can change a race, because the second that Dilks went down and Finley Styles was just running on his own, he started just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap and just kept getting quicker and quicker. The second you don't have another rider right on your tail that you have to be thinking about, looking, checking, trying to defend from, Styles was just set free. And it's a fantastic ride to cap off a strong weekend, where he does, of course, leave with an hour championship lead, and a fairly healthy one at that, as we head into round number 6 at Three Sisters in about a month or so's time. Finley Styles takes race number 3 in the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inters. Randy Carter second, Noah Barfoot P3, Nelly Newth a bit of luck on her side in that one as she finishes in P4. These guys will be joining us when we head to Three Sisters in a couple of weeks.
Next is our final race for the senior mini motors. Now, this race championship all weekend has provided incredible racing. Obviously, if you were watching this morning, you may realise that on the formation line we had 4 riders go down in the first corner, so not too sure what that was about, but hopefully we can get round cleanly this time on formation. There on the right hand side of your screen, just going out on track, is Matt Burkin, the number 1 rider, and unfortunately, he is, he's had not the best weekend. He had a puncture in race 1 yesterday and didn't finish. And then earlier on today, I think his engine blew up as well. So just no luck at all for the championship leader. Oh, and his engine blew up yesterday as well, I'm hearing as well. So, yes, it's not been his weekend so far, but all that matters right now is race 3 ahead. Obviously, Matt Burkin on the left, Keaton Payne on the right-hand side. Right, gentlemen, nice and steady through the first corner now, please. Obviously, after this morning, let's make sure that they all get through nice and cleanly. I'm holding my breath here. Yeah, everyone looks like they're getting through nice and cleanly this time. Yes, it is, you're right. A little bit more sensible, thank God. So Matt Burkin on pole position alongside Keaton Payne, the number 12. Reece Gentry is P3 with Holly Harris. She's had 2 consecutive second places already this weekend in P4. So George Renix is in P5, Chris Yeomans in P6, Callum White in P7, Harvey Jeremy in P8, Lamar Morgan in P9, Gary Eldridge in P10, Rob Gentry P11, Steve Johns in P12, and Jerome Richards in P13 as well. 13 riders on this grid, and if you're wondering what the difference is between the AC40s, the AC Rookies and the AC Inters, they're all children and these are all adults, so it's incredible to watch. A lot of great racing, a lot of cool dramatic moments, and it's absolutely fantastic. Some say it's the Donkey Kong of the racing world, all these riders on these tiny little bikes. It's brilliant fun to watch, and very entertaining for everyone as well. Both Matt Burkin and Keaton Payne both giving each other a little bit words of encouragement.
I think someone's just said something quite rude, because I can see Flag Marshal Lee Clowes laughing her face off there, so I'm assuming that was something Matt Burkin said, because knowing him, it probably was something rude.
Indeed. Special taxi for Matt Burkin to put everyone else off. But here we are. Lee will point to the lights, and whenever ready, it's lights out and go. A very good start by Matt Burkin, but even better by Keaton Payne. Keaton Payne takes the lead of the race, and Reece Gentry drops back way further, and Holly Harris is already up into 3rd place. A brilliant weekend for her so far. Matt Burkin goes alongside with Keaton Payne, the number 1 and the number 12. And that's one rider already.
Lamar Morgan again.
No luck this weekend. weekend at all. He retired at the start of last race as well. Didn't even make the start, and now, well, at least he's made one corner, but still, that's nothing for him. So if he had no luck at all this weekend, he wouldn't have any luck at all. Poor guy. But let's focus on the race as well. That's the 7-1-1 as well. Just there, trying to make his way round, and there's Matt Burkin trying to send it on the inside of Keaton Payne. What a move, but he goes very wide. Is Keaton Payne going to be able to take the inside into the last corner? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. My word, that was so close between these two incredible riders. Matt Burkin on a vengeance run at this point. Oh, to the inside. Wow, oh wow. Very, very tight as well. Obviously, Holly Harris up to P3 as well. She's chasing Keaton Payne, and Matt Burkin also being chased herself by Chris Yeomans. But Matt Burkin setting the fastest lap on that last lap. Now under attack from Keaton Payne, but Matt Burkin wants this win.
Matt Burkin told us very confidentiality-like this morning that his tactic to try and get through Keaton Payne is Payne back to the inside, down to the bottom end of the circuit, side by side, bit too close for comfort. But Burkin maintains the lead. Yeah, what Burkin said is his tactic to try and distract Keaton Payne is anytime he gets near him on a racetrack, he's just going to scream and hope that Payne hears it and he makes mistakes. He's going, why is there someone screaming? And it's apparently worked so far in race number 3. The tactics these guys use, they've never ceased to amaze me. So Burkin faces the pressure, still leads as they're going to make it 7 laps to go across the line. Keaton Payne second, having the weekend of his life here at Rowrah. That's Nick Bennett looking to the inside of Chris Yeomans for P4. Holly Harris just ahead in P3 as well. Again, a very fantastic weekend that she is having, looking to try and make it 3 podiums on the bounce is the number 15, but the 85 still taking that big pressure from the 711 who retired with issues earlier on in race number 2. This time though, Nick Bennett gets it done, using that momentum and coming out of Iredale's hairpin. It is Nick Bennett who moves up into 4th place and potentially could start to put some pressure on the 15 of Holly Harris. So it's Burkin, Payne, Harris, your top 3. Bennett, Yeomans, Rennicks just behind them. Unfortunately, we've lost Lamar Morgan. Looks like Reece Gentry didn't start the race again. I'm also not seeing Callum White anywhere, so I think he may have already packed up shop and gone home, which is a real shame if he has. But they're going to push on anyway and continue to work their way around this racetrack here. And that is Nick Bennett challenging Holly Harris to the inside. He's going to be a bit too far back, and Harris will close the door. So Holly Harris ready to get the elbows out with 6 laps left to go.
Brilliant defending there from Holly Harris. All she needs to do now is just park her bike in the middle of the track. The 711 is going to try and go to the inside, and it's worked, and already the number 711 of Nick Bennett is past Holly Harris. But Matt Burkin so far leading the way from Keaton Payne with the fastest lap. Keaton Payne got on the last lap with 56.574. And unfortunately, well, it's nowhere near the fastest lap. That's it, yes. Nowhere near the lap record so far in this race, but I'm sure if they keep pushing like this, there will be a lap record being broken. So the number 15 now, slowly dropping down the order. Nick Bennett obviously got past on the last lap, and the number 85 as well of Chris Yeomans just behind as well. So she is just trying to park the bike on the apex of that, and it's worked so well coming through there. The 85 Chris Yeomans trying to go left and right, maybe trying to put Holly off a little bit as well. Maybe he should try and deploy the Matt Burkin tactic of just screaming and seeing where it gets you, which it actually looks like it's worked on that particular occasion. As I say that, the number 85 goes alongside Holly Harris on the 15, and that looks like the 171 as well, sweeping by Holly Harris. Not too sure what's happened to Holly Harris in this race. She now drops down to P6, so yeah, I don't know what's happened, but obviously she started P4, now in P6, but Matt Burkin still leading the way from Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett in 3rd place on that 711 bike as well.
Yeah, Holly Harris, a bit more of a defensive race 3 compared to race 2. It was very much on the offensive. And unfortunately, dropping down the order, looks like it won't be 3 podiums this weekend for her. That is a real shame, but we race on regardless, making it 4 laps left to go, these guys, as they cross the lines. Burkin still leads, but only by a couple of tenths of a second. Speak of the devil, there are our 2 leaders. Matt Burkin, the reigning champion, a multiple-time champion in the senior mini motos, and of course the current championship leader as well. On his inside, Keaton Payne, as I said earlier, having the weekend of his life. 2 race wins so far, and looking to make the hat-trick is up the inside, using the momentum down the straight. Easiest overtake you'll
you'll ever see, but one that is so crucial in the context of this race. Burkin looks right again. Payne a little bit defensive into St John's there. Sunny Bend next. Burkin's going to stick it at the inside. That's a late move. And they bang knees coming through. Matt Burkin is really getting aggressive now. He's had a rotten weekend with mechanical issues. You can tell he wants to win with his brother's engine in his own bike. 3 laps left to go. Matt Burkin still lead. Keaton Payne, an opportune move to the inside, but it comes up short. This one's going right down to the end.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Matt Burkin wasn't screaming then, I surely was. What an amazing move to get by Keaton Payne on Sunny Bend. A brilliant overtake. I think that's the second move all weekend that we've seen there, and that was actually before the race win as well, I believe. Last time out, but I say that, Keaton Payne back on the inside, and ahead is Matt Burkin, going to be able to get the slipstream and get a better run out of the Iredale's hairpin. Oh, this is a classic race already. Matt Burkin chasing down Keaton Payne. Nick Bennett, the 7-Eleven, somewhere in the back as well. So, 18-year-old Keaton Payne versus an undisclosed number of an age for Matt Burkin, again on the inside. Oh, he likes that move. He did it last time and he's done it again. But it hasn't worked out because now going into the final corner, Keaton Payne on the attack once again. On the inside, over the finish line. 2 laps to go, starting the penultimate lap now. Into turn 1, Keaton Payne takes the lead once again. But Matt Burkin now side by side once again with Keaton Payne. Is he going to have the race win? Let's have a look. Oh, but he's certainly challenging side by side once again. My word, this is absolutely brilliant. On the penultimate lap, it's Keaton Payne from Matt Burkin so far.
This one's going to go right down to the wire. A senior Mini Moto classic for the ages. Looks like Holly Harris has unfortunately dropped out of the race. Must have been a technical issue for her, but that's a real shame. A dampening end to a fantastic weekend for the number 15 rider. But with 1.5 laps left to go, Payne still in control. He's been vulnerable into Sunny Bend lap after lap. This time, Burkin is too far back as they come to Paddock Bend. One more tour of Rowrah to go in 2025 for the senior Mini Motos. Matt Burkin looking to finish his first race this weekend with a win and continue his charge in the championship table. Keaton Payne looking to make it the hat-trick and complete the ultimate weekend for that young rider. Burkin up and under, not enough on the momentum. Payne still leads on the run up to Iredale's hairpin. Burkin will be way too far back to attempt here. Nice line there from Payne, running deep to get that momentum down the back straight. He's figured out Burkin's weakness. He has the straight line advantage as a smaller and lighter rider. Coming down to the final section, bit of traffic. Is that going to cause some chaos potentially as they come into St John's and then Sunny Bend for the final time? The traffic is there. An opportunity maybe presents itself for the champion. Yes, it does. And they're going to split it. No, Burkin held up. And as they come into Paddock Bend, Keaton Payne, the weekend of dreams. It's a hat-trick. 3 wins for the number 12. Are you kidding me? What a weekend that young man has had. 3 race wins. Keaton Payne sweeps it here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club and does the final one against the very best of the very best and topples Matt Burkin. The king is dead. Long live the king. Keaton Payne takes the victory with Matt Burkin a close second, 4 tenths away. And Nick Bennett, a fine ride in race 3 to round out the podium places. But it's all about that number 12 this weekend. A clean sweep for Keaton Payne.
Tell you what, I think Matt Burkin's just happy to finish a race for once this weekend. So number 2, brilliant stuff. Burkin has been busted by Keaton Payne this weekend. All the young blood coming through, obviously on the road to Moto GP as well. A brilliant performance and setting the fastest lap on that last lap as well. 46.485 as well. What a brilliant race. So it will be Keaton Payne that won by 4 tenths of a second from Matt Burkin at the line in second. Nick Bennett on the 7-Eleven rounds out the podium for the last race for the senior Mini Motos this weekend. Chris Yeomans finished in P4, George Rennick's in P5, 45 of Harvey Jeremy in 6th. P6, Gary Eldridge in P7, Rob Gentry in P8, Steve Johns in P9, and Jerome Richard in P10. And unfortunately, Holly Harris did not finish that, as well as Lamar Morgan as well. Absolutely. Just no luck for Lamar Morgan, unfortunately. So is he DNF'd from every race this weekend?
Possibly,
I think?
yeah. It's been really rotten for him.
But Holly Harris as well. I mean, she can still hold her head high. She's still got a P2 in both race 1 and race 2 as well. So, you know, she'll still be racing in plenty of other championships as well. So, yeah, fantastic racing all weekend for the senior mini motors. But now, let's get on to our next race.
Race number 3 awaits us in the Mini GP50 R class, this split class where you get the upgraded metric kits with the bigger carbs, or your 4-stroke Avali 140s and 160s, and a huge grid once again. 21 riders tackling the picturesque Lakeland Circuit here in Rowrah. A fan favourite, a rider favourite certainly, and one that has produced fantastic racing all weekend. As the riders making their way onto the grid, there we see Frankie Watson, who absolutely came alive earlier today and is suddenly looking like one of the best riders we've ever seen in FAB-Racing, breaking the lap record in one of the other classes. Of course, no lap records available for the 50Rs. It's a new class for 2025. But still, he was really quick in that 70s race. Let's see what he can do in this one, as Kozlowski and Fedrick don't go away from the line on the side of that, but get shifting eventually. It is the 64 of Sebastian Kozlowski starting from pole position. Mason Fedrick alongside in P2. Frankie Watson, again, suddenly turning into prime Mick Doohan in one of the 70s races earlier on. Let's see what he's got in this one, with Bradley Curtis alongside him in 4th. Row 3 is Tommy Keats with Rex Austin in P6. Josh Burkin starts in 7th with Caelan Ratcliffe in P8. Emilio Pereira and Jensen Ansell round out the top 10 with Riley Paisley 11th and Carter Spinks in P12. Kai Hawke in 13 starts alongside Bo Morris, with Max Johnson 15th and Daisy Polden starting P16. Austin Dilk starts 17th with Daniel Tanton in P18. Harry James is 19th with Claudia Dubman in P20. And P21, our final rider on the grid, the 111 of Callum Maxwell. So a huge grid once again for race number 3. And this is sure to be fantastic. Of course, Sebastian Kozlowski can no longer mathematically win the championship here in this race, but he wants to give himself the biggest advantage possible heading into the final couple of rounds at Three Sisters. Can anybody stop him? We've got the likes of Fedrick, Watson, Curtis, all looking really quick as well. So lots of things to think about, and this race could very much be up in the air.
Indeed it can be. So that's the number 64 of Kozlowski, just having a final word there before we go racing. I can't quite see where Mason Fedrick is as well. Oh, there he is. Never mind, perfect timing. Oh, a little bit over the line there. He might be pushed back a little bit as Kozlowski just doing a little practice start there, trying to find the clutch biting point. But we are ready to go for the final race of this 21 bike race championship this weekend. The flag is waved and the lights are out, and Kozlowski gets a brilliant start there. Fedrick on the outside, but it's just not going to work on this occasion. Frankie Watson and Bradley Curtis having a good start as well there. Obviously Tommy Keats, Rex Austin trying to make a few positions as well. They're going 3 wide into the hairpin. That never usually works out. A couple of people going to have to back out there, or side by side out the back there. Kozlowski leading from Fedrick so far. Then that's Frankie Watson just behind there with Bradley Curtis and Rex Austin in the pack as well. We're now seeing Fedrick trying to go on the inside, but it hasn't worked on lap 1. Going on the inside of Kozlowski so far in this race. Kozlowski obviously won both races, trying to go for another triple this weekend. Obviously he did that at Hooton Park and only got 2 out of 3 at Clay Pigeon, where the third race was won by Rex Austin as well. So finishing the first lap, Sebastian Kozlowski leads from Fedrick and Curtis in 3rd place, with Frankie Watson in 4th, Rex Austin in 5th, Tommy Keats in 6th, Caelan Ratcliffe 7th, Josh Perkin 8th, Jensen Ansell up to 9th, and in 10th place Riley Paisley as well. Looking at all these riders going round left and right, which one of these is going to have a good race? Is anyone going to make a mistake? Well, we just have to watch and find out.
Top 5, Metrokit Avali, Metrokit Avali, Metrokit in that order. A fascinating dynamic with the 2 different makes of bikes out there on the track. This is a track that typically you'd think would prefer the 4-stroke Avali machines, as that's Caelan Ratcliffe looking to get his way through Tommy Keats. Josh Perkins behind also having a go, but no way through at the moment. As I was saying though, this is a track you think would prefer the 4-stroke Avali machines, which are considered to be a little bit easier to ride than the Metric kits as well. But Kozlowski on that Metric kit with the upgraded carb, of course, to be able to compete with the Avali machinery. He is just in a class of his own, it would appear, as it stands, and he's extended the gap at the front up to a second ahead of Mason Fedrick with a 50.886 the last lap, the only rider into the 52nd lap time bracket. Ratcliffe still stuck behind Tommy Keats, perhaps not for much longer though. Nice move up the inside there, gets it done, makes it stick. That is Caelan Ratcliffe up into P6. They'll have Josh Perkins and Jensen Ansell hoping to join him very shortly. Just can't quite find their way through as it stands. And Keats able to just about keep pace with this group. Clearly all very similar pace, clearly very close together on the racetrack as well. As you can see, Perkins' little look there into Sunny Bend, but nothing on that occasion. Paddock Bend, 8 laps left to go as they come to the line. Kozlowski now 1.2 clear, goes even faster on that previous tour. The leaders' gaps are all starting to extend, but as I say that, Frankie Watson on an Avali in this race, he's sizing up Bradley Curtis on the Metric Kit 50R and thinking if he can make a podium.
Absolutely, Kozlowski having a brilliant performance so far, as we just said, 1.2 seconds up the road from Fedrick as well. Caelan Ratcliffe got past Tommy Keats on that last lap, which we saw. Pereira up into 10th as well on that last lap. Oh, it's a good race so far. So currently looking at the battle now for this 4th place here. Just trying to have a look. That's number 22. That's that Jensen Ansell on the back of Josh Perkins now, trying to find a way through. We did have these 4 riders together, but I think they've sort of split off into 2 different groups of Caelan Ratcliffe and Tommy Keats, and then Josh Perkins and Jensen Ansell as well. Kozlowski setting the fastest lap again on that last lap of a 50.810. The number 71 being chased by the 14 as well. So this is for 3rd place overall. This is Metric versus Avali once again. Bradley Curtis staying ahead at the minute, but Frankie Watson on that beautiful purple bike wants that place from Bradley Curtis. So we'll just have to watch, see what the 14 can do. Maybe take a cheeky dive bomb into certain corners, or maybe just stay behind, maybe trying to analyse in his head what Bradley Curtis is going to do, where he's weakest. You can take a little bit more speed in there. Maybe one rider takes a little bit of a wider line into Sunny Bend there as well. But Kozlowski, all we know so far is he is absolutely leading the pack away so far with a 1.3 gap now. But look at this battle here. This is the battle between Tommy Keats, Josh Perkins and Jensen Ansell as well. So the number 8 has dropped back quite a bit. The 30 trying to make a move in the number 8, but it hasn't worked so far. The 22, Jensen Ansell, just behind. Look at these 4 bikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and even 5 and 6 as well going there as well. The number 96 ahead of this battle. That is Caelan Ratcliffe. He goes a little bit wide there. The number 8 now under pressure. Josh Perkins trying to... No, I think it's just a little bit too far back, but if he gets a good exit out of this hairpin here, he might be challenging the number 8 and maybe might be able to get the job done before this next corner, which is Stewardesses.
Heading through now, you can see Emilio Pereira and Riley Paisley both starting to close in as this battle rages on. That is a really, really opportune look there from Josh Perkins. It's not a move down into St. John's that far back is viable, but he tried to make it work anyway. Looks to the inside, has to stand the bike up. May concede the position to Jensen Ansell as well, but he will have the inside into turn 1. He will just about get away with that one, but Josh Perkins starting to get frustrated, starting to lose patience, and if anything, it's just going to cost him time and positions in the grand scheme of things, as there goes Emilio Pereira, maybe not 1 but 2, certainly gets Jensen Ansell with a late move. That's brilliant from El Toro, and it's pushed Ansell right back as well into the clutches of Riley Paisley perhaps. So Pereira taking no prisoners out on the racetrack. Down into the bottom end of the circuit we go once again. Ratcliffe still leads this train, starting to become a Moto 3 race here at Rowrah. Can the 96 hold on once again? Perkins looking to the inside at St. John's. Emilio Pereira has a big look there through Sunny Bend, doesn't come into fruition, but he's still there, still hungry, still looking. He's such a young rider, his first year onto Grand Prix style machinery in the Metrokit Mini GP 50 and 50R class this year, after he was the vice champion of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup in 2024. Sebastian Gazlowski's made a mistake somewhere. His last lap was 1.1 off the pace, and he's about to drop behind Mason Frederick potentially. Pulls off to the inside. Frederick with the up and under. No, doesn't quite get it. But suddenly the battle for the lead has completely reignited.
Absolutely. Oh, a very, very opportunistic look there from Frederick. It hasn't worked out on this occasion. It will be 3 laps to go at the line. Gazlowski still in the lead. Obviously, his lead dropped back from 1.2 seconds to now just over 0.3 of a second now, but still setting the fastest lap on that last lap of 57.16. So he's still got the pace and still wanting to pull away from Frederick. So now we'll have a look at the lines here. Both taking a similar line through McRae's hairpin there. Now up to Iredale's, getting a little bit of legs on now. Both take a very tight line, but Frederick just gets his knee down a little bit more. But Gazlowski might have been able to carry a little bit more speed through there, through the S's section now. The gap's still remaining at about 0.3 of a second on this lap, but we have 2.5 laps to go now. Gazlowski now into St. John's and Sunny Bend here. I think he's way too far back now from Mason Frederick, but if he just plays it clever, he might be able to take the win here. He just needs to maybe look what Gazlowski's doing, maybe try a couple of different lines on him, because you're not going to get anywhere by following the same lines as the rider ahead of you. So look, he's gaining a little bit there now, coming into McRae's hairpin. Both of them braking nice and early. You see two different lines. They're both taking a very similar line there. Frederick just trying to gain some pace on the back of Gazlowski. Now through the right-hander here of Iredale's. Now, do you see that ahead? There are 2 back markers ahead, and that's the 31. Oh, that's Pereira. Pereira having such a good race as well, looking so aggressive. He has dropped all the way down 15th, 16th, dropped all the way down the order with 2 laps to go in this race. Now 16th, it seems like. Oh dear, he was having such a good race so far, but this is the battle that's interesting, because it's now 2 back markers ahead of the top 2, both on the outside of 1 and maybe 2 as well. Let's have a look. Gazlowski tries to set it on the inside of one of the back markers, doesn't manage to get through. Frederick touches the rear wheel of Gazlowski. It was almost perfect that they hit it head on, so nothing came of that. Thank God for that. Mason Frederick now overtaking this back marker as well. What drama we're having on this last lap of this race. Gazlowski trying everything he can do, obviously using the back markers to his advantage there. Frederick looks to the left-hand side. Gazlowski takes the inside line. Both of them very, very equal. There's maybe 2 overtaking opportunities left. We have another back marker ahead. We've seen so many times this weekend that the back markers can change the race trajectory. Let's have a look. Now going around the inside. He might send it. No, I think he might just be a little bit too far off, but round the final corner, Sebastian Gazlowski, another absolute clean sweep here this weekend. Brilliant performances from him, brilliant performances from Frederick, and it looks like Curtis is going to take the final podium position as well. What racing between these young riders.
Gazlowski got away with that one big time. It's one of the biggest mistakes you can make as a race leader, is getting something wrong and inviting second place onto your tail, because then they're with you. Obviously, it knocks your confidence and you've got that pressure back on you. But Frederick was lapping 2-3 off of Gazlowski until he got right on the tail of him, and then he could see what was doing, and then it was identical lap times, and Gazlowski was lucky he wasn't overtaken. It is Super Seb that once again sweeps the weekend, but it was a bit too close for comfort. Frederick only 0.4 away at the line after traffic got involved, as Bradley Curtis rounded out the podium. Frankie Watson wasn't quite able to get up to him as he finishes in 4th place. Rex Austin, the 991, he manages to fly home in P5 with Jensen Ansell P6, Tommy Keats 7, Caelan Ratcliffe looks like he went backwards late on, finished in P8, with Riley Paisley P9 and Bo Morris finishing in P10. Josh Perkins was 11th with Kai Hawken P12, Carter Spiggs 13th, Max Johnson's 14th, Daisy Polden in P15, and then elsewhere we had Emilio Pereira who recovered to 16th, Austin Dilks 17th, Daniel Tanton 18th, Harry James 19th, Callum Maxwell P20, and Claudia Dubman rounding out our 21 rider grid with a very solid finish, just keeping it on the road, which I think was her main objective for this weekend. But it's Gazlowski getting away with it definitely in race 3. but he still claims yet another victory and really starts his march towards putting one hand on the championship trophy. As we can see there, Kozlowski talking with his mum, having a few words, saying well done, presumably, and a slap on the chest. Yeah, he knows he's done that. And we did see as well respect shown once again between Frederick and Kozlowski. They do really enjoy each other's company, and they're both great competitors. We can't wait to see more of them out there at Three Sisters. Race number 3 in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 coming your way now. Wilson Dilks, is he going to be able to sweep the weekend, or can somebody upset the Dilks apple cart? We'll wait and see. Harrison Day coming in very hot into his grid box, maybe trying to get his front brake a bit warmed up before they head out on their sighting lap. Few last words of encouragement there from his dad Josh, former BSB rider, of course. Wilson Dilks and Harrison Day, potential BSB riders in the future, certainly British Talent Cup stars in a couple of years' time as they get underway on their sighting lap. It is the reigning champ Wilson Dilks who starts from pole position. Harrison Day starts second with the number 4 of Travis Shaw from P3, Logan Cousins alongside. Third row is Matthew Thomas with Leo Soliu next to him. Harris Watson starts 7th with Isabel Wingate in P8. And rounding out our top 10 riders, it is Taylor Davis and Howard Taylor on the number. Well, his transponder says he's the number 17. He's been telling us he's the 7, and then on the bike he's the 07. So wrap your head around that one. But there he is there. You can just see him making his way through Iredales now. Again, it's going to be all eyes on Wilson Dilks. He's so strong around this circuit. He himself is a superb rider on a superb machine. But let's not count out the fact that Harrison Day, Travis Shaw, Logan Cousins, Matthew Thomas, all very strong in their own right. But Wilson Dilks, the reigning Mini GP 70 British champion, the reigning amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 champion, he is just seemingly, as it stands here at Rowrah, a cut above. Riders making their way down to the grid then. Last little checks on the sliders on the knees for Dilks, and a last check on the bike as well. Quick chat and a fist pump with his dad / chief mechanic before we get ready to go racing. The visor will go down and it'll be all focusing on those lights. And there it goes now. Now it's time for Wilson Dilks to get into the zone. Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, points to the lights for one final time this weekend. We send the Extreme 200s on their way. Wow. Front wheel pops up for Dilks, but he gets away cleanly. Cousins, good start there from P4. He'll slot into P3 ahead of Travis Shaw as Matthew Thomas watches on behind. But Dilks, well, I don't know if he's got anti-wheelie on that bike. Clearly not, but he got away with it anyway. He leads out of a Craze hairpin. A little look there from Harrison Day, but nothing came of it. And now Dilks can get his head down and try and push on. It's Dilks Day Shaw, your top 3, or Dilks Day Cousins, should I say, your top 3 with half a lap gone.
Yep, Logan Cousins really wanting to try and get by Harrison Day now. Obviously both having quite an eventful weekend so far. Matthew Thomas as well on the 47 Welsh-looking bike. He took his first win in the GP 70 class yesterday as well. So brilliant to see from these young riders. Always in the Extreme 200s, these riders give us some brilliant, entertaining racing between them. So Wilson Dilks leads from Harrison Day. Logan Cousins, Matthew Thomas just behind. Travis Shaw drops down to 5th place. Matthew Thomas up to 4th position as well. Leo Solilu in P6. Isabel Wingate in 7th. Taylor Davis in P8. And rounding out the 9 riders is Howard Taylor in P9. I think we're missing one rider. Not too sure who that is.
Harrison Watson we're missing. Apparently we'll have a gearbox issue, I believe.
Right, got you, thank you. So Harrison Day under attack from Logan Cousins on these 9 riders in this race. Harrison Day wanting to get a win this weekend. He hasn't managed to get a win so far in the Extreme 200s this weekend, but so does Logan Cousins. Side by side over the line. He's got the inside line, but Harrison Day just has the outside and more speed going into turn 1, 2 and 3. Now all the way, look at that, using all the tarmac. Harrison Day on entry to the McRae's hairpin. Now a little bit of a straightaway into the Iredales hairpin as well. Logan Cousins getting a very quick run out of there on the back of the bright pink bike of Harrison Day. Logan Cousins in that multicolored blue and fluoro yellow bike as well, coming through the S's now. Little bit of a straight into St. John's as well. Look at that, the number 47, Matthew Thomas, right on the back of Cousins and Day as well. So both of these bikers are squabbling together on the inside. Tries to go Cousins, it doesn't work on this occasion. But whilst these two are having a great little squabble, Matthew Thomas is gaining quite a bit of position, quite a bit of time on these two two riders. So Wilson Dilks leads. Look at this. The number 47, Matthew Thomas, right on the back of the 7 of Logan Cousins now. He's going to have to watch behind him. I don't think he's realised just how close Matthew Thomas is. He's trying to focus on Harrison Day. But I tell you what, he might have had a bit of maybe a quiet race in race 2 for Thomas. He's certainly on the pace in this race.
Yeah, really pushing onwards, but you've got to remember, Day and Cousins scrapping is costing them time, which is allowing Dilks to pull away and allowing Thomas to catch up to the back of them as well. So those two fighting, just costing them time and time, corner after corner, losing out to the riders around them. So now Thomas can get himself involved in this fight for the podium places. 9 laps now, like 8 laps left to run as they come across the start-finish line. And it is still Harrison Day holding on to that second place, but Cousins and Thomas right in the tow. Cousins once again looking to the inside. That's the second lap he's tried it, second lap in a row. It hasn't worked as they push their way up to Iredale's once again. Thomas watching along patiently, really pivots the bike on the throttle. That was really aggressive out of the corner. Watching along patiently, the 47 just waiting to see what his opponents are going to do, if they're going to continue to scrap or maybe someone makes a mistake and he can force his way through as a result. Through St John's and then into Sunny Bend. Look at the lean angle that Matthew Thomas is getting. He's feeling so confident this weekend and he's looking really, really good out on the track as well. Let's see if he can slide his way onto the podium with 7 to go as they come across the line. Wilson Dilks now 1.5 ahead. It was actually a fastest lap last lap from Harrison Day of 48.787. That was 0.3 quicker than Dilks. Still a little way off of the lap record though, of 48.149 set by, funnily enough, Wilson Dilks last year. Yeah, 28th of July when we turned up to Rowrah for our double round weekend. So 7 or 6.5 laps left to go, should I say. It's Dilks that leads, Day, Cousins, Thomas all locked in battle for P2, 3 and 4. And maybe, just maybe, that group starting to catch the race leader. There we see Isabel Wingate. She's fighting with the 36 of Leo Soliu. Two very different styles of machinery out there, but Soliu currently has the advantage. In fact, it's Taylor Davies, not Soliu. He's just got in front of her for P7.
Yeah, if you want to talk about how close these riders are, Harrison Day and Logan Cousins a couple of laps ago, one did a 49.009, the other did a 49.003, so literally within about 5 or 6 thousandths of a second separated their lap time a few laps ago. But Harrison Day now with the fastest lap of the race, 48.787. So as we said, a little bit away from the track record, but look at this now. The number 7 Logan Cousins trying to go on the inside of Harrison Day. It hasn't worked on this occasion. Thomas now dropping back a couple of tenths to this battle, but look at this. They are so close together. Both of these riders going down earlier this weekend as well, but now they both just want to, well, try and finish ahead of one another. Look at how close they are, front wheel to rear wheel, coming into the final corner. Only, I think, just a tenth of a second between these two riders. Coming through turn 1, 2, 3 now. Number 15, look at how much tarmac he uses on the entry into the McRae's hairpin. Now coming up to the Iredale's hairpin as well. The number 47, I say he's dropped back. He's now right on the back of Logan Cousins. Maybe Harrison Day is using that as a tactic potentially. Maybe the number 15 is trying to back up the number 7 into Thomas. And maybe Thomas makes a move on Logan Cousins to then, when that happens, Harrison Day can then drive away.
I think these guys are making a huge mistake though, because they've all started to scrap a bit when they were catching Wilson Dilks. Dilks noticed they were catching, responded with the fastest lap last time, 48.659. These guys were back in the 49 lap times and a little bit off the pace, although that time Dilks a little bit slower, but these guys once again slower. Instead of fighting P2, 3 and 4, they should turn around and go, look, let's get on with it, catch up to Dilks because we know we're quicker than him at this phase of the race, and then we can fight for the lead. As I say that, Matthew Thomas looks to the inside, opportune move comes to nothing as they come up to lap Howard Taylor, but that was a little bit risky there. Saw Logan Cousins backing off, trying to play it safe, and Matthew Thomas slid up the inside and will take that podium position. Cousins looks to the inside, but Thomas brave around the outside, so 4 to go, nearly to be 3. That's dropped these two back as they got caught behind Howard Taylor, who's lapped traffic, which means maybe, just maybe, Harrison Day can start to put the pedal down, start to go again, but it's 2.5 seconds now, separating himself from Wilson Dilks. Again, if these guys weren't fighting and instead just got on with it, they could be with him by now.
Yeah, indeed, but as so often it's a race, you sort of focus who's around you, unfortunately. But Day absolutely taking advantage of this Matthew Thomas and Logan Cousins battle here, trying to now gain a little bit of time, but he's still being able. Well, he's trying to pull away from the 47 and 7, but the gap is now 3 seconds between Wilson Dilks, Harrison Day, Matthew Thomas and Logan Cousins. So this battle now has obviously, as Ross said, has cost them potentially a chance at a race win now, because, well, unless they can do a second lap on the leader, I'm not sure, and I think it might be Dilks' day. Unfortunately, not for Harrison. It won't be Harrison's days. That's terrible. I'm not even going to attempt to make a joke there. So Dilks currently leading by 2.5 seconds. So Harrison Day is making up time on the race leader, Matthew Thomas and Logan Cousins. Oh, on the outside goes Logan Cousins at the back of shot. I'm not too sure who managed to get through there, whether it was Matthew Thomas that kept that position or whether it was Logan Cousins. There we go. On the inside, Logan Cousins managed to take that position and stay ahead of the 47s. Good news for Wilson Dilks, and it's good news for Harrison Day.
Yeah, great stuff as these guys continue to fight. It's going to be a battle now for the final podium place. Dilks and Day in clean air, too far ahead to be caught by those running in P3 and P4. Dilks, though, rounds Paddock Bend for the penultimate time to make it 1 to go. Bit of traffic in front of him to contend with, but again, I doubt that's going to be too much of an issue for the reigning Extreme 200 champ, for the reigning Mini GP 70 British champion. A rider who is so strong. That bike, of course, is ridiculous, and we know how just good that bike is, but you've got to have a good rider on a good bike to get anything out of it, and they are just a phenomenal combination in this championship. Of course, Wilson absolutely going to be going to the British Talent Cup at some point, or you'd think so anyway. Of course, FAB-Racing, the place to be. It is the road into the British Talent Cup, the road into Red Bull Rookies, the road to Moto GP here at the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. But as he rounds Sunny Bend for the final time and into Paddock Bend, the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200s, this is like he's never gone anywhere. It's Wilson Dilks once again.
Wow.
Another dominant performance and another dominant weekend. Somebody figure out where they engineered this man, because he is simply too good. It's Dilks on top, and, well, sweeps the weekend. There's nothing else to say. It's the 85 on top once again in FAB-Racing. Harrison Day brought it home in second, Cousins in P3, and Thomas only a tenth behind in P4. Actually, it looks like Cousins caught right up to Harrison Day. It was only a tenth between them at the line, so Cousins must have had an absolute monster final lap. Looks like Day may have got caught up by some traffic as well, but it is Wilson Dilks once again on top with Harrison Day second, Logan Cousins in P3. Matthew Thomas will have to settle for fourth place, with Travis Shaw fifth, Leo Soliou 6th, Taylor Davis 7th, Isabel Wingate in P8, and Howard Taylor in P9. And another fantastic race there in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 class. But yet again, it's Wilson Dilks. There goes that man.
Indeed. I mean, I don't know if any of you saw that, the celebration at the end. He decided to stand up on his bike as well, which was well, I think a worthy celebration of his performances this weekend. So that is race 3 done from Extreme 200s. Our next race will be the Moto Team Championship, as well as we can look all over the paddock and look at the riders coming into the pit lane to celebrate just what a race that was. So a brilliant race for Wilson Dilks and Harrison Day and Logan Cousins as well. Unfortunate for Matthew Thomas, you know, just missing out on a podium there by just under a second, as we have seen. Just a fantastic performance from all three of them this weekend.
Moto Team race number 3 up next, and it is a race where destiny potentially beckons. If Gary O'Keefe fails to finish and Team Acme Racing finish this race, they will be crowned as the Moto Team Open Class Champions of 2025. As they get going on their sighting lap, yes, they may already have one hand on the trophy. It seems nigh on impossible for the championship to go any other way, but I'm sure they'd love to wrap it up here. If not, they go into Three Sisters with a massive advantage. It's the 1-3-3, though, of Sam Clowes that starts on the pole position, Team Acme Racing in P2. Ian Jackson, P3, the leader of our standard class bikes in qualifying, alongside Linton Demiola. Row 3 is Harrison O'Keefe with Phil Joyce in P6.
Ben O'Keefe is 7th with Gary O'Keefe in P8, and Madison Martley, the AAA, our 9th and final rider on the grid. So it'll be all eyes then on that number 8 bike. Marco Pandolfo back behind the handlebars this weekend after a trip to Sicily. Last time out at Clay Pigeon, and it was Matt Lindley doing the work. Of course, Moto Team, it doesn't matter who's on the bike, it's all about the bike itself. But Team Acme Racing, I'm sure they would love to crown themselves Open champions here today, although it is a tall order. Again, these things pretty reliable for the most part. They're road-going bikes, essentially with a race fairing slapped on it and a set of slicks, and you're good to go. But it is possible. If Gary O'Keefe does not finish this race and that number 8 bike does, they are the champions. We'll have to wait and see what this race has in store for us. But Sam Clowes on his return to FAB-Racing after a long time away. Took the race 1 win yesterday. A crash at the start of race number 2 earlier on, bending the gear lever, but it was still a comeback right to 2nd in class. Let's see what he can do from pole position. The riders patiently waiting, hunkered down, until he points to the lights and sends them on their way. We are underway for the final race of the weekend in Moto Team. Great launch there from Marco Pandolfo on the number 8. He will take the race lead. Clowes just behind him in 2nd. Looks like Ian Jackson holding on to that standard class race lead. He's P3 overall, just heading through McRae's hairpin now before they start to make their way, climbing back up the hill to Iredale's. It is the 8, followed closely behind by the 133 in the standard class. That was a big look from Linton Demiola on the 41, trying to get to the standard class lead. Sam Clowes putting big pressure now on that number 8. We haven't really seen these two race properly this weekend. Maybe today's the day that we finally get that, as it looks like Linton Demiola's gone through. Wow, look at that. Sam Clowes nearly shoved off the road by Marco Pandolfo on the run down into St John's. He'll have to sit back, rest, recuperate, recover. But at the end of lap number 1, it is the number 8 Team Acme Racing bike that leads the way. Sam Clowes hot in chase in the open class. Linton Demiola leads in standard, just ahead of Ian Jackson and Harrison O'Keefe.
Yeah, 2 championships, 2 races going on right now. These 2 in shot are the Moto Team Open race, and there's only 3 riders in, and the other one is Gary O'Keefe. Obviously, if he fails to finish and Marco Pandolfo gets the win, it means that he will be champion. So only 3 bikes in the Moto Team Open, currently P1, P2 and P8, whereas the rest of them are Moto Team standard. So Linton Demiola on that sort of naked Suzuki bike, you can see there just at the right of shot. They're going through your shot now. He is currently leading this race for the Moto Team standard race. Obviously the South African rider, lovely stuff to see that. Really nice new Suzuki here this weekend at 27 even of Ian Jackson there, and Harrison O'Keefe just behind. So these 2 for the standard class. It looks like one of the O'Keefe brothers to the inside of Ian Jackson, side by side through the last corner, and it's a great move by Harrison O'Keefe. Moves himself up to 2nd in class. Brilliant move there. Ian Jackson now down to 3rd. Ben O'Keefe just behind. Phil Joyce behind that, and Madison Martley rounds out the standard class here this weekend. So Sam Clowes on that last lap, setting the fastest lap.
Oh, Marco's gone down.
Oh, it's Marco Pandolfo. Pandolfo is down. Pandolfo is out of this race. Oh no, he's gutted. He's pushing his bike over to the side of the track. Well, that is the championship potentially. Definitely not getting crowned this weekend then, as he needed to win this race and rely on Gary O'Keefe not to finish. It's very, very rare we see any sort of mistake or retirement from the number 8 of Pandolfo of Team Acme Racing. How unfortunate for that blue and white bike. That means Sam Clowes will more than likely take another race win. He got the race 1 win, and he's currently just he's taking his bike for a walk now, unfortunately.
I think the chain snapped, you know.
Oh, the chain snapped?
I think that's what's happened there. He gave a little hands up to Sam Clowes there, as in what's gone on there. So there's been a coming together between the 8 and the 133, or I think what may have happened is that the chain has snapped. Again, we heard it briefly before the camera panned down. You just heard suddenly just this huge rev of engines, which tells me, yeah, the chain's gone, and suddenly you just put the power down, there's nothing there, you're just revving a motor. But that is such a shame. Team Acme Racing, they're not going to claim the championship here at Rowrah. It will go to Three Sisters, of course. It seems nigh on impossible that it's going to be going any other way outside of that number 8 squad in the open class. But that is a shame when they could have picked it up here today. We'll have to see and ask them what happened. But that is a lonely walk to the infield and back to the paddock for Marco Pandolfo. And that bike has been so reliable and so solid all season long, and Marco himself a very consistent rider, never makes any mistakes, but something going wrong there. Meanwhile, down in the standard class, that's now P2 overall of Linton Demiola that leads the way. Behind him, Harrison O'Keefe. Harrison, of course, the son of Ben O'Keefe. His dad just behind Ian Jackson, who himself is just behind Harrison. So a four-way fight for all of the podium positions here at standard. This could get a little bit interesting as the race goes on.
I think the race has already been very interesting up to this point. Obviously, Moto Team, a brilliant championship filled with two different classes. But that means that Sam Clowes more than likely will win this race overall. Obviously, Gary O'Keefe will inherit second place in class. He's running P7 overall. But the gap between Sam Clowes and Linton Demiola, obviously two different classes, is around 10 seconds at this point. So all Sam Clowes has to do is keep it on the road and keep it on the track. So this is the number 65. I think what Ross said about, there we go, look, he's poor Marco Pandolfo just looking upon the racing going on, and obviously, as we say, pretty sure his chain had snapped with potential contact with Sam Clowes there. But this is the battle that we are interested in. Linton Demiola leads this battle from Harrison O'Keefe and Ian Jackson in fourth place with, I think it's Ben O'Keefe as well at the back of that. Yes, it is as well. So the top four in Moto Team standard running positions 2 to 5 overall. All of them not really close enough to make a move on another just yet. Obviously, Linton Demiola, the South African, on that beautiful new Suzuki bike. Look at that, beautiful blue and yellow bike as well. There's the 64 of Ben O'Keefe trying to chase down Ian Jackson. And the other one of the O'Keefes in P2 overall, the number 65. I say that, the number 65 is getting very close now to the back of Linton Demiola. Is he going to be able to make a move into turn 1? No, now turn 2. Now turn 3. If he gets a good exit here, he might be able to go wide or tight into the hairpin and see what will happen here. Linton Demiola keeps the lead for now. Is he going to be able to do a switchback? No, he's not. Linton Demiola having a great run of defensive riding. But now Harrison not able to find a way past. But Ian Jackson now on the back of that 65 bike. Ben O'Keefe just behind. Linton Demiola doing everything that he needs to do. 5 laps to go in this race. Through the right-hander of the S's. We don't have to use the full S's as part of this circuit. But now coming up to St. John's and Sonny. St. John's is his quick right-hander now. Now through Sonny, which is this downhill left-hander here. We've seen a couple of amazing overtakes this weekend at this corner. Look at that, all the way to the outside, coming to go over the line. Can Demiola stay ahead? We'll have a look. The 65 goes side by side. Not on this occasion.
Yeah, Harrison O'Keefe really wants to get a race win this weekend. You can tell he has been very fast all weekend long here at Rowrah. Now he's going to try it. Looks to the inside, but decides to back out on the run down into McRae. So he'll sit back and then go again. Looks like, I believe Ben's dropped back. Yeah, Ben O'Keefe on the 64 has dropped back just a little bit from Ian Jackson on the 27. So this has now become a three-way fight for the final, or for all the podium places, should I say, in the standard class. The South African Linton Demiola still leading the way in this battle. P2 overall, of course, as there you can see Marco Pandolfo stricken at the back of your shot, watching on from the infield. Your heart has to go out to the Sicilian. Now headed to Three Sisters with a very mighty championship advantage. It will probably be going the championship their way in race 1 of round number 6 in about 3 or so weeks' time when we head over to Wigan. 3 laps left to go then. Sam Clowes, of course, in a league of his own. The only other open bike left in this race is P7 overall. That's Gary O'Keefe, so Sam basically just has to finish. Meanwhile, the fight for the standard class race lead continues. Harrison O'Keefe tries to shove Linton Demiola out wide. The Demiola with that bike that's based off of the naked factory model Suzuki, which is why you can see all the internals still holding on to that lead. But we've got a really fierce battle going on here with 3 or so laps left to go. Demiola is starting to think about having to go defensive into a few corners.
Absolutely. This is the battle for the lead in the Moto Team standard class. The 65 all over the back wheel of Demiola. Is he going to be able to make a move? He's got a little bit of time line there, but Demiola just manages to bring the power up just when he needs it. But now this could be interesting. It looks like O'Keefe has taken a tighter line out of the final corner, but no, to no avail right now.
So Sam Clowes currently in the Moto Team Open, 16 seconds ahead of this Moto Team standard battle for the lead. 2 tenths between these. Well, actually, let's be honest, it's only about 4-5 tenths between the top 3. The podium coming by half a second right now. Incredible to watch. So Harrison O'Keefe looking for this way, that way. Demiola just gets a very good entry and exit there. O'Keefe doesn't have an answer right now, but Ian Jackson just waiting to bounce. If there's a little bit of contact between these two, Ian Jackson is right there to climb up the podium positions. Coming through the left-hander now up to St. John's. Oh, that's over the line. That's Sam Clowes to start the final lap of this race. He's had a very quiet race, actually, hasn't he? Apart from whatever happened with Pandolfo and Team Acme Racing there. Look at that. He's just still watching on there. That must be quite painful for the championship leader right now. The 133 has broken on the 63. So that's one. That's Gary O'Keefe. The chains of Gary O'Keefe. So, oh my word. So if Marco Pandolfo didn't, if his chain didn't go off, that would have meant he'd be champion right now. Wow. My word. So, wow, 2 races. I know. Boom, boom, boom. Dramatic music intensifies right here. So the chain has come off both the 63 and I believe Pandolfo's as well. But this is the last lap of this race. Clowes having a brilliant performance. 16 seconds up the road from the Moto Team standard class. It's a brilliant win. Another win for him this weekend. It's going to make it 2 out of 3. He wins 2 out of 3 races. The number 133, Sam Clowes, wins the final race of the Moto Team Championship here at Rowrah. Very nice sportsmanship there from Pandolfo, giving everyone a round of applause. Probably doesn't actually realise, oh look at that, even if they didn't have a bit of contact, they still wave to each other at the end of the race there. So yeah, not too sure what happened. It's very rare to see chains come off like that at all, especially 2 in 1 race.
Yeah, I mean it was a suspected chain with Team Acme number 8 bike. I believe it's snapped off somewhere. It's either that or something. There's a clutch or gearbox issue and you've got a box full of neutrals. But yeah, that was a proper chain moment there for Gary O'Keefe. Really, really bizarre as the 2 competitors going to be having a word with each other. And yeah, I just can't. It might be the bike's a bit dark, but I can't quite see the chain on the rear. And yeah, going to get a helping hand back to the pit lane there. But it is Sam Clowes who wins it, bins it, then wins it again here at Rowrah. 2 out of 3 on his return to the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. And the riders all giving a helping hand. Moto Team, of course, one of the extra really, really close championships that we see. And it is a proper family affair. Yes, everyone wants to race hard, but everyone wants to have a good time as well. So it's Sam Clowes that wins the open class race and is the only finisher in the open class as well, with Gary O'Keefe and Team Acme Racing. Yeah, it is the chain. Look, I was right.
Yes. Yeah.
The chain is completely off the bike. So both Gary O'Keefe and the number 8 Team Acme Racing having the same issue, chains coming off, which you don't often see with these 125cc machines. So Sam Clowes is the winner and only finisher.
He's going to need another lift. Yeah, he's going to need another push up the hill.
He's going to have to get some support from the standard class race winner, Linton Demiola, Harrison O'Keefe in P2, Ian Jackson rounding out the podium places. The open class championship will go to the next round at Three Sisters in a couple of weeks' time. But chain drama for both Team Acme and Gary O'Keefe, and it's Sam Clowes reaping the rewards. Time for the final race of the weekend in the Mini GP 50 class, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. 16 riders set to leave it all out on the track. And can anyone stop that man is the question on everybody's mind. Sebastian Goslavsky, he has been imperious this weekend. He has been imperious all season long. And although the championship can no longer be mathematically wrapped up here this weekend, he's certainly giving himself a huge advantage going into the Three Sisters rounds at the back end of the season. Rex Austin alongside has been his nearest challenger, but just not quite close enough this season as we're waiting to get going on our sighting lap. Just a brief delay as the flag marshal, I think, just wants to check something. There's a couple of marshals just checking out some bikes on the grid. Is that problems maybe for the number 8 of Tommy Keats? Don't believe so. Whatever it was, think it's okay. So as we get going on our sighting lap, it is Sebastian Goslavsky that starts on the pole position. Rex Austin alongside with Caleb Ratcliffe in P3 and Emilio Pereira in P4. Josh Perkins starts 5th. with Tommy Keats alongside. Row 4 is Jensen Ansell and Max Johnson. Kai Hawken and Riley Paisley round out the top 10. Bo Morris starts 11th with Daisy Bolden in P12. Harry James is 13th with Bojan Blachevsky in P14. Callum Maxwell starts 15th. Oliver Wilson rounds out our 16-rider grid. Again, it's all eyes on Kozlowski, of course. He's been the dominant rider in this class across this season, but it's still a very, very tasty looking grid. Caelan Ratcliffe, he's been looking quick all weekend, even if the results, they've been very strong but haven't quite mirrored just how fast he appeared. The likes of Emilio Pereira, Josh Perkins, Tommy Keats also having very monster weekends, and of course Rex Soston on the front row can't count himself out as well. These are the riders, of course, that are the stars of tomorrow today, the riders that are going to be moving on to the R&G British Talent Cup in a couple of years' time. They're going to be moving on to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, over to WSBK, over to Moto GP potentially. This is the best place to start your young racing career. And of course, the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP50 Championship is the first step onto Grand Prix style gear bikes for these riders. So this is where you really see who has what it takes to make the move up onto bigger and better things. As Lee Clowes gets ready to send them on their way for the very final time this weekend at this gorgeous Lakeland Circuit. It is all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out and we're underway. Yeah, Jensen Ansell will get a penalty for a jump start, but down into turn 1, Sebastian Kozlowski leads Rex Austin. Josh Perkins, where's that come from? As there's chaos in the background, multiple riders down. But that was Caelan Ratcliffe that went down. Saw Emilio Pereira go straight on as well. And hopefully the bike's okay. There looks to be a little bit of damage to the left-hand side. Will Ratcliffe be able to rejoin this race? He's up on his feet, which is the main thing, and we're glad to see as they try to hastily repair whatever issues that may have befallen it. Handlebars look straight as well, which is good, as there's Emilio Pereira, who had a great start and got caught up in the chaos, I think. That's a real shame for two very strong riders as the rest of them get on their way. But up the front is Kozlowski from Austin in P2, and that's Josh Perkins in P3, who had a lightning start from 5th on the grid. So they're your front three, and then with the chaos unfolding behind them, there's a huge gap back. Tommy Keats is some 5 seconds away from the race leaders. Then it's Max Johnson, then it's Daisy Bolden, who's really benefited in the chaos, and it's gone from 12th to 6th. What an opening lap for her.
Fantastic, yeah, as well. Big shout out as well to Bojan Blachevsky as well. He's up to P7 as well, after from P14 as well. So we've got two massive gainers from that incident there. Start under investigation, more than likely for that 22 that we saw having a big jump start there. But unfortunate for Emilio Pereira and unfortunate for Caelan Ratcliffe on the podium so far in this race. And this is Kozlowski versus, I think that's just, one of the back markers.
That's Pereira there.
Oh, yeah, Pereira, thank you. So that is Kozlowski leading from Rex Austin, from Josh Perkins even, Tommy Keats, Max Johnson, and Daisy Bolden and Bojan Blachevsky as well, P6 and 7 for them respectively. 3-second penalty for the number 22, Jensen Ansell, after that big jump start. I mean, that's a no-brainer decision there. He did jump it by quite a while. Here we go, Rex Austin. And Emilio Pereira. Obviously, Pereira now a lap down after that incident on the opening lap. So Kai Hawken moves up to P7 as well. Bojan Blachevsky moving down a couple of positions as well, but still a good start from him nonetheless. Bob Morris moves up to 12. Callum Maxwell down to 13 as well. Riley Paisley up to 10. Harry James down to 11. We've got an entire chaos, entire field of chaos here at the minute. But Rex Austin with the fastest lap on that last lap. 4 tenths is the gap between him and Sebastian Kozlowski for the lead on this race. Both of those riders, Kozlowski and Austin, have been on the podium so far this weekend, but we will have a new podium sitter. But don't ask me who that is going to be, because if there's one thing we know about the Mini GP 50s, is it something crazy usually happens.
There is the battle for 6th on the road. Daisy Bolden, the 127 again, with a great start and benefiting from the chaos and slicing through the pack a bit, Lightning McQueen-esque, I'm sure. Behind her, Jensen Ansell. He is P8 in the standing. So, of course, that 3-second penalty, as we said, for the jump start, it gets applied by race control immediately, so not post-race. Of course, these guys won't know that, so they think they're racing for position. In fact, in terms of the actual race standings, Jensen Ansel is actually behind Kai Hawkin, who's just behind him. He is about 2 seconds adrift of Kai Hawkin in terms of the race standings. But of course, he'll think that he is racing for position, although I'm sure that he's aware he's probably going to get a jump start penalty because it was quite egregious. But Daisy Polden, the 127, up to 6th place and leading this pack as it stands. And this is massive for her, not just for her championship standings, but of course her standings within the House of Moto All-Female Ryder Cup. As to the inside there of the 22 looks Kai Hawkin. Again, that's not racing for position. Kai Hawkin is technically ahead of Daisy, or not Daisy, Jensen Ansel. In fact, Jensen Ansel is actually now technically, there's a problem, surely. He's just got up the road. Jensen Ansel is now technically behind Riley Paisley, who's following him there. I wonder if there is an issue maybe for the 22 after he goes off the road. But as I was saying, that's Rex Austin! The 991 from second comes screeching to a halt. And I think he's come off the bike. You can see the left of the gear lever swinging low and he's distraught. That's definitely been an accident for the 991. Devastating scenes as Kozlowski now inherits a 5-second lead ahead of Josh Perkins. Tommy Keats will take 3rd place as a result. But Rex Austin, a weekend that could have been filled with so much, ultimately boils down to not even having a race win. That is such a shame. But Kozlowski now has a monumental lead on his side.
Absolutely, Rex Austin. Both him and Caelan Ratcliffe finished on the podium in race 1 and race 2. So the only one who is consistent on the podium this weekend is Kozlowski. But no surprise there. There is the number 64, just mentioning him there, Kozlowski. A big gap. All he's got to do is just keep it on the black stuff and he will have another clean sweep. Will this be the 3rd rider this weekend, I think, to take a clean sweep? Kozlowski now a 6.8 second gap with 5 laps to go. Josh Perkins and Tommy Keats just behind them as well. Max Johnson in P4, and get this, Daisy Polden up to P5. Fantastic for Daisy Polden as well, the 127 bike as well, the 31 and the 30 going wheel to wheel here as well. That's Emilio Pereira, I think, been lapped, yes, by Josh Perkins as well. So the numbers might be very close in terms of actual numbers, but in terms of actual on track, unfortunately, obviously Pereira down in 14th, Perkins in 2nd place. And that is the number 8 of Tommy Keats, currently on the podium so far, about 4 seconds back to Josh Perkins as they come around the final corner. The big Paddock bend just in front of us here, race control and the commentary booth as well. Now looking at this, and that's Daisy Polden as well. Yeah, Daisy Polden under attack from Kai Hawkin now, and obviously that 22 there just behind, that is the bike with the penalty earlier as well. I think it's Ansel, yeah, Jensen Ansel there as well. My gosh, look at this, absolute carnage so far. So the 127 Daisy Polden, brilliant riding so far, very close to the 20. Jensen Ansel drops back a little bit, and I think that's Bo Morris as well on the green and white bike. But this is the battle we're looking at right now, Daisy Polden versus Kai Hawkin for P5 in this race so far. 127 nice and gently in, but it looks like a much tighter line between Riley Paisley and Kai Hawkin and Daisy Polden for this position here.
The 22 got another issue. He's dropped back massively from this pack. Yes, he wasn't racing with them with that penalty applied. Suddenly he's just disappeared. So more drama for Jensen Ansel after getting a jump start penalty and then going off the road. Daisy Polden under attack from Kai Hawkin, who draws alongside into turn 1 but not brave enough to make it stick. Polden will have that position still as they make their way through the chicane. 3 laps left to go. And in this fight for 5th place is Daisy Polden, just ahead of Josh Riley Paisley now, who's made a real big late lunge up the inside of McRae's and snuck through Kai Hawkin. Nice move from the number 17, who obviously after this one on track with mixed memories when we head to Three Sisters, breaking his leg there last year, but now running P6 before we head back in 2025. Just shows how well his recovery has gone across the year, and now he can maybe try and take away P5 from the 127 of Daisy Polden as they make their way through Sunny Bend and into Paddock Bend and start their penultimate lap in a short moment's time. Kozlowski has a lead of 11 seconds. Perkins is 4.5 ahead of Tommy Keats in P3, and Keats himself 7.5 ahead of Max Johnson, who is only 2 up the road from Daisy Polden. So a little bit closer in that situation. As there we see some action just in front there. As we're waiting to see where we're coming through. There we go. And Poulden's made a mistake. Poulden's been shoved out wide and made a big mistake. Paisley and Hawken both sliding through. Riley Paisley will take P5. Kai Hawken in just behind P6. What a shame for the 127 of Daisy Poulden, who is having such a great race. And with 1 lap to go, does she have the time to recover? Or have those riders in front confirmed their P5 and 6?
Absolutely. Final lap now. Absolute heartbreak for Daisy Poulden. I say that she's still in the top 10, so it's still been a very good result for her, nonetheless. But that's Riley Paisley ahead now of the number 20, obviously the 22, with that 3-second penalty as well. But this is the rider who has performed absolutely sublimely this weekend. He's going to make it a 3 out of 3, the third rider to do it this season, this weekend even. A brilliant super set weekend. We're used to saying that. It's 3 out of 3. It's Sebastian Kozlowski that takes the third win of the day in the Mini GP 50 standard class. He will be absolutely thrilled with that performance, filled with drama, filled with brilliant overtakes.
That's someone down. That's someone down. Maybe, I think. No, it's somebody else. We're waiting to see. It's one of the back markers. It's that's Pereira. That's the 31.
Pereira again. Oh my word!
That's a big one, smoking out of the bike as well. So I think he's low-sided into the corner and just met the barrier, but met it hard. Great to see he's up on his feet. But a chaotic ending to a chaotic race as Emilio Pereira's race goes from bad to worse. It is Kozlowski that completes the hat-trick once again by 12.5 seconds from Josh Perkins in P2 and Tommy Keats in P3. Max Johnson was 4th with Riley Paisley P5. Kai Hawken was 6th, Daisy Poulden dropping to 7th late on, but a great race from her, running in P5 for most of it. Jensen Ansell has to settle for P8 with Bo Morris 9th and Caelan Ratcliffe rounding out the top 10. Harry James was 11th with Bojan Blajewski in P12. Callum Maxwell was 13th. Emilio Pereira might not even be classified. He's going to keep dropping down the order. So it's Oliver Wilson who finishes 14th. Pereira will be classified 15th, but he drops it at the final corner, of course. And then Rex Austin, our sole DNF. What a chaotic race there in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. They'll be back again at Three Sisters.
It's now time for our Premier Class Race 3 of the Mini GP70 class, the class on the road to Moto GP. This is the series you want to race in if you want to get to Moto GP. We have incredible riders in this series and incredible racing altogether. 8 bikes in this championship. We've had a debut winner already this weekend by the way of Matthew Thomas in the Welsh coloured bike. Can't quite see him on screen there, but possible delay to the start of this race. But there we can see the number 7 of Logan Cousins. He's had a very eventful weekend. He's had a couple of crashes as well, but also some brilliant racing and overtakes as well. And just behind him, that's Taylor Davis in the blue and yellow machine, the number 11. Just behind there, you can see the one of the other machines there, the 36 in the background there with the black text on the blue bike and the yellow. I think that's Leo Sullilu as well. So we have got some incredible racing. You can just see the front end of the number 15 of Harrison Day on the right hand side in that pink bike. But these are the names that you want to watch out for. These are the names that we are going to see in future. There we go. As you can see, the number 7 lining up in P4. Logan Cousins in front of us now. The number 14 of Frankie Watson. That's Harrison Day on the left-hand side in the all-pink stuff. A thumbs up there from the number 14. Number 47, a pole position this weekend and his maiden win this weekend as well. A brilliant performance from a lot of these riders. The number 36 there as well of Leo Sullilu on the left-hand side. Travis Shaw, and just pulling in behind
behind them, it's Harris Watson in P7 and Taylor Davis just behind as well. That's Travis Shaw on the right-hand side and Leo Sullivan on the left. As we see all the riders go, I think we're actually missing a bike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're missing a bike. I think we're missing Taylor Davis in this race. I think, was he missing from another race as well? But still, 7 riders, 7 bikes, 7 incredible riders and stars of the future as well. So quite a few laps ahead of us here. As we've seen, that is Matthew Thomas just gone a little bit wide there. Maybe just trying to warm his tyres in this premier class of racing here at FAB-Racing. Who are you supporting this weekend? We have fans all over the world, whether that's in Europe or whether that is in America or Asia, wherever you're listening from. Let us know. We are, as you're watching this on YouTube, you might even be watching for the first time on TikTok as well, as we see our final few bikes coming round to start this race on the grid. So there we go on the right hand side. That is the number 7 of Logan Cousins, starting in P4. Harrison Day there starting in 3rd place, and there, straight into short there was Frankie Watson, and there is the number 47, the Welsh bike, is Matthew Thomas, just freshly sponsored by Next Helmets as well. It's brought him a lot of luck this weekend. Can he continue the good luck going into this race? Let's have a look. All the reds are rising, all the tension is rising as well in the premier class of FAB-Racing. The flag is up at the lights. Who is going to get out first? Let's have a look. It's a bad start for Matthew Thomas. The number 14 goes into the lead. The number 7 not having the number 7 getting on to 3rd place as well. Harrison Day dropping a place to Logan Cousins as well in this race, but it's a poor start from Matthew Thomas, unfortunately. But that will be, I think, Frankie Watson over the line to take the second place for Matthew Thomas as well. So it's 14, 47, 7 and 15 as well. So Frankie Watson, Matthew Thomas, Logan Cousins and Harrison Day, followed by Leo Sullivan, Travis Shaw, who's had a bad start as well, and Taylor Davis as well does get on track as well. I think we're missing Harris Watson from this race. So through the left. There we go, we're seeing Harrison Day, Logan Cousins having a fight as well. Frankie Watson sort of running away with the lead on this lap, but a brilliant start nonetheless. And that's the 7 on the inside of Matthew Thomas. That is Logan Cousins on the inside of Matthew Thomas. Thomas drops to 3rd. And I tell you what, Logan Cousins is looking hungry for that win. But Logan Cousins has dropped down the order. Not sure whether that's a penalty or whether that is
it's a jump start penalty. 100% he creeped forward at the start, I believe.
Gotcha. So that, unfortunately, is a 3-second penalty for him, which is, there we go, race control, Logan Cousins. So he might be second on the road, but he's not second in this race so far. So the running order at present is Frankie Watson, Matthew Thomas in 2nd, and Harrison Day onto the podium in 3rd place.
Frankie Watson continuing to disappear off into the distance up the front, then again breaking lap record after lap record in race number 2 earlier on today, who clearly woke up this morning like a man possessed and continuing to push onward. So it is Frankie Watson that leads. Harrison Day 3rd on the road, he's in 2nd place. Logan Cousins with a 3-second jump start penalty, although he did just set the fastest lap of the race last time, a 49.021. So this is the fight for 2nd then, although 3rd on the road. Logan Cousins, it was a very, very small jump. He did go forward a lot, and it was very tight, so it was close. But of course, rules are black and white. If you break them, you break them. You're going to get slapped on the wrists by race control. But these guys won't know that there's a jump start penalty. They think they're racing for P3, of course. So maybe they just need to work together or something. I'm not really sure. But it is the order as it stands. Watson, Harrison Day, Matthew Thomas, P3. Travis Shaw 4th. Leo Sullivan 5th. Logan Cousins is P6 currently. Taylor Davis P7 as we come across the line. Logan Cousins has now moved up to P5 in the timing sheets as the top 4 begin to, or the top 5 should I say, begin to break away. Again, that number 7 Logan Cousins with that penalty. P2 on the road, feels like he's challenging for the win. In reality, down at P5 as it stands. Frankie Watson not breaking away just yet like he did in race number 2, but still 9 laps left to go. Plenty of time for him to gain more confidence in the bike, for the tyres to come to him, for the bike to come to him, and then really get back on the power again.
Yeah, 9 laps to go in the Prestige class here, the Prestige Series here at FAB-Racing on the road to Moto GP. Watch out for these names. These are the stars of the future that you are watching right now. As we said, Frankie Watson leads this race from Harrison Day. Matthew Thomas in third, Travis Shaw in fourth as well. Actually, no, Logan Cousins has actually managed to get up to P4 overall in this race. So if he keeps going at this pace and he takes what is on the road, the lead, he might be able to get on the podium even with that jump start penalty. So we're now looking at the number 47 trying to chase a bright pink bike of Harrison Day there, about 4/10 of a second between these two riders. Harrison Day looking like he's trying to chase, obviously, Logan Cousins, but as we've said, Logan Cousins with the penalty, so he's not actually second on the road. But there's Matthew Thomas trying to gain a little bit on the number 15. Logan Cousins on the road trying to attack Frankie Watson for the lead of this race. But no matter what he does, unless he manages to pull out an absolute blinder of a race, I don't think he'll be on the podium, but we shall see. So, going over the line on that last lap, Frankie Watson, Harrison Day, Matthew Thomas. Again, Logan Cousins still in P4 right now. Travis Shaw having a bit of an off race usually. Travis Shaw's usually right up there in the order, but he's just dropping back a little bit behind the number 47 of Matthew Thomas in this race. But look at this now. Matthew Thomas getting very close to Harrison Day. So whether Matthew Thomas has had a good couple of corners or whether Harrison Day hasn't had the best couple of corners, we don't know. But it's still, a big moment there from Matthew Thomas. As their big wiggle coming out of the Stewart S's. That will not help him in his chase on Harrison Day.
No, it will not. There's still 7, soon to be 6 laps left to run, so still plenty of time to just keep working, keep pushing. Of course, important to remember, Harrison Day, not a race winner this weekend. Matthew Thomas took race 1 yesterday. So, in that metric, that Matthew Thomas, taking his first ever Mini GP 70 British Championship win, is better around Rowrah than Harrison Day. Of course, we can't actually use that objectively, but, you know, the stats don't lie or something along those lines. So the 47 still chasing the 15, third and fourth on the road, second and third in the timing sheets with that penalty for Logan Cousins. Cousins started to put a bit of pressure on Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson, fastest lap last time, 48.466. He started to turn the wick up, not as fast as his lap record he set in race 2 earlier on today, but starting to get into that territory and still quicker than the old lap record here that was set by Ethan Sparks back in 2022. Of course, now a British Talent Cup rider is old Ethan and a former champion in this. FAB-Racing, of course, the best place to get your road into the British Talent Cup. Since 2019, over 60% of the British Talent Cup field have all come from FAB-Racing, and the top 3 in the championship, and every year since then have all been FAB graduates as well. And of course, once you go to British Talent Cup, you're on the way to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, you're on your way to Moto GP, World Superbikes, you're on your way to Red Bull Rookies like Sullivan Mounsey and Lucas Brown are doing this year. And of course, up in Moto 3, 3 FAB graduates this weekend at the Red Bull Ring. All 3 British riders getting their start here in FAB-Racing. And this is our premier class. This is the class that everybody wants to have on their CV. So if you've got a young rider at home and you fancy racing against the best of the best and really kick-starting your racing career, head to the FAB-Racing website. Find out what we're all about. Matthew Thomas has started to close up to Harrison Day, and it's starting to look like maybe he's thinking about setting up an attack with 4 or so laps left to go. As they come into McRae's, he's too far back at the moment. There's Frankie Watson, who's at a 48.412 on the previous tour. 3.2 seconds of the gap again. Not as quick as his lap record that he set earlier in race number 2, but still very, very fast.
Absolutely. He set a, 48.3. Which was the lap record, which was incredible pace from the number 14 of Frankie Watson. About 3.2 seconds, the gap between him and Harrison Day, and about 2 tenths back is Matthew Thomas as well on the podium so far. Logan Cousins still trying to make up a bit of time to try and finish on the podium, but we'll see if that comes to fruition. Frankie Watson crosses the line, Harrison Day second. Logan Cousins appears to be in third right now as well. So yeah, Logan Cousins has taken the podium position away from Matthew Thomas, it seems. So Logan Cousins on the podium right now, trying to chase Frankie Watson on the road. If you're just joining us, the number 7 bike, this rider that we're watching now, does have a 3-second penalty for a minute jump start. But again, rules are black and white, you've got to follow him. But his pace is incredible because he's still now on the podium.
And
So
it's only 6/10 between himself and Harrison Day as well. So if he keeps up this pace, which was very similar last time, it must be said, but he could get away with it all and still come home in second place, which is where he is on the road. It'll be 2 laps left to go. Yeah, Logan Cousins could be getting away with this one.
Absolutely. I mean, do you know what? He's in third so far for now. So he's in third so far for now. But if he carries on, he will be taking second place, which, is still 2 places up from where he started. So even with a penalty, he's already gained a position from where he started on the grid. So, I mean, fair play to him. He could have even maybe gone for the race win. As well, actually, no, if he had a jump start and he's not in the lead, he might not be on this occasion as well. So number 15 of Harrison Day. Looks like he's pulled quite a bit of a gap between Matthew Thomas as well. Matthew Thomas right now, obviously, in 4th position, 2 tenths back to Logan Cousins, or maybe 7 tenths back to Harrison Day as well. Harrison Day in second place, Logan Cousins in third right now. That's the number 11 of Taylor Davis, just about to be lapped by our race leader, the number 14 Frankie Watson, on this last lap of this race. A brilliant performance from Frankie Watson from second place. He will go on to win. It's fantastic to see a brilliant, talented rider who is on the road to MotoGP take a sensational win, a dominant start and a dominant race win for this rider. Coming round St John's now, coming round Sunnybed for the final time this weekend in our premier class in the GP70s. It will be a fantastic performance by this man, Frankie Watson. Takes the win, but who is going to be second place? Harrison Day, and third place Logan Cousins still manages to gain a place on his starting position and finish P3 even with that penalty on him. Poor Matthew Thomas in P4 as well. Travis Shaw in P5. Leo Solilou in P6, and Taylor Davis 1 lap down as well. In P7. Look at that, great respect between all of these riders. Obviously there, Logan Cousins just going past our race winner Frankie Watson. A brilliant performance there, all of them just maybe having a little stop here, maybe having a little sort of pretend race start again. We can see someone very comfortable in the background there lying on the grass. Can't blame him, it is a warm day out there. Lovely stuff. So Frankie Watson wins race 3 and the final race of the Premier Class this weekend.
Sunday dominance from the 14, Frankie Watson. A solid race 1 yesterday, but race 2 and 3 he made his own and heads into the final 2 rounds of the season with a lot of momentum behind him. Yes, maybe not leading the championship, so to speak. Yes, he's very much chasing in that regard, but he gives himself a strong haul of points. He'll leave here as the overall round winner and head into the final 2 rounds. I believe he'll be third place now in the championship going forward with Taylor Tomlinson and no-show especially. He might have even leapfrogged Travis Shaw and be in second place vice champion position. But that is it for the Premier Class, the Mini GP70 British Championship. What a weekend it has been, especially for Frankie Watson, who woke up this morning and decided that vengeance was the answer and just became the greatest rider we've ever seen, apparently. Of course, they'll return when the Fab Circus heads to Three Sisters in a couple of weeks' time. Final race of the weekend, race number 3 in the Pit Bike 140s. And a very small grid. It looks like only 5 now joining us for this one. I'm not seeing Adam Thornborough or Matt Lindley out there by the looks of things. So it'll be Harrison Quincy from pole, Jamie King from second, Keaton Payne third, Matthew McLean fourth, and then Robert Leveridge should be starting from P7, but I saw him pulling into the P5 spot there. So a 5-bike affair awaits us. Again, maybe not the most exciting pit bike action, but one that is very important for championship context. Again, Jamie King, he just wants to pick up as many consistent points as he can at this track. Harrison Quincy is the faster rider, came into this round as the new championship leader. King just wants to stay within arm's reach of him, so when they get to Three Sisters for the next 2 rounds, he can really bring the fight there and then, as Pit Bike Sonic looks to pick up his 5th Pit Bike 140 title.
Indeed. Harrison Quincy is on pole position. Had a fantastic weekend this weekend so far. Obviously, Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic as well there. You can see him in the blue outfit. He's going to want to try and collect some gold coins to go even faster in this final race this weekend. Not just the final race for the Pit Bikes, but the final race this weekend. There he is, Pit Bike Sonic, with Harrison Quincy on the left-hand side in the orange. It's the orange versus the blue. It's Tails versus Sonic. Let's see who is going to win the final race of the day. Race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s. It's going to be lights on and lights out and go. A very good start by the 76 Pit Bike Sonic, but it's not good enough to get into the lead around the first corner. Harrison Quincy leads from Jamie King, Keaton Payne, Matthew McLean and Robert Leveridge in P5. Pit Bike Sonic trying to find a way around Harrison Quincy so far, but there's one thing we know about Harrison Quincy. He's an incredibly quick rider. Jamie King just behind, the red bike, the blue outfit, the Sonic name. Is he going to be able to take a win away from Harrison Quincy this afternoon for the final time up here in Cumbria in the beautiful track in the Lake District? Let's have a look. He is gaining a little bit on Harrison Quincy. Jamie King pulling into the right hand side now around St. John's through the left-hander of Sunny Bend as they come to finish their first lap this week, of race 3 this week, and he is gaining ever closer, coming over the line now. Harrison Quincy leads by 0.3 of a second back. Keaton Payne in P3, Matthew McLean in P4 and Robert Leveridge in P5.
Pit Bike Sonic keeping pace with Harrison Quincy early doors and very much staying with him. That's different from what we've seen in race 1 and race 2 yesterday and earlier on today, where Quincy was pretty much out of the gates, already starting to pull a gap on the 76. So interesting that in this one, either King's found a bit of pace or Quincy just not quite turning the wick up yet. Of course, got to remember fatigue could potentially be something that's coming into it for these riders. It's been a longer weekend here in Rowrah. Temps above 20 degrees. Yes, not as warm as it has been over the last couple of weeks, but still very warm. Sun beaming down as well, and lots of racing. Jamie King, he's done 3 race weekends on the trot, including an endurance event last weekend, and he's looking to do even more racing before we get to Three Sisters. He mentioned he's getting back on a bigger bike for the first time in some 16 odd years. He's going to be racing a Ninja 300 at Snetterton, I believe he said, which would also make sense because it's not too far away from him. As they make their way out of McRae's, though, it is Quincy that still leads. Now the gap is starting to form, and now Quincy starting to turn the wick up. 52.759 on the previous tour. Jamie King could only manage 53.176. The gap, 0.8 of a second at the line. The 755 looking to extend.
Absolutely, 0.8 of a second the gap between second and first. Harrison Quincy with the fastest lap time on that last lap at 52.759 compared to 53.176 of Jamie King. So 0.4 of a second difference on that last lap. There he is, the number 755, Harrison Quincy. This young guy, a fantastic talent in pit bike racing, beating Jamie King this weekend as well. I would say as the overall point scorer this weekend and the highest point scorer this weekend, a brilliant performance so far from Quincy. But Jamie King is not letting up anytime soon. Look at that, the very blue Sonic helmet as well. Lovely stuff. If you tuned in earlier, you'll have seen he actually gave us an onboard lap of him talking through this track, which was incredible to watch. I'm sure that'll be on social channels later as well. But right now, he's still trying to gain anything he can on Harrison Quincy. 1.5 seconds the gap between these two riders now. Harrison Quincy doing everything he absolutely needs to do to keep ahead of Jamie King and Keaton Payne as well. Harrison Quincy, as I said, 1.4 seconds going over the line now. 1.6 seconds now between Quincy and King. Keaton Payne just going over the start-finish line. Now there he is, number 112, although he is number 12 for us. 8 seconds behind Jamie King, with Matthew McLean and Robert Leveridge in P5 just coming over the line as well. So the number 12 there, red and white, very distinguishable bike there. Keaton Payne currently on for a podium this weekend, a podium in race 1. So hopefully he just wants to keep adding podiums to his roster. So, number 12 going down the back straight now, going to the left-hand side, using all of the track, turning right into the Stewart S's. Now, we don't actually use the S's on the track, we just use the outside of this track. Now, coming into St. John's, it's sort of a downhill right-hander. The front can go a little bit light here, and a compression now into the left-hander of Sonny Bent, round the final corner, and then he will be on the lap. He will be on the leading lap with 7 laps to go in this race.
Keaton Payne, of course, arguably having the best weekend out of anybody here in the Fab Paddock at round 5 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, taking 3 out of 3 wins in the senior Mini Motos, his first senior Mini Moto wins since Three Sisters last year, and then looking to try and get 3 podiums in the pit bike 140s as well. I'm sure that the Payne family will be going home a very, very happy camp. As there we see P4, that's Matthew McLean running. He's only had a great battle with Adam Thornborough in race number 2 earlier on. This time just running in a bit of no man's land in P4. Just want to quickly touch on the championship at the end of this one. If they all finish as they do again, everyone's running in a bit of no man's land as it currently stands, just out there doing their own thing. If we do finish as we do, no one has any issues or there's no overtakes at the end of the race. Quincy gains 15 points on Jamie King of the championship. Jamie King also leapfrogs his way up to second ahead of Chris Wells, who's not here this weekend, of course. He's off doing a road trip on the Isle of Man. So Jamie King assumes that vice championship spot, and the championship gap goes up to 24 points, so 1 point less than a race win. So still very, very tight with 6 races, 2 rounds left to go in the championship after this weekend. But again, if we go into Three Sisters and Quincy is the one to beat at Three Sisters at the next round, then suddenly it's looking a bit tight for Jamie King in his quest for his 5th Pit Bike 140 British Championship. So a lot to play for, but still King has played it very well. He's just been consistent this weekend. He's not over pushed. He's not been excessively trying to fight and chase that win. He knows that his best days of winning is perhaps a little bit behind him now. He's trying to do what Chris Wells did year after year after year. He's realised it's much better just turning up, being consistent, just getting those second places, because when there's issues before other riders or they're not able to make an event, that is where he makes his money. There is Robert Leverage at the back end of the pack. He's currently running 59.3. That is 5 seconds slower, roughly, than anybody else. But still, it's very respectable P5. Again, part of the joy of having a small grid is that you can be well off the pace down the back of the road and still pick up a very nice handful of points, which will massively boost your championship hopes. Well, maybe not hopes for Robert Leverage, but, massively boost your standing in the championships come season's end.
Absolutely. Coming into this weekend as well, we were just touching on the championship. The gap between Harrison Quincy in first and Jamie King in third was 9 points. So Chris Wells in the middle of that as well. Jamie King 191 points, Chris Wells 193, and Harrison Quincy 200 points as well. So as we say, very, very tight championship. In fact, I would say one of the tightest championships that we have this weekend. As we are just watching Harrison Quincy coming to lap, I believe that's Robert Leverage there. Look at the speed differential there. Is he going to commit to the right? Yes, he is. Going by there. Look at the size difference between Harrison Quincy and Robert Leverage as well. Lovely. I'm sure that'll be working in Harrison Quincy's favour as well. A lot more slender, so able to have a lot more of an aerodynamic advantage, even though these are only a little.
Still makes a difference. It does. Still makes a difference.
It does. Any small advantage is, as we know in racing, any advantage is an advantage. So Harrison Quincy comes over the line to start. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go this weekend. FAB-Racing up here in Cumbria. Let's see what he can do. So I think he set a fastest lap on that previous 2 laps of a 52.384. The gap between, here we go, pit by Sonic. Jamie King getting by Robert Leverage as well. These two are very good mates as well, so it's lovely to see the camaraderie there as well. Jamie King 5.3 seconds behind Harrison Quincy now, and Keaton Payne 17 seconds on the back of Jamie King, 23 seconds back from the lead as well. This is just almost like a test session for Harrison Quincy, really. Just going left, going right. You could probably think about what he's going to have for his dinner tonight, to be perfectly honest. So going through left now, through Sunny Bend, round the Paddock Bend on the right-hander, and he will start the penultimate lap of this race and of the weekend. If you're watching and you want to come and have a go, check out the FAB-Racing website. We have got plenty of series for you to get involved yourself or your kids as well. So head over to the FAB-Racing website and you can get involved or even come along to Three Sisters. The next 2 rounds is a 7-round championship. We're on round 5 at the minute. Round 6 and 7 are both at Three Sisters. There's 1 round in September and 1 round at the start of October, as well as we see Quincy coming, the right-hander of St John's. Oh no, not St John's just yet. It's through the Stuart S's, now coming up to St John's. This downhill left-hander, which can upset the front wheel a little bit, and then obviously it starts to progress as well through the left-hander of Sonny. And for the final time this weekend, he's going to start his last lap, the last lap of this weekend. It's been a beautiful weekend. Usually when we come to the Lake District, it's usually very, very rainy, but it hasn't this weekend for everyone. It's been a lovely weekend, nice and sunny, nice and warm, in the mid-20s. You can't really ask for anything more in a British summer, especially up north near Scotland. Quincy now making his way for the final time through the McRae's hairpin, now through the Iredale's hairpin, a left-hander hairpin, then a right-hander hairpin on the back straight up to the Stuart S's. He can probably take it nice and easy. In fact, he can probably stop at the side of the road and have a cup of tea before he's finished this race. 8.3 seconds on the back of Jamie King as well through the left-hander of the S's. Now for the final time, St John's now to the left in Sonny Bend. 1 corner to go now in this race, and it's going to be the championship leader having a fantastic race weekend once again. It's going to be Harrison Quincy that wins the final race of this weekend and the final race of the Pit Bike 140 Championship this weekend. Round 5 here, we're going to see Pit Bike Sonic collecting a few coins over the line. Jamie King finishes P2, and a couple of seconds behind him will be Keaton Payne in 3rd place, with Matthew McLean coming home in P4 and Robert Leveridge in P5. What a fantastic race and what a fantastic weekend of racing as well, Ross.
It absolutely has been. Just want to quickly note, Quincy on his best lap in that race actually got within a couple of tenths of the lap record set by Chris Wells last year, and that 52.187 is something that I think is going to stand for a long time, because it was a monster lap. Wells was on something else that weekend, so the fact that Quincy's within 2 tenths of it is an outstanding effort over a single lap. Yes, this race was essentially a test session for our 5 riders involved, but it's important we get it done. It's important data, and again, important points for every 5 of them, including Jamie King. Not damage control by any means, just getting those consistent points for all those second places. But Quincy does extend his championship lead up to 24 points, just under a race wins advantage. So he can almost essentially afford a DNF in the final 6 races of the season, with 2 rounds left to go in the 2025 Mastermac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. But a decent conclusion there to 3 exciting Pit Bike 140 races. Yes, of course, a bit of a lower grid than we'd expect. A bit more calm racing than we'd expect from the Pit Bike 140s. But of course, they'll be joining us for the next 2 rounds when we head to Wigan and to Three Sisters for the final 2 rounds of 2025.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
So, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing here at Rowrah. It's been a lovely weekend. Usually we don't have such nice weather up in the Lake District, but it has been this weekend. We have had sensational racing in all of our series this weekend, from the AC40 Rookies to the Mini GP 50Rs, Extreme 200s, Moto Team, everything. We've had drama. We've had it all. It's been a great weekend this weekend. So make sure, if you want to come along next time out at the Three Sisters track, round 6 and round 7, we'll be there. Come along, come say hello to all of us, and make sure you check out the social channels as well. Motorsport Radio everywhere. We are now on TikTok as well, so if you do want to see my fellow commentator Ross doing a funny dance that he did this morning, he will he'll be on there doing that. But we just want to say thank you to all the marshals, all the parents, everyone that comes to support, and all the volunteers as well. We want to thank you so much this
this weekend for joining us this weekend. Thank you so much for everyone for making it a very smooth weekend, and we hope you've enjoyed our coverage. So this weekend, from me, Alex Rizzoli, and Ross McIntyre alongside me, we want to thank you very much for watching.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alex, for joining us once again. I know a bit of a last-minute call to get you into the commentary box.
Once again.
Great to have you along for the ride. Yep, that's right. We are done and dusted here at Rowrah. What a shame that we're already heading away. It seems like only a couple of minutes ago that we arrived on Friday, and this fantastic circuit already leaving us once again. I suppose we'll have to leave it till 2026 to come back, but that's right, a couple of weeks away. The weekend starting Friday 12th to the Sunday the 14th of September. That is round number 6. Our next round when we head to Three Sisters, of course, round 7 at the start of October, also at Three Sisters, so only one circuit left here in 2025 for the Mastermark FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships. We didn't get any championships wrapped up here today, but definitely when we head to round 6, we'll be seeing a few going away. So we'll have to wait and see. Until then, thanks from us here at FAB-Racing. We'll see you next time.
See you later.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.